Councillors, if you could take your seat, we're going to start in a couple minutes. Morning, everybody. Councillors could take their seats. We're ready to begin. My name is Councillor James Pasternak. I'm the Chair of North York Community Council. We have quorum. I'm calling meeting 34 to order. Although we're meeting in different locations today, North York Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples. It is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. It's being live streamed live at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in order that they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting North York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. So if anyone is currently in the audience or online that has not registered, please work with the clerk over there to make sure you are on the list. The clerk has provided all agenda materials at toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you that please submit any motions by email. Staff are available at nycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. We have a very long agenda today, the longest I've seen in the many years I've been at City Council. So I would ask that councillors have their motions ready and that they decide what to do. We're going to amend so that everybody gets a fair chance at speaking. We're going to amend the speak. Okay. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? I do not hear any. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes for the meeting of May the 26th, 2026?
So moved.
Moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So in order to give everyone a fair chance and to move the meeting along, we're going to move motions that limit the time of speakers for non-statutory public hearing. So speakers who have not pre-registered be allowed to speak until 10 a.m. and after which no further registration is allowed and speakers list will be closed. The length of public presentations for all items be limited to 3 minutes for all items, and the questions of public speakers by members of council, including members and visiting members of North York Community Council, could be limited to 3 minutes with 1 round of questions per member. I just want to point out this does not limit your freedom of speech or your democratic rights. This gives everybody the chance, a better chance of speaking, because as this meeting goes on to several hours, people cannot stay. And if we move the meeting along, everybody gets a fair chance. You've removed the motion? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, so let's run through the agenda and see which items we can move right away and see which items are held for debate. Item number 1, 34.1, 112 Del Park Avenue, request for a fence exemption to the Municipal Code, Chapter 447. I do not have speakers on the item. Councillor Cole.
Yeah, I'd like to, when visiting the site, I'd like to move, request be granted.
Okay, motion on the screen to approve the request for exemption.
Mr. Chair, can I just be recorded in the negative? Don't need to speak.
Okay, we'll do a recorded vote, no problem. Okay, there it is. The motion is on the screen, a recorded vote. All those in favor? Counselor Cole, Counselor Pasternak, Counselor Burnside? Opposed? Counselor Cheng, Counselor Carroll, Counselor Chernos Lynn, I didn't get a vote from you. In favor? Okay, so that carries. Item number 2, 34.2, 132 Burbank Drive, request for offense exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code 447. I do not have speakers on the item. Counselor Carroll.
Yes, I've prepared a motion. I'm moving a motion to approve this one. I know I just voted against in the past one. I made a site visit on this one and went through changes that the owner is going to make. I haven't put them all in the in detail in the motion, but between the homeowner and myself, we came up with all the improvements, closing the gap in the glass fence, Juliet gate in the basement properly applied to the firm structure of the building. So I'm prepared to move this.
Counselor Carroll has a motion. We'll put it on the screen. She is granting the application. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. DuPage Avenue, request for offense exemption, the Toronto Municipal Code 447. I do not have speakers on this item. Counselor Carroll?
Yeah, I have a motion prepared to the clerks have. I'm approving this one, Mr. Chair, just for people. So this is a front yard fence, but the front yard fence was actually worked on with planning back when the home was reviewed, so that it's going to end up being legal non-compliant as a result of this. The test was done to make sure it doesn't obstruct traffic, turning at Page and Forest Grove, and a cutout in the middle of the fence to make sure that it's less oppressive, and the gates are there for security.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Carroll. She's moving a motion to approve the application. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 34.4, 117 Glen Park Avenue, application to remove a city tree. Yeah, there is a speaker. I would be prepared to deal with the item now if it is the will of committee. And we'll just do it, unless there's any objections. We have a speaker, Nicole Corrado. Ms. Corrado? Okay, speaker's not available. Counselor Cole, there is a motion prepared for recommendations from the supplementary report. What are your plans for 117 Glen Park? It's a
I'll move removal of the stinky ginkgo biloba.
Counselor Cole is approving the application. Yeah, I believe what's before us is also moving a supplementary report.
And
You need more-
I'll also move the supplementary report.
Okay, So Counselor Cole is moving approval of the fence exempt, sorry, of the tree removal. So all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 5, 125 Florence Avenue, application to remove a city tree. I do not have speakers on the item. Counselor Chang?
I have a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there are late speakers. Nushin Taiba Baar. I thought we'd do quick items as we went through. I only have 2, and one's not available. After this item, we can plow through the review of the agenda. We don't have anyone available. Nicole Corrado, also not available. Okay, this is why I wanted to do it now. Counselor Chang.
I have a motion. Refer the item to the Executive Director of Urban Forestry and request that they work with the applicant to resolve the removal of the declining subject tree and secure a new replacement tree adjacent to the same address or shared with the right-of-way in front of the adjacent property at 123 Florence Avenue. That's my motion.
Okay, any questions for the mover? Aye, the motion is on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, unless I see some really quick items, I'm just gonna go through the rest of the agenda here. We'll hold for speakers and timed items. So we're at number 6, Metrolinx Young North Subway Extension. We're gonna hold that for speakers. Havenbrook Boulevard, George Henry Boulevard, traffic calming, speed humps.
Were there speakers?
No, there's no speakers on the item.
I just have a quick motion to refer.
Okay,
Yeah, there it is.
okay, Counselor Carroll is referring the item to the Director of Enforcement and Street Management, Transportation Services. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 34-8, 1 to 11 Vincy Crescent. We'll hold that item as a timed item, and there are speakers. Number 9, 1377 Shepherd Avenue West, down to West District. There are speakers on the item, and it's also a timed item. Series of addresses on Lawrence Avenue West, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, application decision report. There are speakers on the item, so we'll hold that down. Series of addresses on Lawrence Avenue West, I guess it's an attached item. Rental housing demolition application decision report. There are speakers on that item. Number 12, 245 Eglinton Avenue East, official plan amendment, and zoning bylaw amendment application decision report approval. We'll hold for speakers. Number 14, Don Mills Regeneration Area Study Leslie Site.
Did he miss 13?
Hold for speakers.
Did he miss 14?
200 Gateway Boulevard zoning bylaw amendment decision report approval.
I think he just missed 13.
Move.
Counselor Burnside,
Moving that.
moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? It's number 15.
15 is awesome.
Any questions for staff?
This is a great tenant.
Questions for staff? Okay. Counselor Burnside has moved the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 16, 765 Steeles Avenue West, bylaw amendment, decision report approval. Hold for speakers. Okay, there is actually a late speaker on number 15. We have just approved it. We have to reopen and listen to the speaker. So I need a motion to reopen.
No.
All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. If the speaker is available, let's do it now. Jonathan Tinney? Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, okay, the speaker has declined to be heard. Counselor Burnside, we're back to you. What do you want to do with this item? Do you want to move it again?
Same thing, please. Yes.
No, we reopened.
Yeah,
Yes?
I want to move. Yeah, I want to move staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved
you.
again. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 25 Cedar Crop Boulevard, timed item for 10:30, and we'll hold for speakers. That is number 17. Number 18, series of addresses on Viewmount Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report approval. We have speakers on the item. That's also a timed item for 10:30. Series of, number 19, a series of addresses on Marley Avenue, Romer Crescent, Viewmount, official plan, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report. Once again, we hold for speakers. Number 20, series of addresses on Marley, Romer, Viewmount, and this is a demolition report. Once again, held for speakers. Number 21, 39, 41, and 43 Wilcott Road and Tudor Gate. Zoning bylaw amendment application, 10:30 timed item. We're going to hold for speakers. 3422, 20 Brent Cliff Road and 100 Vanderhoof Avenue, official plan amendment, zoning amendment application, decision report approval. We will hold for speakers. Item number 23, 590 and 592 Roehampton, a series of addresses on Glenavy and Glazebrook Avenue. Official plan, it's time for 10:30, so we're a bit early, but there are no speakers on the item. We have to hold it till 10:30. Number 24, 2450 and 2452 Bayview Avenue, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report approval. We're going to hold for speakers. Number 25, 922 Millwood Road, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, decision report approval. Time for 10:30. We will hold for speakers. 5 Fairview Mall Drive, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, decision report. Also hold for speakers. I think my doctor's in that office. 27, 1525 Points Avenue, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment applications. Time for 10:30. It's in Willowdale, Councilor Chang, but we do have speakers, so we will hold the item. Number 28, 1525 Ponce Avenue, rental housing demolition application and attached report. Time for 10:30, so we're a little early, so we have to hold it till 10:30. Number 29, 579 1115 Park Hill Road, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment applications, appeal report, held for speakers. Number 30, series of addresses on Viewmount, series of addresses on Romart Crescent, residential demolition application. We have speakers on the item, Counselor Cole. Item number 31, 156 Brookdale Avenue, residential demolition application. We do not have speakers on it. It's not a timed item. Counselor Cole,
Move approval.
there's two options.
The second option.
Usually there's three. Okay, so Counselor Cole is moving option number 2. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 32, a series of addresses on Bayview Avenue and Brenham Crescent, residential demolition application. I do not have any speakers on the item. There are 3 options for Counselor Cheng.
I'd like to move recommendation 3, demolition with conditions.
Okay, recommendation 3 is being moved with conditions. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 33, Granley Road residential demolition. I do not have speakers on the item.
I'd like to move recommendation 3, demolition with condition.
Okay, Counselor Cheng is moving recommendation number 3, approving the demolition with conditions. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 34, 26 and 28 Maxome Avenue, residential demolition application. I do not have speakers on the item.
I'd like to move recommendation 3, demolition with conditions.
Counselor Cheng is moving recommendation number 3, approval with conditions. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 35, 77 Lawrence Crescent, request for fence exemption, the Toronto Municipal Code 447. We're going to hold that for speakers. Number 36, 12 Whitefriars Drive, application for fence exemption. Counselor Burnside, I do not have speakers. I do not have speakers on the item. Counselor Burnside?
I think
Okay,
he had to step
I'm
out to
gonna
that
move-
meeting. He'll
okay,
be back though.
He's run out to an important meeting. So I will move on his behalf the staff recommendations to approve the fence exemption. It says move staff recommendations on behalf of Councilor Burnside. I'll move the staff recommendations on behalf of Councilor Burnside once again. And the staff are denying the application. Okay. Fair enough. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 37, 9 Leecroft Crescent, application for fence exemption. We're gonna have to hold that for public speakers. Number 38, 169 Beechwood Avenue, application for fence exemption. I do not have speakers on the item. Counselor Chernos Lynn. Beechwood Avenue.
There's no speakers, correct?
I do not have speakers listed, no.
Okay, we'll move staff recommendations then.
Okay, staff recommendations moved on number 38, 169 Beach. Oh,
It's to refuse.
Did you wanna-
You moved staff recommendations. Okay, good.
did you want to speak, Counselor Carroll?
No, I don't need to speak for moving the staff recommendation.
Okay, staff recommendations moved on number 38, 169 Beechwood Avenue. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 39, 18 Sandfield Road, application for fence exemption. I do not have speakers on the item. Counselor Chernos Lynn?
Yes, I'd like to defer this to the next meeting. The applicant is away and they've asked us to defer. They've been working to rectify all the different pieces and working in good faith with bylaws. So I just would like they're out of the country today.
Yeah, no, I am reminded that it'll be deferred to the next term. Counselor Chernos Lynn, but I think you know that.
I am
You
aware.
just have to let
I'm
the
aware.
resident know it's,
They are
They're
aware,
fully
but
aware? Okay.
they would just like to be here and would like to really work to solve this.
reasonable request. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 40, 2 Green Valley Road, request for a fence exemption. I do not have speakers on the item. And I'm looking for Counselor Chernos Lynn again.
I have an amendment. I'm not sure if it's been sent in. Like a motion on this one. Okay, so perhaps we could just come back to this.
Okay,
I'd-
we'll
I'd
hold
ask
the
for
item down to
indulgence.
the amendments ready. Item number 41, 32 Hoyle Avenue, application for fence exemption. We're going to hold that for speakers. Number 42, 130 Reichert Crescent, application for fence exemption. I do not have speakers on the item. Counselor Chernos Lynn, do you want to deal with that item now?
This
Reichert.
is, sorry, I got distracted with all of them in one order. You're on Reichert?
Reichert, yeah, it's a fence exemption.
Okay, I would recommend we grant this exemption. They've put a cover down exactly the same as their next door neighbor, and it was granted by the previous North York Council for their next door neighbor.
Okay. Any other speakers?
Sorry, Counselor Carroll is asking what type of a cover. It's this very heavy cover that's approved in Alberta. And I'm happy to do a recorded vote on this one.
Well, Counselor Carroll, why don't you speak to the item if you're concerned? Okay. Go ahead.
So there may be some confusion. I can imagine that the neighbor did as part of the presentation say I'm putting one of the tight skin covers on the pool, which is safe when the pool is covered. But our issue is the enclosure has to make the pool safe when the pool is functioning as a pool. Because those tight covers, you don't leave them on all the time. Summer comes and that pool becomes one of the places where 800 children a year drowned in Canada. I'm going to need to be recorded in the negative if we're moving in an alternate recommendation.
Any other speakers on the item? I'm going to ask that we hold the item down, just take a closer look. If I have the will of committee. Okay. Item number 43, 34 Medalist Road, application for a fence exemption. I do not have speakers on the item. Counselor Chernos Lynn.
Apologies, we're having a little sidebar on this one. So there's no speakers on 43?
No, I don't have any speakers. We can go right to the item now.
Okay,
I actually have questions of staff on this one. I'm sorry.
okay. So we can hold this.
This is Medalist Road. I
It is
actually have
Medalist
questions
Road.
of staff. Yeah.
Okay, we'll hold it for debate. Item number 44. 460 Belle Street, request for fence exemption, Toronto Municipal Code. We are holding it for speakers. 45, 170 Bridle Path, application for a fence exemption. We'll hold for speakers. 46, 32 Cedar Bank Crescent, application for fence exemption. We have speakers. Councillor Burnside. Number 47, 100 Laurentide Drive, application for a fence exemption. We're going to hold that on behalf of Councillor Burnside. There's no speakers on the item. Okay, we're gonna hold that for Council Burnside and debate. 48, 23 Trucks Ford Road, application for fence exemption. Um, Well, I can move the recommendations on behalf of Councilor Burnside if we can listen to one speaker. Yeah, if, Craig Seeley? If Craig Seeley is available? Craig Seeley? Craig Seeley is not available. So I'm going to move the recommendations, move staff recommendations on behalf of Councilor Burnside. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 49, 59 Hesketh Court, application for fence exemption. We're going to hold that item for Councilor Burnside. Number 50, 5 to 21 Brahms Avenue, application for fence exemption. I do not have speakers on the item. Councilor Carroll?
Yes, I've prepared a motion. I think clerks have it. This is kind of a unique one. This is a fence exemption that we need to refuse, but we need fast action. The owner of this property is TCHC. And so I'm moving that our staff go back and work with our corporation that we are the sole shareholder of, work to find a constructive solution to make this pool safe.
Okay, the item is being referred back. Motion is on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 51, 255 Parkview Avenue. We're going to hold that for speakers. Item number 52, 21 Keynes Avenue, request for a fence exemption. We're going to hold that for speakers. Item number 53, 101 Drury Avenue, request for fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code 447. We do not have speakers on 53.
I'd like to move to defer this item. I'd like to work with the owners and see if there's some way to amend what they've built, because it is quite imposing, and I think it needs work to come into compliance.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cheng. Councillor Cheng is moving deferral to the next regularly scheduled community council meeting, which is a ways off. There might even be snow on the ground. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 54, 42 Glen Allen Road, application to remove a private tree. We're going to hold that for speakers. Item number 55, 128 Delview Way, designation of fire routes and amendment to chapter 880 fire routes. That's in my ward. I finally get something here. I will move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 56, 200 Keewatin Avenue, designation of fire routes amendment to chapter 880 fire routes. Councillor Chernos Lynn?
I'd move recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 57, 19 Eskander Drive, designation of fire routes amendment to chapter 880. Councillor Chernos Lynn?
Again, adopt these recommendations. Thanks.
Staff recommendations adopted on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 58, 1 Quarrington Lane, 5 Quarrington Lane, 1 Kyle Lowry Road, designation of fire routes. Councillor Burnside, I will move
I'd
these.
like to move that on behalf of Councillor Burnside so that I can move a Kyle Lowry motion today.
Well, there's one in every crowd.
It was a perfect day. Come on, we're balling.
Okay. Counselor Carroll has moved the staff recommendations on item number 58. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 59, 100 Bainbridge Avenue. It's a turn prohibition. I do not have any speakers on the item. I will move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 60, Coldstream Avenue and Chicoutimi Avenue, West Grove Crescent, all-way stop control. Counselor Cole, I don't have speakers on the item.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 61, Gray Road parking amendments. I do not have speakers on the item. No speakers on the item. Counselor Cole.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Staff recommendations moved on number 61, Gray Road parking amendments. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 62, Playfair Avenue parking amendments. I do not have speakers. I do not have speakers on the item. Counselor Cole.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Staff recommendations moved on 62. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 63, Viewmount Avenue traffic calming speed humps. We're going to hold that for speakers. Item number 64, St. Cuthbert's Road, introduction of overnight on-street permit parking. We have speakers on that, so we're going to hold it. I don't see these very often. Number 65, authority to enter an agreement with Metrolinx respecting the Brent Cliff Shot Creek Wall. I don't have speakers on it, but Councillor Chernos, then what would you like to do on this item?
I'm happy to just adopt it. Although I do have questions, but I don't want to hold everybody up. But I will speak offline with staff.
No, we don't mind the inconvenience of you holding it if you want to. Oh, we do mind. Okay. Councillor.
We can adopt it. We can
Counselor
adopt it.
Councillor Chernos Lynn is moving staff recommendations.
I'll be happy to fill you in, Councillor Pasternak, on my issues with Metrolinx.
Okay. No, I appreciate that briefing. Okay. Number 65, Councillor Chernos Lynn is moving the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 66, Milepost Place parking amendments. No speakers listed on the item. Councillor Chernos Lynn?
I'd like to adopt staff recommendations, unless we don't have a speaker, I don't believe.
No, no speakers, and you're adopting staff recommendations? Staff recommendations moved on number 66. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 67, Pottery Road North, intersection of Bayview Avenue and Bayview Heights Drive and Evergreen Gardens, operational and safety review. I do not have speakers on the item. Councillor Chernos Lynn.
I believe we've submitted a recommendation or a motion to the clerks. Has it been received yet? If it's not ready, we can come back to it.
I will hold for the motion. Number 68, Flemington Park Streets Plan. Flemington Park Streets Plan. Okay, it's Councillor Burnside. I'll hold it on his behalf. 69, Gateway Boulevard and Linkwood Lane, traffic safety improvement. I'd be happy to move the staff recommendations on behalf of Councillor Burnside. Are there any other speakers or questions for staff? No? Okay, I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 70, Clintwood Gate Parking Amendment. We just did voted on 69. Yeah. We're on 70 now, Clintwood Gate Parking Amendment. It's Counselor Burnside. The direction is to move staff recommendations. Are there any speakers or questions for staff? No? You love that street. Okay, so maybe one day we'll call it Shelley Carroll Way.
It's a very short street.
Okay, I'm moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 71, Best View Drive traffic calming, speed humps. I do not have speakers on the item.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved on number 71. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 72, Consumers Road and Yorkland Boulevard, north intersection, traffic control signals.
Sorry, move the staff recommendations.
Which approve the signalized intersection?
That's correct.
Okay. Any speakers or questions for staff on this item? No? Okay, staff recommendations moved. On 72, signalized intersection, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 73, Dallington Drive parking amendments.
Move the staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved on 73. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 74, Lescon Road parking amendments.
Move the staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved on 74, Lescon parking amendments. All those in favor? Opposed?
Thank you.
That is carried. Item number 75, William Dury Way parking and traffic amendments. I don't have any speakers on the item. Counselor Chang?
I'd like to defer the item.
Item is deferred to the next regularly scheduled North York Community Council meeting. Number 76, McKee. Oh, okay, sorry. All those in favor of deferral for 75? Opposed? That is carried. Number 76, McKee Avenue and Longmore Street, all-way stop control. No
Okay.
speakers on the item. Counselor Chang?
I'd like to move staff recommendation.
Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 77, permanent closure of portion of public lane abutting 145 Shepherd Avenue East.
Move staff recommendation.
Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 78, renaming Brookwell Park in memory of Stella Wheeler. So I'll leave most of my comments for council. Does this? It doesn't go to council? Okay, so just very briefly, if I have the will of committee, Estelle Wheeler was a beloved teacher at the Afrocentric Alternative School. And tradition, and this is a school in my area, and I was the founding trustee when it was established, with some debate and controversy, but it did open, and there was actually a wait list when it did open. So a tradition in York Center, the area I represent, and at City Hall, is to invite the Afrocentric Alternative School class visits during Black History Month. And that's exactly what we did, and Estelle Wheeler brought her class down. We had a wonderful visit. They came into the council chamber. We went up to the members' lounge and had a Q&A. I think they had some lunch. They toured City Hall, learned about civic government, and we had a wonderful visit as usual. And we said our goodbyes, and we hope to see them again soon. For Miss Wheeler, there wouldn't be another visit. Within 2 weeks, she was murdered by her husband, intimate partner violence, which was a terrible tragedy for the school and the community. And we recognize such at City Hall. Because of her outstanding teaching history at the school and her wonderful demeanor and her leadership, and the way she was appreciated and loved by the students, we decided to name a nearby park in her honor, and that is what is before us today. I think it's very much a worthy honor in a very tragic situation. So that is why this is before us today. And obviously, I wholeheartedly approve this recommendation. And I hope also, I assume counselors will as well. All those in favor of adopting the renaming of Brookwell Park in memory of Estella Wheeler, all those in favor? Opposed? Oh, we could do a recorded vote, yes? Okay. All those in favor? Counselor Cole, Counselor Chernos Lynn, Counselor Carroll, Counselor Cheng, Counselor Pasternak. And I don't know if Counselor Burnside is online. I don't see him. Okay. Okay, item number 79, naming a park at 40 Grenoble Drive in honor of Vanessa Rose. That is.
Can I hold this one? I'm going to have some questions of staff.
So that is, yes, okay, Counselor Carroll, you can hold it.
Thank you.
Counselor Burnside has also asked that it be held, but that's fine, you're here. Number 80, changes to business improvement area boards of management. Counselor Cole? Staff recommendations moved. On number 80, changes to the BIA boards of management. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 81, Highland Crescent, traffic calming, speed humps. Yes, we will hold for speakers. Number 82, Dawlish Avenue, traffic calming, speed humps. I do not have speakers. I do not have speakers on the item. Counselor Chernos Lynn?
I would just like to thank everyone on this one and move to a motion to adopt.
Okay.
The
Counselor.
community really helped with this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Yeah.
Any other speakers on the item? No? Counselor Chernos Lynn has adopted, what are they, staff recommendations?
Can I?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
a letter from you.
Can I just say, Mr. Chair, just as a point of order, how much I appreciate, this is one of those ones where staff didn't have time to write a report, but they've taken to now attaching a matrix that shows us whether or not they support it or have not had a chance to review, and it's very helpful. I really appreciated that in reading the agenda.
Okay, well, thank you to our transportation staff, our hardworking transportation staff. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 83, we're going to hold that for public speakers. That is Sutherland Drive traffic calming. 84, Anawin Drive, Broadleaf Road, Lindock Crescent traffic calming installation. We're going to hold that on behalf of Councillor Burnside. Number 85, review Steeles Avenue East, road upgrades Bayview Avenue to Townsend Road. This was a letter from Councillor Carroll. And I do not have speakers on the item.
Do I?
Well, I think you should just briefly explain what you're doing here, and then we'll put to a vote.
Yes, what I'm doing is a review request. This is, as you may know, Councillor Pasternak, a huge amount of improvement done all along Steeles, but there is an ongoing challenge in the community and debate post completion of the project on some of the traffic calming curb changes that we made. And there's random calls constantly, either to transportation staff or myself. So what I'm requesting here is that staff actually do a review of those radii reductions in each of the intersections and come back to us and let us know that garbage trucks, fire trucks, and school buses can in fact get through them, so that we have it in writing.
Okay. Any questions
And
for?
of course, if they find that they can't, that'll
Yeah.
be another matter.
Well, we know Steeles Avenue because I believe the CAA picks it as one of the worst streets in Ontario. So
Well, this is for the side streets, so we're trying to get onto the worst street in Ontario.
Yes, yes. No, I never thought I'd be famous by having the worst street in the province in my area. Almost famous. Okay, so all those in favor of adopting Councillor Carroll's letter? Opposed? That is carried. Number 86, improving student safety on Seneca Hill Drive. That also is a letter from Councillor Carroll. I do not have any speakers on the item. How would you like to proceed?
Yes, we've had challenges recently in which we reduce speeds and propose the speed humps at the same time. And then the community is somewhat overwhelmed. So what I'm asking in this motion is that we proceed with reducing the speed limit right now, and then do a review about whether or not, in fact, speed humps are necessary on the street.
Okay. All righty. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 87, reopening of NY 33.35 Bogart Avenue, Points Avenue, Johnson Avenue, Cameron Avenue, Franklin Avenue, traffic calming speed humps. I do not have any speakers on the item. Councillor Chernos Lynn?
This is not mine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Cheng? '87.
This is just a technical amendment, so we passed something and staff asked that it had to be reopened and amended.
Okay, so are we doing two votes here? One to reopen, and then we have the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to do two votes here. The first is to reopen the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And if we can put I guess we have the technical amendment to go on the screen? No? It's the recommendations before us. Okay, the changes are embedded in the item. So all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 88, Gladys Ellison Place, requesting changes to parking regulations. Do not have speakers on the item. Councillor Cheng,
Move staff recommendation
staff recommend,
or move approval. It's my item, my request, so it's moved.
Okay, it's a letter from Councillor Cheng.
Yeah.
So she's moving recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 89, Castlefield Avenue and Avenue Road parking amendments. Lulaboo Daycare. Oh, so we need a motion. So from 89 on, these are new add-on items. We certainly were looking for more work today, so thank you for these add-on items. Number 90, number 89. The
89.
first vote is to introduce,
I'll move to introduce.
and if we can quickly deal with the item, I'd be happy to entertain that and move the recommendations.
I'm moving staff recommendation.
Okay, well, we're at 89 Castlefield Avenue and Avenue Road parking amendments, Lulaboo Daycare. Councillor Cole?
I'm moving the amendment that I've put forward.
Okay, so the first vote is to introduce. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And the item,
Also
Councillor
move.
Cole, you're moving the item?
Yes,
Okay, the item is moved. All those in favor?
at the Lulu Boo Daycare.
I heard some mumbling. Okay, whenever I hear mumbling, I think, we better take a look at this. Okay, Dudley Avenue, changes to parking regulations. This is number 90. First is a motion to introduce. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Chang, are you holding this for debate, or did you want to move the item? This is changes to parking regulations. My only question for the mover is, Have staff vetted this request?
Yeah, no, this was requested by local residents and they've been, because it's inconsistent with the other side of the street and it's creating some pressure, so it's just balancing the parking on that street.
Understood, but it's coming from a letter from you. Staff have
Yes.
vetted it?
Yes.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All those, do we vote to introduce? Okay, it's on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 91, 396 Courtly Boulevard parking amendments. No speakers on the item. Vote to introduce the item.
I so move.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Counselor Cole, did you want to speak briefly to the item
Yeah,
and
Just brief-
move the recommendations?
Yes, we've been working with the residents around Courtly Boulevard in regards to establishing some safety concerns in regards to parking near a daycare center. And so we've come to a consensus with the residents and our transportation department to change some of those parking and also some traffic, two-way traffic introduced. So it's a long time coming, and I think we've come up with a solution, I hope. So I'm moving a recommendation of the my request.
Okay, recommendations moved for 396 Courtly Boulevard. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 92, Carmichael Avenue. Motion to introduce is moved. All those in favor of introducing the item? Favor? Opposed? All right, that is being held by Counselor Carroll.
Okay.
Number 93, Woodsworth Park, parking prohibition change. It's a letter from Counselor Chernos Lynn. A vote to introduce. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And Counselor Chernos Lynn, did you want to move this item?
Yes, I would. This is just to adopt the recommendations, and it's creating 3 parking spots. All the neighbors are in favor. Staff is supportive. It's on a quiet little street.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 94, 3335, series of addresses on Henning Avenue, residential demolition application. This is a report from the Director and Deputy Chief Building Officials, Toronto Building. A motion to introduce. All
Also
those in
move.
favor? Opposed? That is carried. And the item.
Yes, just briefly, again, this is in the Young Eglinton area. There's numerous developments, to say the least, and this is one of them where there have been some homes that have been purchased that are vacant, and they're requesting demolition so they could move ahead with the project at Henning Avenue. So I'm moving to basically approve the recommendation with the conditions 3. Yeah, 3.
Option 3 is being moved on item number 94. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 95, motion to introduce. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Counselor Cole, the item is on the floor. Would you want to deal with it now?
Yes, I have an amendment that I've forwarded to the clerk about the construction management plan in terms of the movement of trucks during the construction period. Been working with the local community to come up with a more less impactful plan that would not disrupt the adjoining streets. So that's what I don't know if you received that.
Okay. Are we talking about 2674 Young?
Yes.
Okay, so you're moving the recommendations.
No, I have an additional,
Oh,
but-
the recommendations plus an amendment.
yes. I'm contradicting the czar, yes, because the czar doesn't live there, so.
Okay.
we
Is
have
the
that
motion, is the motion ready? Okay, the motion's not ready. Okay, so let's hold, that was number 95. Let's hold it down. Okay, number 96, growing Marley Glencairn study infrastructure mobility servicing requirements to support future growth. That is being held for speakers, but we also, I guess we need a motion to introduce. All those in favor of introducing the item? Opposed? That is carried. Number 97, Sunnybrook Park Trail off Salonica Road, restricting driveway access. Motion to introduce. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And Councillor Chernos, do you want to deal with that item, this item now?
I'd like to hold it because I would just like to flesh out so people understand what this is and so that there isn't any confusion. And also, I think there's this would normally be delegated authority, but we've added a few pieces to it, and that's why it's coming to North York Community Council. So I just like a chance to explain that as well.
I'll have a quick question of staff on this. one.
Okay, so we're going to hold it for debate. Okay. Number 98, Hove Street traffic calming speed humps, Bathurst Manor Neighborhood Mobility Plan. Motion to introduce. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I'd be happy to move the recommendations, unless anyone wants to hold it for debate. Speed humps on Hove, a section of Hove. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So those are all the items before me. I assume we've covered them.
Chair, I have a question. We've sent in a walk-on motion about the Bayview Block Plan. I'm just wondering if the clerk has received that. Okay, we've sent a few emails about it, so they just hadn't heard back, so my staff was just
All
wondering.
right, so maybe that'll be
Okay.
added later in the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
In case we get bored.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to register that we've, like, I don't want to get cut off that we can't add it or anything. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now we're back to the top of the agenda for timed items for 9:30. We'll ignore the fact that it's a quarter to 11. So we'll go to 34-8, 111 Vincy Crescent, official plan amendment and zoning amendment application, decision report approval. I do have 4 speakers on the item. Aisha Zaber. Aisha Zaber, number 8. Okay. David McKay. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes. Are you the representative of the applicant?
I am, yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm just here to simply thank staff. We have worked diligently to come up with a proposal that we believe is appropriate, reasonable, represents good planning, and will provide 299 residential units within a major transportation station area. We think we've worked through a lot of the issues in terms of urban design and built form, and that's obviously obvious through the approval recommendation by city staff. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or to respond to any comments that may arise from the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions for the speaker? No? I just have a couple. At the open house, there was a desire by the owner of 15 Vincy Crescent to sell their property to yourselves, to your clients. What efforts were made to approach that homeowner and purchase that land as a Section 42 requirement?
So my understanding is my clients did speak with them. They did provide the contact information to undergo that discussion, and it never occurred from that landowner.
Okay. At one time, the property owner said that they had a memorandum of understanding to use the ravine pathway to the south of the building as an access point. I'm just wondering where that came from and where it's at now.
So you're referring to the former laneway that's to the south of the property, I believe.
Yes.
My understanding was when we spoke initially with staff through the pre-consultation, they had suggested that the access from instead of from Vinci be from that laneway. Following the public meeting, where a number of the residents were concerned with that being used as a laneway rather than a public walkway, we revised the proposal to come off Vinci like we had originally proposed prior to that. I don't know of anything with regards to a memorandum of understanding, sir.
Okay. When it comes to the height, there were numerous requests to lower it from 14 stories. What progress have you made on that?
So we have worked with staff to appropriately mass the building. It's still at 14 stories, but we have stepped the building from the east to provide an appropriate setback both at grade and at the uppermost stories, in line with city guidelines with regards to transition to the neighborhood.
Okay, that's it for me. Any other questions for the deputant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bob Cooper? Bob, thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes. Sorry, 3 minutes. No, statutory is 5.
Can I-
Sorry, 3 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, members of council. My name's Bob Cooper, and I've lived on Vincy Crescent for the past 25 years. I understand the need for housing. Toronto needs more housing, and I support appropriate intensification, especially near transit. My concern is not whether we should grow. My concern is whether this is the right scale of growth for this particular location. Vincy Crescent is a small residential street with approximately 25 homes on the outside and low-rise buildings on the inside. It has no internal cross streets and only 2 access points. This is not a corridor. This means that every resident of the homes, as well as residents of the low-rise, many of the residents of the low-rise buildings, depends upon those 2 access points every day. With a building of this magnitude at the end of the street, while the south end will remain open, it will function very differently, with heavy increases in pedestrian activity, delivery, cyclists, regular cars, and daily movement concentrated at that end of the street. Even though I live at the south end, I would likely begin using the north end, which is closer to the school, to avoid all that activity, and I would probably have to do it at the beginning of the construction phase. Next, this application shouldn't be viewed in isolation. The area surrounding Wilson Station has already experienced significant growth. Thousands of residential units have already been built and approved, and thousands more have been proposed. Those projects are generally located on larger sites intended for high-density development like shopping areas and parking lots. The concern here is that the proposal places a similar level of intensity directly onto a small residential crescent. The city planning report describes this as a unique location within the surrounding planned and built context. I agree that this is unique. This is exactly why the transition between a 14-story building and an established low-rise residential street deserves careful consideration. Residents are already experiencing increased problems in the neighborhood, including when the Allen Expressway closes. We have hundreds of cars that go zooming down our street thinking it is an entrance to Wilson Avenue, as well as the new inconvenience from the Rogers Stadium, where the sound and extra traffic heavily affects our street. There is also an issue with shadowing. I noticed that there was a new report that had come after the public meeting, which shows that shadowing now extends across the street. The original one that was there only expressed shadowing on one house. Finally, several years ago, when other major developments were discussed, I warned about the cumulative effect of continued intensification. I said that without careful consideration, the neighborhood context, we would eventually be plunged into darkness. At the time, there was some skepticism and some laughter. Well, here we are. Today, council is considering another major development on a small residential street after years of continued growth. Growth is necessary, but successful planning depends upon how many units we can add. For me, this site, I believe, is more suited to a townhouse development, not a 14-story building with 300 units. For these reasons, I respectfully ask council to reject the application. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Questions for the deputant? So, yeah, I mean, this application to be embedded right into residential street is very problematic, the way the whole thing was handled. What measures do you think we should take today other than defeating it? I've got some motions to fix it, because if we defeat it, it goes right to the Ontario Land Tribunal for approval. And it's symptomatic of the problem we have with planning in this city, where much of the powers of planning have been taken away from by the province.
Right. Well, firstly, 14 stories is way too much for this. So a far lower rise building. I mean, we have the Neighborhoods Act, the Neighborhoods document, which is supposed to protect streets like ours. So I'm surprised that it even came this far. In the neighborhood, in the report that was submitted, it said that this site is between a mixed use area and an apartment use area. Well, that makes sense in the apartment use. The mixed use is along Wilson. So we're supposed to be protected from anything above 4 stories, which is what it says in the neighborhoods document.
Okay, all right. Yeah, no, I echo many of your concerns. Any other questions for the deputant? Councillor Cherneslin?
Have you been meeting with the developer on this?
Good question. I went to the public meeting with the developer and expressed my thoughts. It was very cordial. It was very friendly. I mean, I was there really to gather information. I haven't been meeting on a regular basis with them since then, but I did go to the presentation and see what they were offering there.
Okay. I mean, I understand the concern. I have a 37-story building inside a neighborhood on this council agenda. So I understand your concerns. Do you have anything else you wish to add that you want us to be aware of?
Well, you know, our street is not intolerant of development. We have on the north side one of those triplexes now going up, and I think the next door neighbors are not happy with it. I've spoken to the developer there, but generally speaking, people understand that's growth. That's the regular growth within a city. It's a triplex. I guess it's a fourplex, they call them now, the newer ones that are coming in. So it's not as though our street is against the growth, but that's more suitable to a quiet street like ours. Like I said, if we were a major street with 10 different crossroads, we could get in and out quite easily. But how are we going to get in and out of this property now, this street? It's already packed. For those who don't know the area, there's low-rise buildings in the middle. Half of those exit out into the middle of the Crescent too already, but that's natural. Those have been there for decades. So, when we look at the traffic flow and the interruption, and all of the development going on, it's just become too much. And this is just not a building that should be going on a nice, quiet street like this, as I said, with only 2 access points.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the deputy? Counselor Chang?
Do you know, is this located in an MTSA,
I'm
a
not
major
sure.
transit station area? So,
Yes.
and did you know that the province is requiring certain levels of density in order to leverage the investments made in higher order transit?
Yeah, so I'm aware of the provincial government and what they're asking for. So if we look at some of the projects that have already gone up in the area, because we have been putting up with a lot of projects. So we have this one, which is being proposed. We have the new buildings, which are right adjacent to our street at 525 and 555 Wilson. There's another project at 500 Wilson. Another one on Tippett, the 30 Tippett has a development. 50 Tippett, which is the parking lot, which is going to be bringing hundreds more units. So yes, so we are actually doing a lot of those. We are actually understanding the investment that's gone in, and we think that's being well accommodated for. There's the one at 480, the one at 6 to 10 Tippett, 801 Shepherd.
So I guess my only question is, do you understand that because of the zoning that's coming through the MTSA, that the ability for the counselor to protect you from the change would be very limited? Because if they refuse this, if the city were to refuse it, it would go to the province, and on the basis of an MTSA, it would be very difficult to have that development get canceled. So I just wanted to know if you knew that that would be a tremendous risk.
I understand it's a possibility, and I don't know if there needs to be further study. Again, if the height can be adjusted, that is also one of the proposals. I'm very worried about the shadowing. When I saw the shadowing that they presented at the public meeting had shadowing over one house,
Yeah.
which I don't believe for 14 stories is a realistic projection. I'm not an expert in that field, but
Well, thank you for your deputation, and I think the counselor will do his best to support the community. Thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Counselor
just have
Chang.
a
And,
question.
yes, Counselor Cole.
Have you talked to your provincial member about the designation of your area as a major transit station area?
No, I haven't. That's a good suggestion, but I mean, I haven't spoken to the MPP for my area.
So nobody objected to the legislation that you know of in your
Nobody-
community when
so-
the province made these changes?
When were those? Well, when the legislation came in, this was not one of the buildings that was
No,
out
but
there.
the legislation covered an area within 500 meters
Right.
of a subway station. They could have high density.
Right. So I cannot.
We weren't aware of it, because, like most citizens weren't, yeah.
Right. So I cannot answer if our MPP had discussions on that and if anyone objected. We haven't held a community meeting in a way. So you're saying no one did, but I don't know if anyone did or not.
Well, generally, people haven't had the time because there's been so many changes. But the other thing, are you aware the province also essentially reduced the consideration of shadowing in another piece of legislation, that shadowing isn't to be taken into account any longer?
No, I'm not aware that the shadowing on people's houses and putting them into darkness is not something that
Yeah,
the
well,
province
that's another
considers.
piece of legislation that was just passed too.
Okay, so that's unfortunate, but that's only one of my concerns. But I think my concerns cover a lot more about the intensification and the extra increase that's going to be on a tiny street like ours and what it's going to do to the street.
And as you know, this has been done all over the city of Toronto, at every transit station.
It's being done, but when I drive by, I see the signs up everywhere. You're
Yeah.
correct with the little orange, but those are on streets, as far as I've seen, they're not on streets with only 2 entry and access points. To me, if this were a major street or if we had 4 cross streets, that would be one thing. We have no other way to get off the street.
But as you know, the councillor and the city planning are basically constrained by the fact is the Ontario Land Tribunal doesn't look at streets. They just look at the number of units that have to be built within the designated area. They don't care about the streets.
Okay, well, there's already thousands and thousands of units that are being built very much within the area. I don't know what the exact the government number is for Wilson Station, but I've just listed a non-comprehensive list because there's also a lot of infill projects that I didn't mention that
Oh,
are
yeah,
going on.
you're absolutely correct. The
Yeah.
problem is that the city has already approved 300,000 homes, but the province is insisting we build even more.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm not against every project. Like I said, I do recognize growth and the need for growth
But not this kind of extreme growth on
on a
residential
tiny street like ours,
Yeah.
where there's just no other entry and exit. I think what's going to happen is everybody on our street is going to be exiting the neighborhood right beside the public school now because that's going to be the only exit available. And
Yeah.
that'll start during the construction phase where no one's going to go down through the south end.
The problem is the Ontario Land Tribunal doesn't consider that as a factor.
Yeah, so I don't know if there are other solutions that are
Well, that's why I
available
think the council is trying to.
to help with that. So
Anyways, thank you for the very good presentation.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Thanks.
Next deputant is Stephanie Singh.
Okay, thank you, Council.
Thank you.
The reason I'm here is because I appreciate the project, I appreciate the growth. My issue is that my property is located at 15 Vinci Crescent. I am literally right next door to the proposed construction. I can't imagine, if you can picture this in terms of context, I have a small little bungalow that's going to be right beside this 14-story building. Now, I mean, assuming this will get approved, this will be this will be a go-forward project. My concerns are very much related to how this tiny bungalow will be, the construction will be sustainable for this bungalow to go through with the construction of this major project. Like, will there be sufficient adequate shoring? How will the structure of my basement or anything like that be affected by the construction? And then the next thing, what I'm highly opposed is that the parking garage and the waste storage will be right beside my property at 15 Vinci. So if there's any considerations in terms of planning and architecture review, if those can be looked at and they can be perhaps like located in a different spot. The other thing is that in terms of community planning, as Bob mentioned, I can't imagine a tiny bungalow beside this giant project, and all the other houses in the neighborhood, majority of them are bungalow type. If there's any consideration of how that will look in terms of, people accessing the streets, the roads, everybody that lives in the neighborhood goes out to Wilson Station, and if the construction is in place, can there be considerations made to ensure that pedestrians can safely walk to Wilson Station, can safely access the street, and also in terms of transit, if we could safely get out using the appropriate entries and exit. The other thing is in terms of like construction, noise and vibrations and tremors, my property is right adjacent. we felt all the impact that was made when the building behind us was being built. There were constant noise, construction, tremors. It was just right behind the building, and now this will be right beside. I've been living there for 5 years, 6 years now, so I've endured all the construction behind on Wilson, and now this project will be beside. So I can't imagine it being right beside the property, and how I want to ensure that the developer is taking this into consideration, and should this be approved, to make sure and to ensure like sufficient concessions is taken to make sure that this is not affecting all of the neighbors, including myself, which I'll be right there. The last thing is that I would like to ask, or the developer in the city to consider, is there any potential for my property to be bought out as well? Because it's right next to the
We're
property.
at a 3-minute limit,
Yeah.
so I think I can answer some of your questions.
Sure.
No, thank you for your comments. Now, you and I met at the open house, the pop-up event, and we did discuss the purchase of your property because you expressed interest in that.
Yeah.
Did the property owner make a sincere effort to contact you and make an offer?
No.
They did not.
No.
Now, you mentioned if construction proceeds, you mentioned, you sent me an email about shoring and vibrations, foundation and so forth. So I have put into a motion that we will be voting on in a little while about protecting your home during the construction period. Are you still interested in having the property owner approach you for a potential purchase? Because I have that in the motion as well.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I fully understand your frustration. I mean, what got this off on the wrong foot was I found out through a third party about this effort. I never heard from the applicant to come and go through it. But I fully understand your frustration and the design. It's got a lot of problems. I appreciate your comments. Any other questions for the deputant? Okay, so just to summarize, I have some construction management, construction mitigation provisions in the motion, and a sincere effort between now and council to make a concerted effort to make a reasonable offer for your property. I trust you're on side with both of those.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any other speakers on this item. Are there any other speakers? Okay. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak who's not registered? I don't have any more on the list. All right. Questions for staff? No? I have questions for staff. So this development is right embedded on a residential street, not on Ontario Road, not on a main street. It is right in a little residential street. Now, were we under any obligation to agree to 14 stories, or because of its location, we could have actually asked for less?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I guess what I would say is we're under no obligation to accept the 14 stories, but I think as some of the other councillors had said, when it gets to the point of interpreting and applying the new provincial policies around transit station areas, we have to take into consideration not only what the city's policies are, but also the province's direction towards how they are focusing growth towards the transit station. So we could have certainly proposed something less, and I think we have done a good job of trying to refine the building. But at the end of the day, it would be an argument at the Ontario Land Tribunal if the applicant were to appeal it, arguing that there's an opportunity to actually optimize the site much more than 14 stories or even greater, given that it's within 500 meters of a transit station.
So on appeal, they could go for more stories.
They absolutely could.
Now, to the southern part of this parcel, there's a ravine pathway, I guess an old laneway that's now sort of covered in grass. Was there any talk about restoring that and making it a pedestrian walkway behind the building, or having the owners develop it in any way, or?
To you, Mr. Counselor. Luigi Nicolucci, Transportation Review. I personally have not been involved in any discussions with respect to that. What I can tell you is that that area that you're referring to is an untraveled public highway or public lane. It's maintained and owned by Transportation Services, but it's untraveled in the sense that it's not being used by vehicular access at this point.
Now, the property owner wants to give cash in lieu instead of parkland dedication. Was there any talk of them purchasing another house to do parkland on site, or we didn't go down that road?
Hi, Counselor. To respond to that question, Parks has noted that cash in lieu of parkland is acceptable for this development.
Okay. All right. That's it with my questions. Any other, Counselor Cheng?
Thank you. With regard to this untraveled lane that accesses a ravine, is there consideration that the 4% community benefit could be applied to ameliorate that lane and make it an amenity that would benefit the entire neighborhood to be able to access the ravine?
Through the chair, I think at this point in time, because we don't have a recommendation at this point for any kind of in-kind contribution, I think some further work would have to be done around that to see whether or not to repair the lane, or as you said, to ameliorate the lane. We'd have to have a sense of what that would cost and what the value of the project would be. So I think right now, if that were something that was desirable from the local councillor, then certainly that could be explored further, and we can always bring forward a separate report in the future for a in-kind community benefits contribution.
Is that something that could be agreed upon before this goes to council?
I think the work would have to be done in terms of the value and obviously the design of what it would look like and the cost of what it would look like. So I think all of that takes time.
And, you know, in my ward, we're seeing applications that are not fronting on a major street, such as Johnston and Points, over 40 stories that are directly beside single detached homes. Do you see that the MTSA and PMTSA policies are proliferating this kind of situation where residents in detached homes who have lived perhaps decades in a certain context are now feeling a significant impact with a scale of density that they never imagined?
Yeah, through the chair, I would say the answer is yes. I think you'll see a number of reports on today's agenda that are similar to this application, where there are properties that have typically been within the neighborhood areas, but also within the transit station areas, where we are seeing increased pressure The sites that you mentioned are obviously a little bit different because they are also part of a larger study that we're looking at. And when we are looking at redesignating lands, those lands will be redesignated as part of that study as well. And applications will continue to come in to try to redesignate those lands in advance of the studies.
And is there a policy of a step down from a major street? So currently, there isn't a high rise behind this proposal on Wilson. And so do you foresee in general, when you have this kind of intensification in a previous neighborhood designation, that the goal is still to have a step down from the larger street?
So I would say that in terms of stepping down, that this type of transition could be something that can be achieved in a number of ways. A height transition is one way, but you can also deal with transition through separation distances. You can deal with it through the heights of the podiums and the step backs. So there's a number of ways you can deal with it. In this particular case, we've dealt with the transition by putting in a landscape buffer and also a drive aisle between the property at 15 Vinci. So there is actually a near 11-meter separation between the property line at 15 Vinci and the building face of the podium of this building. And then the step back actually goes larger than that after as you get taller, as the building goes taller.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chang. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Cole.
Yes, thank you. Again, in terms of the designation of these areas, MTSAs, PMTSAs, where did this come from? Is it the city's policy to designate an area within 500 meters of a transit station? Does it come from the city? Is this the city's idea?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the province, through the previous growth plan and now the provincial planning statement, requires the city to identify MTSAs and PMTSAs adjacent to subway stations. So this was identified through that process, and it's now delineated as the Wilson MTSA.
So the province basically mandates that these transit station areas be essentially delineated within 500 meters and 800 meters of every subway station in the city, right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Does this policy from the province take into account, like in this case here, you've got an area that's already inundated with development, and then you've got this residential street with the dead ending, basically. Does the province take that into account, that basically there's been enough development at this location, that there's no need to have another 14-story building there? Do you get any leeway there saying, hey, we've had enough, we met our quota?
So through the chair, what I would say to that is the MTSA, once the MTSA boundary is established, there are also minimum densities that are identified. And I would stress the word that they are minimums. And so when we receive new applications in these areas, of course, we have to evaluate it not only on the density, but we also have to evaluate it on a number of other planning considerations, including servicing, transportation type issues. So that's where the evaluation comes in, and also considering what type of built form impacts it may have on adjacent properties. So that in some cases will bring down the number of stories, depending on what are some of the constraints.
But if you go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and we're there every day, right? And you say to the head of the tribunal, the nameless, faceless person that's in charge, making these decisions, you tell them, well, this community has enough development. This is a small residential street. We are recommend against this application? What happens when you say that to the tribunal chair?
Well, through the chair, I mean, I don't want to presuppose what the board members will do on a case-by-case basis, because it depends on the hearing, the evidence that goes in, and certainly, you know, what the member ultimately rules on. But I would say, you know, our experience over the last several years with a number of these hearings is, you know, we have not been entirely successful. And sometimes when we are successful, an applicant may come back for a second round, and we have to go back to the hearing process, even if we have been successful the first time around.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to balance the scale a little bit here in questions to staff. It's not as if we are entirely powerless. This approval includes holding provisions. Number of the concerns that have been raised, things like the servicing, vibrations, noise, all of those things, we've placed those as conditions for removal of a holding provision. So what you're recommending is approval, but your holding provision really takes into account those things that we actually do have a track record of the OLT respecting our requests that we get to resolve those things. Those matters that are the matters of, you know, quality of life once this building exists, they do actually have a track record of, well, of course they approve and they have their own mandate about intensification, but they do respect our need to negotiate those things pre and post approval. Am I right about that?
Through the chair, you're absolutely correct, Councillor. Whether or not it's a board decision that rules against the city or a settlement that we may achieve, there are typically conditions that are put into the board order that requires us to be satisfied from a technical standpoint on a number of things. And it could be the servicing, it could be on wind studies that are done, it could be on noise. So there's a number of conditions that still have to be satisfied prior to the final board order coming out. In this case, we're putting in place a hold that requires, even though that council considers the application right now, there will still be the hold that needs to be lifted down the road before anything further can happen.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for staff? I thank my colleagues for interested in this file. I guess we'll go to speakers. Any speakers other than me? Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I know this is difficult. Hearing the constituents you represent, it sounds like this was a very difficult conversation in the community. But I've been in a similar situation along Shepherd Avenue where the intensification steps into the neighborhood. Certainly Renew Shepherd will cause that around stations due to the provincial policies. But I do want to applaud you and planning staff on what has been negotiated here. This is one where we really don't want this to go to the OLT, because for me, it's not just a matter of density. Something that I've paid attention to in all the applications in today's agenda is unit mix. This one has 77% units, 2s and 3s. You're not going to find another one like it on this agenda today of 97 items. And I dare say you won't find a unit mix like that on the huge agenda we'll have when we get to council. This is a building that's going to have people that want to be neighbors. This is not people touching down in studio apartments, and heaven knows who lives in it 20 years from now, because the unit mix. I think that while it's going to be hard to get used to a building this size, I don't think it'll be as challenging to get used to these neighbors. You've got larger units in the building. You've negotiated an unprecedented amount of parking, given the new parking lack of minimums. And so I would hate to see some of the community benefits that have been put in here to guarantee good neighbors and good built form to roll the dice at the OLT. And so if the local councillor is not moving the staff recommendations, I certainly will be. Thank you.
No, I thank you, Councillor Carroll, for taking the sword. Any other comments other than mine? Councillor Cole.
Yeah, no, I think the deputations have been very poignant, and they demonstrate the dilemma that neighborhoods across the city of Toronto have been found in. The provincial government has ordered the city of Toronto to build 285,000 homes by the year 2031. That's a provincial order. And if we don't follow that, there's a financial consequence to the city of Toronto. So that order is still in place. And on top of that, the frustration is that the province has put circles around every subway station and said there must be density there. And most of us agree, as one of the deputies said, that there should be density. But the problem is that those study area circles the province has mandated do not take into account the reality on the ground of, like in this case here, where there's been already a lot of intensification, and that this street isn't really suitable for more intensification. The real dilemma is that when this is challenged at the Ontario Land Tribunal, and these people are appointed by the province, we don't know who they are. They don't allow the public to participate. They make arbitrary decisions without basically any input, except in most cases, we're able to send our lawyers, our planners there to fight on behalf of the residents. But in most cases, the tribunals, generally speaking, when an application comes in, they either accept or add on more stories. Like I've got one application where they approved, I think, 9 stories. The community objected, went to the tribunal, and the tribunal gave them 33 stories. And this is what happens over and over again. The tribunal basically either approves or adds on more stories in 92% of the cases. So that's why going to the tribunal is really a great risk, because they don't take into account the kind of street it is. They don't care about traffic. All they care about is meeting those density requirements that every transit station in this city has been designated as a density area within 500 meters or 800 meters. So it is really a conundrum, certainly for the councillor, for the community. What do you do here? If you do go to the tribunal, you're either going to get more stories or you're going to get approval. The chances of them basically rejecting this appeal are very slim to none, because most people did not participate in the provincial changes. They made the most significant changes in planning in 100 years. There wasn't any hearings. There was no public participation. They just made the changes.
You have to,
and
Councillor Cole,
ordered
you have
us
to wrap up. Well, I appreciate your
to
comments.
follow the provincial laws. So that's the dilemma. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's my turn. As most of you know, York Centre is the heart and soul of development in the city of Toronto, and currently we have 600 vacant acres or more in the Downsview area and across all of York Centre that developers are quite interested in intensification. But what we have to remember is we have to respect local communities. We have to respect the fact that people want the quiet enjoyment of their homes, which they invested most of their savings, and I think that has to be respected. I also wanted to bring a motion to try and mitigate some of the effects of this. I share the echo. I share the comments of I echo the comments of my colleagues about this potentially going to the Ontario Land Tribunal and having some very undesirable outcomes. I do have a motion, which is now on the screen. We would like the owners of 1 to 11 Vincy Crescent to contact the owner of 15 Vincy Crescent and make an effort to purchase this property in compliance with Section 42 of the Planning Act, such that the parkland requirement be changed from cash in lieu to parkland dedication on site. This was agreed to at the community consultation informally, and I sense that there was not really a sincere effort to do so. Should the purchase agreement requested in recommendation 1 not take place, we need strong conditions on the construction management plan, which are listed in item 2. We're also asking the general manager of Parks and Recreation to explore the purchase of 1 Vincy, which is actually part of this proposal, with the North Parkland Acquisition Fund, such that purchase would align with the new park being built immediately to the south on the abutting lot, and the applicant would then be required to change their plans accordingly. I think this is the big missed opportunity. A new park is opening at Wilson and Faywood, and 1 Vincy actually connects with that park. And the opportunity, and it's a parkette, it's quite small. The opportunity for the city through either parkland acquisition or through Section 42 to take that lot and to connect it with the new Faywood Wilson Parkette was an opportunity that was lost. We've put in here some traffic restrictions, some turn restrictions to protect the local community from residents of this future building, should it ever be built, from cutting all the way around Vincy and clogging up the local street. They will only be allowed to make a left-hand turn out to Faywood. And we're also asking the clarification of the ravine pathway, which is controlled by transportation in the back, what the future of that is. It cannot stay as is. An opportunity exists there for a pathway between the said properties, 15 Vincy, and the new park that is being built. We want to explore that a little further. This is one of the more disappointing applications that I've seen, and I see a lot. There's lack of community benefits. The cash in lieu is a disappointment because I think we could have done parkland on site. The visitor parking is below what's really required. There was a lack of community outreach. But as my colleagues have mentioned, much of the planning regime in the city has been taken over by the province and is heavily influenced also by the federal government. Many people don't know this, but the federal government held back $10 million in funding for housing because we did not approve sixplexes across the city. We only approved sixplexes in the downtown area for good reason. And the federal government basically fined us $10 million for that. And Toronto is doing more than its fair share. This area, York Center has done its share. The Tippett neighborhood just to the south has 3,000 units. The Housing Now site across the street has 1,600 units being built. The Collective development just to the southeast of here has 500 units, and there's more on the way. York Center and this neighborhood has done its fair share. I don't think this is fair that this is happening on this street. I realize developers have their agendas, but I don't think this street can handle the traffic. I don't think this is good for the neighborhood. The configuration of units, I would agree with Councillor Carroll, is quite appealing. You will get families there, but it's very problematic. So my plan here simply, colleagues, is to support, in a recorded vote, to support the motions, the amendments that I'm making, but my vote will be against the application as amended. So if there's no other speakers, we can start voting. Yes, question of the mover, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I don't have my clerk's meeting portal. I apologize. So I'm not looking at your motion online right now. But it seems like it has two parkland strategies in one motion.
Yes, no, I knew that would trigger some questions. So,
It's very triggering.
yes, we don't know whether we can really force this property owner to buy 15 Vinci. There's a potential there. They promised. We heard a he said, she said. The owner said that there was no sincere effort to purchase the property. The developer disagreed. I'm not going to get in the middle of that. So if one fails, then we would be looking at one Vinci if there was a possibility to purchase that. And remember, it's just a boarded up home at this stage.
Yes, but if part 3 of your motion is your second parkland strategy, one Vinci Crescent, that would require an entirely reorganized site and a change design to the whole building.
Yeah, it would shift it all.
So I don't want to lose some of the things in your motion. So I'm hoping you'll consider it friendly. I'm gonna be asking that we vote ad seriatim so that I can vote separately on item number 3 in your motion, which is the second parkland strategy that would, with all due respect, be a poison pill to the proposal before us.
Be happy to vote ad seriatim on that item.
Okay, thank you. There's enough trustees in this room that we get to say ad seriatim.
Yes, it came out of the school board. Yes, Councillor Chang, you can, if you want to speak, that's fine.
Yes, I think that it's really important to highlight that I feel that this push for housing is actually, we're on a highway towards a degradation of the quality of life of our residents. So, this housing, without the funding to pay for proper infrastructure, we know that roads will never be widened because of induced demand. We know that we're going to get less and less visitor parking. We can't even require more visitor parking. And I even had a resident the other day say to me, because there's so few residential parking spots and they're renters, they're being charged $300 to rent a spot in their own building a month. So this is not sustainable, in my opinion. And unfortunately, we are not the level of government that has the authority to change what's happening. And so we have the federal government that is stepping in now to reduce development charges in order to catalyze more construction, which will help with the job market and it will help our economy. But they're not putting money on the table for childcare, for community centers. And so all the routes that we used to have where growth is supposed to pay for growth no longer exist. And we're put into this conundrum because Councillor Pasternak is in a difficult position. If we end up refusing this, it will go to OLT. It will likely be higher than what it is. And whatever concessions that have been negotiated at this point could be lost. And so the path is really narrow to find a win-win and maybe even impossible to find that win-win. And so I just want to reiterate, maybe this is my soapbox, that we have to fight for sustainable policies that look at the overall quality of life of residents and not just push for more housing blindly. And unfortunately, right now, this is where we're at with the current policies and the current funding that's available. So we have to fight for sustainable, we have to fight for the resources to support growth, and currently that's not on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. You make some very valid points. We're often building housing for the sake of building housing with 30,000 empty condos across the city. and downward pressures on property values. I really I wonder at times why we're flooding the market and flooding stable neighborhoods. Councillor Chernos Lynn?
Yes, I just want to add, I want to thank all my colleagues for really thoughtful commentary and the deputants for thoughtful and persuasive delegations. There are a number of applications in today's agenda where we see the infiltration into neighborhoods where it's not stepping down the way it's supposed to, even if it's near an MTSA. And I do understand that we're dealing within a provincially mandated, outcomes and context, but where the FSI is often beyond what is, and often well beyond what is outlined in the MTSAs, and where we're not seeing that step down, and where we're actually encouraging people to feel like they can't live in their homes anymore. Because their neighborhoods are changing so drastically. So I think there is a balancing act that needs to be done. And I would just encourage people who are coming here to fight for their neighborhoods to also take that fight to the province, because it isn't something that we can do alone. Like, we are subject, and our staff is subject to the rules that are set out by the province, and we are a creature, unfortunately, of the province in terms of the Toronto Act and all those different pieces of planning. So what we really need is for people to speak up and say, we understand that there's going to be development, but how do we do it in a thoughtful way? And how do we do it in a way that preserves neighborhoods and ensures that we still have not only complete communities, but livable communities? And I think that's what we're hearing today, is some of the challenge to that we're not meeting all those things. And I would just commend Councillor Pasternak for all of these different pieces that he's adding to this in terms of motions, to ensure that he's doing the best he can for the community under really difficult circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chernos Lynn.
So, Mr. Chair, just to be clear, your motion doesn't say it's not contrary to the approval. It has these other conditions in it.
Right.
So I'm going to move the staff recommendations so that they are before us. And in your motion, it's not contrary, save and accept item number 3. So I'd like to vote on item number 3 within your motion separately. Thank you.
Okay, and just to reiterate, my plan is to support the amendments, but to vote against the item as amended.
Okay.
All right, so the motion is on the screen. We can vote on all of it and pull out a separate vote for item number 3. Okay.
Part 3 recorded, please.
Okay, part 3 recorded. All those in favor? Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Cole. Against? Councillor Carroll. I didn't see any votes from the others. Councillor Chernos Lynn, I'm not quite sure how you're voting. Opposed. Okay, Councillor Chernos Lynn, Councillor Carroll, and Councillor Chang are against number 3. That fails. The rest of the motion is on the screen. All those in favor? A recorded vote. Councillor Cole, Councillor Chernos Lynn, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Chang, and Councillor Pasternak. And the item as amended on a recorded vote. All those in favor? The item is amended.
Yes, it's that these amendments are now attached to the staff recommendation to approve. Everybody is putting up their hand.
Okay, we usually go in favor and then against, okay? So
These are the just, I think people are unclear. These are the staff recommended approval with the conditions that we just voted on now attached.
that's right. It's the item is amended,
Yes.
and we just approved
Yes.
the amendments.
Just making that clear.
Okay, all those in favor? Counselor Cole, Counselor Chernos Lynn, Counselor Carroll, all those against, Counselor Pasternak, and Counselor Cheng. Just as an FYI, this does go to council for further debate. We've given staff about 3 weeks to try and fix some of these problems. I don't know what success we'll have, but it'll be redebated at council. And of course, as a reminder, there's a holding provision on this property so that nothing can be built until certain conditions are met. Thank you very much. I'm glad you did. Okay, the next item is number 9, 1377 Shepherd Avenue West. We have a number of speakers on the item. I believe some of them are virtual and some of them are in person. Just as a reminder, this is also called the Downsview West District. It's part of the Downsview Lands and the Downsview Secondary Plan. Thank everybody for their patience. First speaker is Patrick O'Neill from the Downsview Lands Community Voice.
Right. Our group would like to oppose this application for the simple reason that it ghosts Carl Hall Road. For anybody that's unfamiliar with it, Carl Hall Road right now is the only crossing within this proposed subdivision, and it's a level crossing.
Patrick, your mic, I don't think it's on.
It is on. Oh, okay. Carl Hall Road, yeah, level crossing where the CN Berry line meets a street, a very short street, but the street has history. It is the site of, it's a very popular little street, and we feel that the application ghosts it. In other words, they think when they put the subdivision around it, this is going to see less traffic because there'll be alternate sites. I think this is naivete in the extreme. Right now, there is a bus route through there. Well, of course, it's the only route east-west. Another thing that comes to mind is the developer, in this case, Canada Lands, I assume is the developer, has an army of planners working for them. Right now, they've got 77 documents on the city's website to support this application. Unfortunately, I've worked through just about all of them. There's not one planner paid for by the developer that wants to approve a level crossing. They do not want their company associated with the continuance of this 19th century crossing. And this strikes us as odd because here there's an application for subdivision approval. Our limited understanding is that the developer is applying to the city for this sort of arrangement. And this puts the city in a crazy position. It looks like it is supporting something that no developer will put their name on. And so here's where we are. The reason, this is part of a bigger picture. It looks like it's just a dispute about a level crossing. Our group has, from the start, said the street arrangement that's been proposed, it's never got much consultation, shall we say.
Sorry, Patrick, you have to wrap up. You're over 3
Okay.
minutes.
Sorry.
Okay, there are questions. You could probably
Okay. Yeah,
elaborate.
fair enough.
Councillor Carroll.
So just a quick question, because your main point is about the crossing. So you're disputing the rail crossing study that's attached to the item?
No, we're saying it should be a multi-level crossing. And also, it's a part of a larger picture. We figure there should be multi-level crossings on both sides of the huge supply depot. Right now, they plan one street right through the middle of the supply depot.
Yeah.
And we think they should have streets that come and flow around it rather than going through it. And we say that would improve, it's more ecologically responsible to do it that way. It would also improve immensely the accessibility to Downsview Park, the GO station, the TTC station, which doesn't have TTC access that really works. It has if you don't mind walking 120 yards in the snow and rain, it has TTC access, but.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So thank you, Patrick, for your comments. I think Councillor Carroll has referenced a 93-page rail study. You've looked at the final couple of pages and the recommendations in there?
Yes, I have.
And the recommendations are a multi-level crossing.
I beg your pardon?
The recommendations in there are to advance towards a supportive of a multi-level crossing.
Yes, but it's aspirational.
Well, okay. Are you aware that I have a motion in here that I'll be moving a little later? Also asking the General Manager of Transportation, Chief Planner, and Executive to request the Minister of Transportation, Province of Ontario, and the Minister of Transportation, Canada, to change the at-grade rail crossing at Carl Hall Road. That the design and build outcome would result in a safer over or underpass option for vehicles and pedestrians.
We're not really happy with it. We don't feel this issue has ever been debated. It seems like when we want to talk to the developer, we end up talking to the city. And our understanding is that it is the developer that's applying for this subdivision. And surely they should provide a stout defense for their arrangement, and we just don't get that.
So you're aware that rail crossings and rail lines, this one in particular is an agreement between the province and the federal government, Metrolinx.
I'm not worried about the crossing. There has to be a crossing. Fine. I'm just saying, make it a professional crossing, one worthy of what they call the 15-minute city.
Right. You understand it's federally regulated.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Well, we'll be asking questions of staff.
But nobody's even interested in it.
Well, I am. It's going to be put on the public record.
But you're not, your point of view doesn't make it to these 77 documents on the city's website and that are the subject of, when we have these consultation meetings.
Yeah, no, I understand. I fully support. I know that crossing very well. I've gone
I know,
over
you cross it in your bike.
I've gone over it many, many times. I
Yeah,
can
it's
assure
ridiculous.
you. And ideally, you would have a multi-level crossing. It is in the documents before us today. maybe you have to hunt for it, but it is there.
Yeah,
And what will
but-
be
but,
adopted today.
That's just
Are
token.
we moving fast enough? Probably not. I would agree.
But it should be the signature street in the subdivision. It's an afterthought. It doesn't even show up on the maps as a crossing. They say the key streets, they are the northern crossing and the underpass further down.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Patrick. Obviously, more work has to be done.
You're not through yet, Patrick. Patrick, come back. Come on. I just have another question. Listen, thank you for all the work you're doing on this. So what do you think we could do to basically highlight this and give it the attention it deserves? Maybe through Councillor Pasternak's motion, or what do you think the city could do to basically make this a more significant part of the future here?
I think you guys should embarrass Canada Lands.
Because their attitude is what towards this?
They don't have an attitude. They rely on you guys, the city, to approve this lousy arrangement.
Okay, thank you, Patrick.
Christopher Dunn from Canada Lands.
Are we able to plug in a laptop for a short presentation deck? All right. Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Christopher Dunn. I'm the Director of Real Estate for the Canada Lands Company and our subsidiary Park Downsview Park, the owner of the park lands. With me is Emily Reisman. She's a partner of Urban Strategies and our planner for the Downsview West District and the rezoning application before you today. I'm here to confirm our support for the recommendations contained in the staff report for 1377 Shepherd Avenue West. This approval represents an important step in the development of the Downsview lands by CLC, which began with the ID8 framework study and the Downsview secondary plan, and will continue through the ongoing draft plan of subdivision applications that city staff are currently reviewing. The zoning bylaw for Downsview West will start to inform and shape development opportunities to advance housing, community building, and includes commitments on our part to create and establish new city parks, daycares, and other community facilities that contribute to a complete community. I'm going to have Emily walk you through just a quick slide deck to give an overview, and then we'll wrap up.
Am I able to advance the deck while also speaking into the mic? Can I come closer? Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. Chris, if you could be the person that advanced the next one. As Chris mentioned, Downsview West is a 30-hectare or almost 75-acre district in the northwest portion of the Downsview secondary plan, outlined in red, rather outlined in yellow, part of Canada Lands holdings in the secondary plan area. Next, and as Chris mentioned, the district plan builds on what we heard during nearly 4 years of the ID8 Downsview process and the city's update Downsview process that resulted in the new secondary plan, in addition to, next slide please, a further 2 years of engagement prior to making the application to inform the content that is the subject of the zoning bylaw and district plan before you this morning. I think it's still morning. The district plan, next slide please, implements the 2.8 density assigned to this area in the secondary plan, and also implements other secondary plan policies for an additional 25,000 new square meters of new non-residential space, a 1-hectare major park and other parkland, 3 daycares, community space, and a new elementary school. Next slide, please. The district plan will introduce these policies by shaping a community around and connected to existing assets that are so important here, the TTC GO station, the depot building, and Downsview Park to the south. And the plan protects for a range of feasible options for the Carl Hall Road crossing as discussed in the Carl Hall Road report. It will result in approximately 9,250 homes with a minimum of 10% affordable housing, and most of those are within 500 meters of the transit station. A wealth of open space, next slide please, will be provided building in city nature per the secondary plan with 3 parks, three parks, several publicly accessible open spaces, off-street trails, and expanded boulevards and greenways to provide a lush environment for future residents. Next slide, please. Several special places are also created in the plan, and Indigenous culture is reflected through an ancestors trail and special places such as a narrow pedestrian-scaled street we've deemed the Depot Muse as shown in this image. And finally, a highlight of some of the other major statistics and results from the plan that you will be hopefully considering for approval today. Thank you.
So just on behalf of CLC, we want to thank city staff for working with us on this large, complicated application, as well as city officials, rights holders, members of the community and stakeholder groups, and we value all their important input and feedback through the consultation process, and we're here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Questions for the deputants? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Cole? Oh, sorry, Councillor Cole?
Yes, thank you very much. A very impressive looking future there. I wonder how many of us will be alive to ever see it, but anyways, it'd be a wonderful place to live, it looks like. Just in terms of, you can see the very passionate presentation by a local resident here and some of the residents here about this level crossing.
Yeah.
I don't want to embarrass you or harass you, but I'm just saying, what can we do to demonstrate that you are listening to the residents about their concern about this issue, about the major confrontation point with this level crossing debate?
Yeah, I think we can look at it 2 ways. One is in the present. So we've made improvements to the level crossing for pedestrians and cyclists. We retained a study in 2020. Implemented those around 2022, 23, and that's to deal with the current users and around the area. We undertook the study by BA Group on the crossing to look at options that were feasible. And there are feasible options that take either vehicle traffic or active traffic under the corridor. And our district plan protects for those options. The challenge that we have is the corridor is owned and operated by Metrolinx. They're really in charge of it, and any changes have to comply with the federal guidelines for level crossing. So, you know, we are in regular contact with Metrolinx, and as traffic increases, as use improves around the level crossing, we will continue to work with Metrolinx, you know, to deal with the conditions that are there today.
So therefore, what you're telling me is Patrick and the residents should try and embarrass Metrolinx, although they're beyond embarrassment, and the Canadian Ministry of Transportation, and put some pressure on them to express their concerns. That would maybe help. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but anyways.
That would help, and we can carry some of that messaging as well as the landowner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Carroll?
So just a quick question. So that the preferred options in the study, you can't proceed without Metrolinx. They own enough of it that you can't proceed without them. But you have, in doing the study for them, you've actually, you're not just embarrassing them, you're saying, here we did about $100,000 of work for you, probably more.
Correct. And the origin of that request for the study came from the city's master EA work.
Right. Right. So you basically performed an EA that they would have to do anything on the land, and you can just hand it to them on a platter.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Good to know.
Any other questions before I ask a few? No. Thank you very much for coming. In the previous application from Canada Lands, the Arvo William Baker, we had hit 20% affordable, and that is certainly the direction out of Build Canada Homes. You're asking only for 10% here. Can you explain why we're going down the corporate ladder?
Yeah, so when the applications were submitted, it was a bit of a different time for Canada Lands. We had a different model. And at the time, we felt that messaging 20% was appropriate. Since that time, new federal government initiative on housing has come forward through Build Canada Homes. Canada Lands will actually be incorporated into Build Canada Homes probably later this month, which gives us a lot more resources. So what we felt in reviewing that is the zoning bylaw, which is what that 10% is, should be tied to what the secondary plan requires. And we will strive as hard as we can to hit that 20% and even exceed it within the realm of our new opportunities presented by Build Canada Homes.
So, I mean, I worked on the Downsview secondary plan. Are there any restrictions in going higher than 10%? I never really saw any restrictions on that.
There are no, you can
There
always
are no-
go higher.
There are no restrictions.
Yeah.
When it comes to the rail crossing, that is a major concern. We're adding density. This is the line that's double tracking between Barrie and Union Station?
Correct. Metrolinx is double tracking.
And when we double track, isn't that the opportunity to build a multi-access rail crossing?
Possibly. It's a question for Metrolinx. The work they're doing right now is enabling works, and they're moving quite slowly through that process. So I think it's important to remember that it's not just about the double tracking, it's also about the amount of active users that are crossing it. And that increases with the development of the district, which will take many years to happen.
Right. So would you be on side for redesigning that level crossing and working with whoever it is, Metrolinx, or, I mean, it's federally regulated, so you are a federal crown corporation, working through that to ensure that a redesign and a rebuild of that level crossing is done in accommodation, not only the double tracking, but the increased density of, and the increased traffic flow over it?
I think that the answer is yes. And that first, it starts with taking that study from BA Group on the rail crossing to Metrolinx and having a discussion on the options that they presented.
Okay. Well, I'd be happy to write you a letter of introduction if it'll help.
We would appreciate that. Thank you.
My last question, and I know I'm over time, so I beg the forgiveness of my colleagues. The depot building, the Downsview Farmers Market is a treasured hub of small businesses, of activity. I'm not sure what the numbers are each weekend. Some say 5,000, maybe you know better. But people think it's at risk, and I do too, when you cut a building. It's not in half, it's a third, 2/3, I think, and a road through it.
Yeah.
Now, we normally run roads around cherished institutions. Queen's Park is perhaps one of the most famous, as well as Spadina Road and U of T. Why aren't we running a road around the depot?
So the decision to go through the depot was made through the secondary plan and the EA process, the master servicing EA. And as you know, with most EAs, they will consider all the options and evaluate them together and recommend a preferred option, which is the option to go through the depot. So that decision has been made. In terms of managing that change with the farmer or the merchants market, that's a conversation we'll have to have at the time construction advances. It'll be with the landlord or a single tenant of the merchants market. To make sure that their operations are able to continue, or if they need an alternative arrangement to continue their operations.
So I'm told that the top 1/3 building that will emerge if this street is ever built is 150,000 square feet, and that's what the market needs.
Right.
Is that correct?
It sounds correct.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aaron Ginsberg? Aaron Ginsberg? Josie, sorry, okay, so we found Aaron Ginsberg. Maybe getting his name right would have helped.
No,
And
you got my name right, Counselor.
Josie,
It's,
Josie, you're next after.
if you can hear me, if the clerk could enable me to share my screen. Oh, actually, I think I have the ability.
Yes,
Never mind.
yes, Aaron, we can hear you, and you have 3
If the
minutes.
clerk could enable me to share my screen, that'd be greatly helpful. Okay, I will start, and if I can share my screen, that'd be great. Otherwise, I will just talk without the slides. I want to talk about the depot building that you were just referencing, Mr. Chair. The depot is a really cool building. For those who may not be familiar with it, it was built in 1954 by the federal government. It was a warehouse for the Department of Defense, for the Canadian Forces, for their base there, and it also served, which I think is a really cool part, it served as a fallout shelter for a potential nuclear conflict during the Cold War. There's a decontamination area designated. It has some very cool features. I can actually share my screen, so I will do so. Okay, so you can see it here. It was designated by council as a heritage property in 2014. And you can see on the screen, I'm not going to read them off just due to the time. You can see what was considered by heritage to be important in that project. You can see the reference photos here. There is an office building that abuts Carlisle Road. You can see it there. As part of the depot, the rest of it is a big warehouse. As Mr. Chair, you mentioned, there's a very popular farmers market that uses a portion of the building. I think it is very important that that use continues in the future state. But the current plans for the depot kind of are terrible. I don't think they preserve the heritage. And if we're going to lose the heritage features of this, if it's not going to look or feel anything like a military warehouse, a fallout shelter, if it's just going to be another generic commercial space, I think there are better opportunities for the land. As mentioned by a previous applicant and by yourself, Mr. Chair, there is a street planning to go through it. This Dove House extension here, which will bisect the building. As you indicated, there's going to be a north portion and a south portion. You can see from the proponent's deck, I apologize. You can see from the proponent's deck, what they're planning to do. So because this was a fallout shelter, it was a big, thick concrete box. And the proponent, Canadalands, I think in a sincere effort to try to do right by the space, but they've decided to replace all that concrete with glass. Doesn't exactly feel like a fallout shelter anymore when you have a bunch of glass walls. And you can see it in more detail here in terms of what they're planning. It's very pretty. I'm not sure this preserves the heritage. I'm not sure anyone walking by either of these is going to go, oh, that's an old fallout shelter from the Cold War. And I'm not sure at that point, again, what we're preserving. There's also plans for a green roof and solar panels on the roof. If you look at their slides, the flat concrete roof that was designated as a heritage feature is gone. The one big building, the monumental single-story warehouse, that's being broken up. We've gotten rid of all the exposed concrete. I'm not really sure what is left of this heritage property. And if we go back to our map, by the way, I'm very supportive of this plan overall. The lands in the north portion are very close to our subway station and our GO station. And it would be a shame to me if we're not really preserving the heritage features of this building at all. There's a real opportunity to use this to add more density close to transit where it's really needed. So I think that is the heart of my complaint here. I think the market could be accommodated in the south building very easily. You could have the commercial features that the proponent is looking for accommodated in at grade in a residential building, and we could add a few more buildings. We could extend this. I believe this is a pedestrian walkway here. We could extend this pedestrian walkway down to the street, down to the new street. Really provide more connectivity. I think there's a lot of advantages here to at least removing the north building, moving the market to the south building, and allowing for redevelopment of this block. I think that would be a major advantage. Again, I don't want to delay this. This has been 18 months of public consultation. We don't need to delay this any further.
You'll have to,
But
you're over your time.
but
You'll have to wrap
yeah,
up.
but just to say, I think when we get to phase 3, which is probably a decade from now, I hope we get another chance to look at this seriously, and take another look at this part of the project. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? Would you be willing to circulate your presentation to counselors? I'd like to take a closer look.
Sure,
at it.
I can provide to the clerk and I can provide to you directly.
Okay,
Councillor.
that's great. Okay, thank you for your
Thank you.
comments.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Josie Casadio? Declining to speak. Okay. Brian Chung? More Neighbors Toronto? Brian, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, councilors. I don't think it'll be of surprise to anybody when I say that More Neighbors is strongly in favor of this. We're very happy that staff have gone ahead and given a report. We are, of course, a volunteer pro-housing organization. And just a little bit broader, there are not very many sites that have this level of scale and potential in Toronto at the moment, right? I think we've seen from the previous items, we've seen items before, when you're doing infill in existing residential areas, there is a lot more debate, there's a lot more discussion, there's a lot more concerns. Working with this Downsview West site and the Downsview as a whole, we just don't have that many of these. And so I very much hope that the community council and as well as city council takes advantage of that for the scale that we do need. Right now, maybe there is an oversupply of condos, but that's not going to last even a few years, I actually think. One of the councilors also mentioned that we are looking at a target of close to 300,000 residential units by 2031. And I also think it's not a surprise that we are not getting close to those targets. And so hopefully with Downsview going ahead, that can make up significant ground. I know that there's a lot of uncertainty right now about Portland's and Quayside, which is also the other site that perhaps is close to this in scale. So very much supportive of the staff report. Hope that the council also sees it the same way. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Mark Richardson? Housing Now TO? Thank you for joining us, Mark. You have
Thank
3
you.
minutes.
Can I just share a slide with you as well? Perfect, thank you. Councilors, as you know, my name is Mark Richardson. I'm the volunteer technical lead with Housing Now TO. Always happy to come to North York and talk about housing, particularly affordable housing that can be developed on government-owned lands. Our HousingNowTO.com project volunteers are happy to provide strong support to Canada Lands Company's zoning bylaw amendment for this 75-acre Downsview West district, which is adjacent to the Downsview Park GO train and TTC subway interchange station. It's the darkest blue that you can see on that map at the north end. The proposal today contains approximately 9,200 new homes, including at the moment a minimum commitment of 10% new affordable housing units, which is approximately 920 apartments, consistent with the Downsview secondary plan objectives. However, as Canada Lands Company moves underneath the new federal umbrella of Build Canada Homes, our Housing Now TO volunteers believe there is a national opportunity to deliver almost 2,000 new affordable homes within the proposed density at the Downsview West District via the new Build Canada Homes affordable housing framework. Therefore, it is critical that the important work that CLC's zoning bylaw amendment that has already been completed be approved by this committee and this council at your July meetings, so that Build Canada Homes and our federal funding partners are very clear that Downsview West redevelopment has strong political and institutional support from our municipal government. Please approve this rezoning. What's going to happen over the next 5 months is most of you are going to be out door knocking and going to farmers markets and working on your election campaigns. Our volunteers get to use the next 5 months to badger the folks in Ottawa to make sure we get to 20% affordable on this site. That is the quid pro quo. As always, our open data civic tech volunteers are happy to answer any questions the committee or the city staff may have on affordable housing development best practices and how to make the best use of these rare transit-oriented lands to help alleviate Toronto's rental housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Are there any questions for the deputant? Okay, thank you very much. Hassan Mahahad. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
You hosted a wonderful event last night. I was happy to be there. I look
Thank you
forward to
very
your comments.
Thank you very much. So, dear Chair and members of North York Community Council, on behalf of the Toronto Community Benefits Network, we're writing to express significant concerns in regards to the proposed Downsview West District Plan. As this significant project moves forward, we urge Council to ensure that the development delivers meaningful and lasting benefits for the Downsview community, particularly for residents and businesses who have historically experienced barriers to opportunity and are most vulnerable to displacement. The development of this site presents an important opportunity to advance the city's goals of equitable development and inclusive growth by embedding community benefits into the planning and implementation of the project. We respectfully ask that City Council prioritize the following measures. 1, deliver a minimum of 30% affordable housing. Housing affordability remains one of the most pressing challenges facing Toronto. Public lands should be prioritized for public good, and as such, we urge Council to secure a minimum of 30% affordable housing across the development, with affordability defined in the manner that reflects the needs of low and moderate income households rather than market rates. A substantial affordable housing commitment will help ensure that long-time residents, newcomers, seniors, families, and workers can continue to live in the community as the area grows. As one of the largest redevelopment areas in Toronto, the development plan for Downsview West District should create mixed income communities that remain accessible to existing residents in the long term. We're also disappointed to see a 25-year tenure for affordable housing on this site. We encourage the City of Toronto and Canada Lands to prioritize partnerships with nonprofit housing providers and community land trusts to secure deeply affordable housing options on public lands in perpetuity. 2, secure a community benefits plan with local and equitable hiring commitments. This development represents a major public opportunity to create pathways to good jobs and careers. In 2023, Council passed a motion to request all district plans proposals at Downsview to include a community benefits plan. This was also reinforced as a key pillar of the Downsview Community Development Plan, which was informed through years of engagement with local communities and stakeholders. While CLC has expressed interest, no formal commitment has been made to date. We encourage City Council to secure commitment from CLC prior to the approval of this district plan. Such a plan must include local hiring targets for residents for surrounding neighborhoods, equitable access to apprenticeships, skilled trades, and long-term career pathways for equity-deserving communities, including Black, Indigenous, racialized, newcomer, youth, women, and persons of disabilities, local and social procurement targets for businesses, business contracts, opportunities, partnerships with community agencies, employment service providers, and training organizations to connect local residents to opportunities, and transparent monitoring and public reporting on community benefits outcomes throughout construction and beyond. Community benefits are a proven approach to ensuring major developments generate inclusive economic opportunities while addressing systemic barriers to employment. And lastly, protect small businesses operating within the Downsview Merchants Market. The Downsview Merchants Market is home to many small local newcomer and family-owned businesses that contribute significantly to the local economy, provide culturally diverse goods, services, and serve an important community hub. Redevelopment should not come at the expense of these businesses. We urge council to require a comprehensive plan that includes meaningful consultation with the affected vendors, including early and ongoing engagement with all tenants in redevelopment plan and construction timelines, relocation assistance and business continuity supports during construction, a commitment for all existing merchants to return to redeveloped site on fair and affordable commercial leases, strategies to minimize economic disruption and preserve the market's role during the construction and beyond, and a commitment to not increase rents after redevelopment.
You have to wrap up.
Okay. Redevelopment of the Downsview West District should not only deliver new homes, but also create equitable economic opportunities, preserve community assets, strengthen social inclusion. By securing significant affordable housing, implementing a robust community benefits plan, and protecting businesses at the Downsview Merchants Market, a valued community destination, council can ensure that this project becomes a model for inclusive, equitable, and city building. We look forward to continuing to work with City of Toronto, CLC, community organizations, labor partners, and local residents to ensure that this project delivers lasting benefits for current and future generations.
Okay,
Thank you for your time.
great. Thank you very much. Questions for the deputies? Councillor Carroll.
Yes.
Hi, yes. I'm assuming that you guys know the community benefit, that there's sort of a framework of it now, but that more can be achieved as build out proceeds.
So for sure. So we're aware that as part of the staff report and through our
Yeah.
engagement with Councillor Pasternak and the Community Benefits Unit and representatives from CLC, that it is now potentially being explored a community benefits framework that could include oversee the CLC lands. However, I know that's set for 2027, but we want to make sure that we continue the momentum going and remind council that we want to make sure that community benefits is made a priority in Downsview through all phases and levels of development.
And your request about the getting the affordable housing to 30%, well, today we're looking at 10. We're in a kind of an awkward position. Public lands might be the best place to use the 60% discount in development charges right now, but this is a plan that might not be, completed construction in 3 years. There are some problematic conditions federally at the moment, but if those could be worked out, the community wants us to continue to work to try to make it pencil at some phase in the development to increase the affordable housing percentage. So that what you mean is overall we get to 30%.
So for what we're saying is for each of the districts, for it to be, for us to explore being able to increase past the 10% city minimum. Of course, I know that 20% was what was being explored prior for like Arbo, but through our Downsview Vision report that we had put together back in 2024 and some of the engagement and things that we've been hearing, housing has been some of the biggest issues that community members have been facing. And what we've heard is longer tenures, deeper affordability, as well as, rent geared to income and things of that nature. So that we felt it was our responsibility to make sure that we relay that to our representatives in the
And
city.
I have one last question, Mr. Chair, because I've lived this myself in two build out neighborhoods where it was, 15, 20 year build out. Because you're right about the tenure, 25 years passes quicker than you think. I'm actually going to be here when the 25 years expires on one of the first projects that I did. It passes pretty quickly. So we do need to get longer tenures of affordability. But I want to make sure your group is committed. You're going to be engaged in this. You're in it for the long haul. Are the groups that have been part of the engagement process ready to also engage the new residents as they move in? Because that can be a challenge where there's this vision of the people around the development, and then there's suddenly become residents in situ. Are you ready to engage with them to make sure that they become a part of the vision and actually join forces?
I believe we are. I think the councillor was mentioning that we had a community town hall last night, actually, to inform community members that currently live in the area what's taking place with the Downsview West District, and how they can stay informed and how they can make sure that their voices are heard. So a lot of good
Right.
feedback and information that we were able to get from that, that the counselor can attest to as well. And
Great.
many of that was making sure that we're all staying informed, making sure that we're all staying engaged, and
Right.
that we
Otherwise,
know.
you end up with these two solitudes with two different visions. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's fantastic. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Couple quick questions. It's my argument that the city has an affordability problem, not a supply problem. In other words, the cost of rental and ownership remains stubbornly high, and that we have to embed in any development proposals a better enhancement of affordability.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So my motion here pushes Canada Lands to 20% because that's what we achieved in Arbo, William Baker. I guess in a convoluted way, they said 10% is linked to the secondary plan, but there's no restrictions to going higher.
Mhm.
You've asked for 30%.
Mhm.
I don't know if we're going to get there, but my motion asks for 20%, and then we can maybe there'll be deep affordable down the road. Would that kind of be a step in the right direction?
It would be in a step in the right direction from it being at the city minimum currently, which is 10%, and I think as well, definitely on the level of tenure that we have available at the moment, which is 25 years. I think,
Okay.
in perpetuity within someone's lifetime, 99 years. That's generally what we try to aim for.
So also included in the amendments or motions that I'm going to be moving is for Canada Lands to continue to work with the Toronto Community Benefits Network,
Mhm.
The Community Benefit Development Unit of the Social Development Finance and Administration Division, the city planning staff, on a better community benefits plan where it looks at employment, training, mentorship, procurement, and community building opportunities. I'm assuming that you will help lead that conversation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, along with my team, I will be. Yes.
All right. Okay. Well, hopefully between now and council, we don't make a final decision on this today. These are just recommendations that we'll be able to get some of these problems solved. And earlier we talked about the rail crossing and the depot. We also want that resolved, and we want the best application as possible. So I thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your support. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. We're at the lunch break, and because it's going to be a very long day, normally we work through lunch to finish. There is no hope of finishing by working through lunch. So my suggestion is a 30-minute lunch break, and then we reconvene. Deputations are done. So rather get into questions of staff, we'll wait till after lunch, let everybody have a half-hour break. But I need the will of council to support that bold
This is
initiative.
the will of the body. Half of the.
All those in favor of adjourning, recessing for lunch for 30 minutes, and we reconvene at 1 p.m.
Sharp.
Okay, lunch in the back.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll stay, like, it'll keep going until the whole agenda goes through. Maybe perhaps after lunch, they'll do a run through of the agenda to see sort of if the counselors can do a quick release of some of those agenda items. But overall, they should stay, yeah. Yeah, it is very interesting. It's a busy meeting. You know what? Steve, you can get the elevator from this side.
Yeah, this is really very interesting.
Yeah, no, I'm
Thank you
glad.
so much.
Okay. Oh, hey, I'm not doing anything. It's all city clerk staff to, yeah.
So I have to stay here to speak. Over here changing.
We'll do it.
Okay, we're ready to resume our meeting. Counselors, would you please take your seats? Short one. Short one. We're looking for Counselor Carroll or Counselor Chang or Counselor Burnside. Okay, it looks like we have quorum, so we can resume the meeting. As you may recall, we were on item 34-9, 1377 Shepherd Avenue West. I don't know if there are any quick releases, if any counselors have held any items that they can let go now without debate. No speakers and no questions to staff and no speaking. Counselor Cole.
Yeah, I've got the construction management plan. I have a revised amendment there. The staff report.
Okay, which item, Counselor Cole?
3495.
3495 is ready for release, and there's an amendment.
Yeah. Just a change in some of the construction management in the area. So I want to, I have to add this, Mr. Clerk? No, it's already added? Yeah, so it just, yes, we consulted with the czar.
Okay, so this is item number 95?
Yes.
Okay, so Counselor Cole is quick releasing this. The motion is on the screen. Unless there's any questions, we can vote on it right now. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Any other quick releases? Counselor Chernos Lynn?
I have a motion ready that the clerk has on 34.67 Pottery Road North.
Okay, the clerk has a motion.
And the motion is just to allow time for the local city councilor to work with staff and community on further consultation efforts. Especially given that this time of, like, this came out, you know, very recently, and this time of year, the folks in this neighborhood tend to be away in the summer. So I just want to give time for there to be a little bit more time to.
All right,
to work.
so item 3467, quick release by Counselor Chernos Lynn. All those in favor, it's a referral vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
And then I have another one that is to add to the agenda.
You're
It
kidding.
was the one that was earlier. I talked about it earlier because it had been sent in, but staff hadn't had a chance to get.
Yes, no, you did
Such a
talk.
busy morning.
You did talk to me. I
Called
must have.
Advancing the Bayview Block Plan.
I must have phased. I must have been. Okay, so can we add this to the agenda and then adopt it?
That would be fine with me.
Unless councilors want to take a closer look. It looks like almost like a
we've-
referral motion, although they use forward, they use the term forward.
It's
Okay. Okay, so all those in favor of introducing? Opposed? That is carried. And do you want to deal with the item right now or hold it for debate?
Just ask a quick question. What is the Bayview Block Plan? Why are we forwarding it to staff? Is it not a plan made by staff?
no, I'm happy to speak to it and just explain.
So maybe it's not quick.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a quick item.
It should be quick, but I really do think it would be very quick.
How,
But I'm happy
how do you
to- I'm
define
happy to
quick?
Hold it.
Um,
A minute, I think.
Okay, if this can be done in 60 seconds, that would be great.
Sure. This is the result of work that the York Mills Residents Association, Ratepayers Association, has been doing. They have compiled a list of items that they give some thoughts on. That's similar to what they had before, that they had worked on and shared with staff when they had the mid-rise guide for Bayview. And this is a block plan. These are things that staff normally often do. Staff has looked at this. They've worked on the recommendation with us. And this is really just for staff to look at and keep in mind. We're sending it to them to look at and keep in mind as they discuss planning issues in the ward. And it's really been like a collaborative process, I would say, on all sides.
Okay, sorry, follow-up question, and it's crystal clear to the residents that this is to be considered, which is not the same as to be obeyed?
I think everyone understands that.
Okay, okay. Just thinking of past experiences. Thanks.
You'd be surprised at what people don't understand. Okay, so we took a minute and 15 seconds, so it was 15
Pretty
seconds
good,
over.
pretty good.
Close enough. So do you want to move the recommendations?
I would like to do that.
Okay, Councilor Chernos Lynn is moving those recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Any other quick releases? No? We're good. Certainly, we can go through a number of items when Councilor Burnside arrives back at the meeting. Okay, so we return to item 34.9, 1377 Shepherd Avenue West, Downsview West District. It is questions for staff. I have some, but I'll let my colleagues go first. Councilor Carroll?
Yes, so to be clear about, we heard the wishes of the community on the community benefit plan, and we see the framework when we look at the item, which was quite a voluminous item. It took me a while to get through the agenda just because of this one. But can I just ask staff to confirm that we have a framework and we have components here? There is a design guideline now and components, but some of the things that require interactions with groups, they're not etched in stone because it would depend on who is the leadership of community groups when that time comes, because it could be years from now, depending on the phase. So is there that amount of fluidity built into the community benefit plan that we can, we can see it evolve over time?
So through you, Chair Mohammed Shuri, Executive Director of Social Development, we've been having active conversations with Canada Lands Corporation to build out the community benefits framework. As you rightly point out, that framework will be something that will be iterated along the way and will engage both Toronto Community Benefits Network and other resident stakeholders as the neighborhoods come online. A key component of any community benefits framework is key targeted criteria around workforce development and hiring targets that will be publicly reported, and we'll be working with Canada Lands Corporation to help achieve those targets.
Okay, and has it, when you say you're still working with Canada Lands on this and that they understand that, it's clear to them that what we hope is that as they build the phases, that they're marketing it as there is a vision here and a community group that you are joining, so that we don't end up with, you know what I mean. We've ended up with phase developments where you then have the interior new residents saying, mind your own business now, to people who've been a part of the vision for a long time. So is it being marketed as you are joining a community that does already exist to some extent?
Through the chair, the Downsview Community Development Plan has required that we have advisory groups for Black, Indigenous, and equity deserving groups. So we have 2 advisory groups, a community resource group and an Indigenous circle that we constantly engage with, as well as the broader public.
And they'll continue to exist and be introduced to each new group of residents who joins the community?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for staff until I ask mine? No? Okay. To staff, you heard the deputations, and we've certainly had conversations before. What influence or power does the City of Toronto have over this Carl Hall Road railway crossing, which seems to be controlled by Metrolinx, is scheduled to be double-tracked? The community would like either an underpass or an overpass, some kind of safer way to navigate that. Where is the city going with this?
Through the chair, so full discretion over what happens with the grade crossing at Carl Hall over the Barrie Rail Corridor is at the discretion of Metrolinx. However, the city will continue to work with Metrolinx to inform them based on the findings of the Carl Hall rail crossing study, and continue to advance that work.
Okay, so there's more discussion. When it comes to affordable, we quite, I guess, easily secured 20% in Arbo William Baker. It dropped to half that in this application, yet the secondary plan was in place for both. Why are we down to 10%? And why aren't we pushing Canada Lands for 20%?
So through the chair, I think my colleague Marlies is here to speak to some of the housing components, but I think it also goes back to the structure of the Downsview secondary plan in terms of the different options that were available. 20% was certainly one of the options. Another option was the 10%, and that is what is being pursued now. But I think, as you heard from the deputants this morning, the 10% is a minimum, and so that there could be more opportunity as Canada Lands transitions to build Canada homes, that there could be a greater percentage pursued. They're attached to the report are the housing terms as one of your attachments that you can see, and Marlies can speak to that a little bit more.
Through the chair. So the 10%, yes, is a minimum secured, and they can proceed with that. We are continuing to push and express the desire to see a 20% target with a 30% as a goal. We continue to be in those conversations with CLC. So although we haven't secured higher, I think the other thing that I want to be clear is we are maintaining that city incentives for affordable housing are only available with 20% achieved or higher.
So my motion will be asking staff to aggressively negotiate to 20%. That leaves us about 3 weeks. Do you think before council, is that achievable, or nothing ventured, nothing gained?
Through the chair, appreciate that, and we can take that back. I'm not sure it's achievable within the 3 weeks, but we can do our best to continue the conversations.
Okay, so community benefits. I mean, to what degree can we influence or put together a community benefits plan that we can impose on Canada Lands? Can we put conditions on procurement, hiring, or can we affect the different builders that are going to be involved in this? Or will they have their own equity plans and we just have to live with them?
So through the chair, community benefits plans are developed with proponents like Canada Lands Corporation. We can identify key targets that we set around procurement, key targets around hiring, and we oftentimes work with private developers on helping to build their workforce and helping them achieve those targets. So those conversations are ongoing with Canada Lands Corporations. They've indicated their interest in developing community benefits with us. Given their transition over to build Canada homes, they've asked for some grace and time to regroup, and we are looking forward to restarting those conversations with them.
Well, certainly reading anything out of Ottawa these days, it's by local, by Canadian, social procurement, all those different buzzwords are there. So I'm surprised that there's resistance to going down that road on this application?
So through you, Chair, I wouldn't describe it as resistance. I would describe it as an interest in developing community benefits. As you know, the federal government, as an example, has a 5% target for Indigenous hiring and Indigenous procurement. So they're well versed in doing community benefits targets such as that. And we will be working with them to develop their community benefits plan and bringing that forward.
Okay. That's fine for me. Any other questions for staff? If not, we'll go to speakers. Okay, thank you. Thank you, staff. Speakers other than me? Okay, this is probably the third district that we've been looking at under the Downsview Secondary Plan. We did Arvo William Baker, Taxiway, and now Downsview West. And I once said that my biggest problem in York Center is I have too much vacant land. And I said that to former Councillor Anna Bailau, who's now CEO of Build Canada Homes. And she paused for a second. She said, James, look at it as an opportunity. So I've tried to do that. And with that, I have some motions that I'm going to be bringing. One is a more aggressive approach to collaboratively create a Toronto Community Benefits Network, work with the Toronto Community Benefits Network, Toronto Community Development Unit of Social Development, Finance Administration of the city, to come up and implement a comprehensive benefits plan for the Downsview West District that maximizes a number of different benefits. The other part of the motion is asking staff to negotiate in the coming weeks to get to 20% affordable. This is clear direction out of Ottawa, so I'm surprised the Federal Crown Corporation was sticking with 10%. It is true under the Downsview Secondary Plan that 10% is the minimum, but there are no restrictions on going higher. The depot, which is where the Downsview Farmers Market is, I should have really included that in my questions, but I ran out of time. The proposed road configuration, which slices the building, we've got to find something that works a little better. And just saying that it's under the Downsview Secondary Plan is really not a sufficient answer. It is true. It is listed there as a road network through the building. I do have assurances that the market will survive in the smaller building at the top, which is 150,000 square feet, which is exactly what the farmers market needs. And of course, with the rail crossing, the community is deeply concerned. They call it the ghosting of Carl Road. We will vigorously advocate to the provincial government, which is double tracking that line, which controls that line. The City of Toronto can make recommendations. They're embedded in this report. I've re-emphasized it in this motion, but it's going to take a really concerted effort that as they double track along Hall Road, they have to create a better, safer way of traversing those tracks. I've driven over it many times. I'm happy to announce that I've not been T-boned by a train. All the signals seem to be working fine. But still, for pedestrians, cyclists, other micro-mobility, and the higher volume of cars, we have to look at that crossing once more. So those are my motions, which I'll be presenting to my colleagues here. I don't know if we'll hit a 30% affordable. It was mentioned in the deputations, but we're certainly going to go to 20%. Ideally, go to 20% or higher. That's clear direction out of Toronto, and of course, if Canada Lands wants all the financial incentives that are flowing down to the building, to the construction industry, they have to hit 20% to get that. So with that, I'll move these motions. I would be deeply concerned about this application going to appeal. We'd be eaten alive at the Ontario Land Tribunal on something like this. If we defeated it. So I'm trying to massage it and amend it to make the best deal possible. I hope the community understands it because they don't want to see some of the negative outcomes that could come under appeal. Other benefits here is a park network, daycares, community asset, community space. These are all things that build up a livable livable and complete community. So over the years, I think this is the best we can do with this file. There's more work to do. It's important to remember that this is not a draft of a plan of subdivision. There are so many more times this has to come to council. And each time as it comes along, we will watch it carefully and we will amend it accordingly. So with that, I'll put my motions on the screen. So there we go. All those in favor of the motions are on the screen. On a recorded vote, Councillor Cole, Councillor Chernos Lynn, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Chang, Councillor Pasternak. And the item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Mr. Chair, I'm holding a fence item. I think it's item number 43. It's Medalist Road. I can release it. I have my questions answered offline by the counselor.
Right, so we're doing a quick release. Item number 3443,
43, yeah.
43.
Yes, it is.
34 Medalist Road, application for a fence exemption. And what exactly are you moving?
So actually, I was going to move granting an exemption.
Okay, so,
I'm good.
okay. So Councillor Chernos Lynn is releasing the item. She is approving the exemption. All those in favor? All right. We're going to put the motion on the screen.
Okay.
I was going to vote on it sight unseen, but
It's just the fence is a little bit too high in the back, but there's no pool or anything like that. It's just a backyard fence.
so here we go. This is a quick release. Councillor Chernos Lynn is granting the application for the fence exemption at 34 Medalist Road. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We're still on timed items. Next item I have is 3410. 3410, a series of addresses on Lawrence Avenue West. The official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. I have deputations on the item. I'm looking for Mila Parthimos. Mila?
Oh, hi there.
Hi, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. So my name is Mila. I'm a resident of Lawrence Avenue West. My concern is whether this proposal strikes the right balance between adding housing and protecting the livability of the surrounding neighborhood. After reading the city's reports and the applicant's technical studies, I believe there are still important questions that deserve careful consideration before this application is approved. The proposal is for a 13-story mixed-use building with approximately 266 residential units, and it requires changing the site's planning designation from neighborhoods to mixed-use area. The designation isn't just about one property, it helps shape how this part of Lawrence West may evolve in the future and can influence expectations for neighboring properties. Looking at the Growing Marley Glencairn study that is later on in the agenda, contemplates significant population growth within the area. That makes it even more important that decisions about individual developments are made within a coordinated long-term planning framework. While growth alongside Lawrence Avenue may be part of the future, that scale, location, and form of that growth are important considerations. Council should consider whether approving a significant change on this site now could establish a precedent before the community-wide vision of the corridor has been fully determined. The stormwater management report considers whether the additional runoff created by a larger development can be accommodated without placing further pressure on existing municipal infrastructure. And the community services and facilities study considers how approximately 266 additional households may increase demand for essential services, including childcare, parks, recreation facilities, libraries, and other community resources. The application also raises questions about whether existing community services have sufficient capacity to support the additional residents that would result from this development, with local schools and other public facilities already facing increasing demand. Council should consider whether adequate plans are in place to ensure that growth is matched with the necessary infrastructure and services, and should also consider potential impacts on emergency services, response times, and as the population continues to grow. Each technical report examines a different impact, but together they highlight an important one. And another concern is transportation. Those who live in the Lawrence Avenue and Allen Road are already busy, especially during peak commuting hours. Myself included, I can no longer back out of my driveway during those peak hours. And I have also witnessed different unsafe maneuvers, including traveling the wrong way on local roads and streets. Can the transportation assumptions of this proposal fully account for the cumulative impacts of hundreds of new residents, visitors, and additional vehicle activity? We cannot assume most people in the development will use the subway or bike. The proposal also provides a relatively low amount of parking compared with the number of residential units. I question whether that parking supply reflects how people actually live and travel in the area today, and whether additional demand could spill onto surrounding residential streets. I also believe there is room for compromise. A building in the range of 8 to 10 stories could still deliver a substantial number of new homes while providing a more appropriate transition to the surrounding neighborhoods. A slightly lower building could also still help address Toronto's housing needs while reducing some of the impacts identified throughout the city's technical review. Housing and good planning are not competing ideas. We can achieve both. My concern is that this proposal asks too much at one site.
If you
and
could wrap
slightly
up,
lower.
please.
Absolutely. So the experience has reinforced one simple belief: growth should strengthen our neighborhood, not overwhelm it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Eldon Theodore? You're with MHBC. I'm sorry, what is that? MHBC, I don't.
McNaughton, Herbson, Burton, Clarkson Planning Limited. I'm the applicant representing.
Oh, representing the applicant. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Just for clarity. Okay, thanks very much. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I won't take all 3 minutes. I'm here to represent my owner with respect to their application. When we originally submitted, we were proposing a 15-story building. Through working with staff and listening to comments, the proposal for you is a 13-story mid-rise building on an avenue within a PMTSA. We worked really hard and closely with staff to address all the comments and concerns. We support the staff recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions now, or should any questions you have of the public at any time.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mari Spazavzaska? Yeah, I do apologize
Oh, no, you
for
don't have to apologize. It's
making
the
a
way
mess of
she
your
kids
last.
to say it.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
So it's very funny coming up. I had all my papers prepared, my research prepared, and then I sat through the Vinci story today. This is something that in comparison is like, you've answered everything there. Vinci was a little street, and they're putting in a 13-story building on a street that doesn't have exits or anything. This is Lawrence Avenue. It is a PMTSA, we know that. 13 stories is actually a little bit. But the history of the street in that part is that from the Allen Road to almost Bathurst, it's just bungalows down the street. And years ago, they had that SASP, where they made it, one little section, they had townhouses 4-story. We all know that's good planning. 4 stories, the angle it hits with the neighbors behind you as houses, it's really good planning. Putting a 13-story wide building that backs out onto a lot of houses is not good planning. This isn't the planning department's fault. I've read through the whole all our planning documents, and they talk about neighborhoods and the importance and how to keep them. And because of these provincial policies, we can't. So if Vinci goes through, there's no excuse for this. It's a major street. There's not much. And no one that lives behind the development has come. The reason why it's important, I live on the same block, like Engelmount down, but further down near Glencairn. And the issue that we have is the Marley Glencairn plan that's coming up as number 63. As Mr. Cole said, there's all those little circles for PMTSAs. Some of them are orange, some of them are white, 120 odd of them. Glencairn is not in effect. It's a square white. It says right on it, not in effect. We have a letter, we have information from our MPP that the ministry has not declared us that it's a city decision. Now, there's a lot of speakers today that are going to be coming up to speak on all the developments that are going to be happening there using using the Marley Glencairn study as their rationale. That zoning hasn't been approved. It comes to council. The council can refuse and say, ministry, you told us you haven't designated it, so we're not going to go through with this plan. We'll do something else. There's going to be a lot of speakers speaking, and that's all I can say about this because it's going to go through anyways because of the decision you made on Vinci. There's no recourse to fight this.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you for your comments. Aaron Abramson.
Hi,
Mr. Abramson?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to echo the comments made by my neighbor Mila regarding this application, and primarily I'd like to focus on the traffic study or the transportation study, which I feel is inadequate here and demands decisions be held off for more study. For context, I live on Fairholme Avenue, which is the street which is immediately to the south of Lawrence Avenue West here. And during peak hours, there's bumper to bumper traffic on Fairholme as people use these side streets to try to avoid being on Lawrence Avenue, to try to sneak to the Allen. And that's the time when families are doing carpooling and pick up and drop off. And to echo comments that Mila made, people are doing dangerous maneuvers on those streets. People can't back out of their driveways. People drive on the wrong side of the road. A trip around a few blocks on Fairholme during peak hours, which is in the immediate vicinity, can take 20 to 30 minutes to do a quick loop that should take 2 or 3 minutes. That's the reality. And by placing this building right at the corner of Engelmount and Lawrence in its current form, the access, it's just going to back everything up further as the study notes. And the study also doesn't properly take into account the glowing Marley Glencairn study. As Mila noted, there's many different projects. There's the large development at Bathurst and Lawrence to redevelop and add more than 2,000 units. It's really just going to increase density. I understand we need growth here, but what that's going to do in terms of not letting people turn out of Engelmount onto Lawrence, what's that's going to do to have push everything back to the side streets, and my street included on Fairholme, is really dangerous. You know, it seems like my street was never studied at all in this study. So the city's own planner told the applicant to wait and to resubmit after the Gordon Marley Glencairn study is finished, so the traffic finding could be properly considered, and the applicant did not do that. The study is now in phase 3 with the final plan this year.
Okay,
And it covers these.
you're out of time. Thank you very much. Sorry to cut you off. I was most generous with the clock here. Any questions for the deputant? Yeah, Councillor Cole.
Just some questions of staff.
Oh, well, okay, just a second. Okay, thank you very much for your comments. We're now going to bring it into committee and question staff. Councillor Cole, questions for staff?
Yes, so this application is within the PMTSA, is it, it is there,
It is. It's within the Lawrence West TSA. Correct.
which means what?
It means within 200 and 500 meters of the station, they're allowed an FSI of 6 or greater.
6 or greater. And where is this with FSI?
This application proposes an FSI of 5.90.
So it's under the specification. And that FSI in a PMTSA is, how do we come to that? Is the city deciding that, or the province, or how does that happen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the province, through their approval of the city's policies, enacted policy, the directive for the 6 and 8 FSI in MTSA and PMTSA.
So they're provincially mandated, this type of density?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the policies were approved by the province.
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. The policies were approved by the province.
Okay, so in this, how far is this from the Lawrence West subway station?
It falls within 200 to 500 meters of Lawrence West.
Okay, which is basically about a 5-minute walk to the Lawrence West, I think, on the south side there. In terms of the traffic, that's a horrendous challenge in that area there. What do the traffic studies show, and what can we do about the concerns that residents have raised about adding another building at that location and its impact on the congestion that exists there?
Through the chair, so this proposal was required to submit a traffic impact study as part of the normal course of review. We have a number of outstanding items or outstanding concerns with respect to the traffic study. I do wish to note that the amount of traffic that this development will generate is relatively minor. That said, there is a holding designation that's being implemented here, and my understanding is one of the conditions of lifting the hold is to get a revised traffic impact studies to the satisfaction of the city.
Yeah, so what we're,
Last question.
yeah, I guess so staff is saying that we're going to hold approvals until the functional servicing, stormwater management study is done and improvements are done, and until a transportation impact study is done. So we are basically putting this waiver in until the applicant undertakes these studies, which the city will then review.
Through the chair, that's correct. We will then proceed with a bylaw to lift the hold if we are satisfied.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for staff on this item? Councillor Carroll?
I do have one, and it's about, I understand the PMTSA of it all, but I do have a question about the built form. In similar instances where the person acquires a strip along the avenue, in my area, we work to get the applicant to consider doing a portico in the middle or even breaking it up altogether. I'm wondering if there were any conversations along those lines, because this is really quite a wall of structure. Was there any attempt to try and get them to break it up?
Through the chair, yes, we had multiple conversations with the applicant. I think they talked about changes to the built form through the presentation earlier. Went from 15 to 13 stories. We did work to create articulation along the street and create kind of the 13-story expression. It was a balance about working through height and redeploying the massing.
Okay, okay. I'll speak to it then. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for staff? Okay, let's go to speakers. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Cole, so I'm going to move recommendations.
Yeah. I'll just go first simply to follow on. The reason I asked that question is I think it's something for a community to think about. We're in this box. We have to consider when we've got a PMTSA area or an MTSA area now. There's no way around that. But it doesn't mean that we don't have control over those interesting pieces of built form that can actually create more livability. And often in the community, with respect to the community, the focus is on height and simply height. But if you're going to have a building in front of you anyway, it really is, rather than trying desperately to shorten a building, the difference between a 15-story building and a 13-story building to the people who back onto this property is nil. It will be nil. You will have a big structure backing onto you. But the idea of breaking up the building to create, corridors of view and air and less oppression really can make a big difference there. And I just say this one is designed and going through, but as we move along Lawrence Avenue, breaking up the built form is sometimes more beneficial than trying to scrape 2 stories off the top of the orange model with a butter knife. That's been my experience, and it's what I'm trying to do on Shepherd East, because where we have achieved that, people report that they're glad they did that. I know.
Were those, Councillor Carroll, was that the conclusion of your remarks? Okay. Welcome, Councillor Burnside. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Cole.
Yes, I do appreciate the deputations that were made. And I appreciate Councillor Carroll's commentary about maybe breaking up this building. Again, the problem is when you break it up, you're probably going to see more height. And the public, basically, the first objection they make to any development, they always ask how many stories. And they don't like height. Nobody who's ever said, make it higher. It's always make it lower. So given that this is essentially the new definition of a mid-rise, and it's within a 5-10 minute walk of a major subway station, it's right across the street from a high school, and the alternative here, again, if we if we end up going to the tribunal objecting to this, and it's in PMTSA, I think we'll be laughed out of the tribunal. And I know that I think the original application was for 15 stories. We got it down to 13. So the fact that the basic provincial policy is really a one-size-fits-all. It basically assumes that everybody or every development that's approved near a subway station, people are all going to take transit. And I think that's a false assumption. So there are going to be some traffic impacts because not everybody takes transit, plus there's servicing drop-offs, there's Pure Later, there's Uber. So every building still generates traffic despite the province saying everybody will bike or take transit. So we have to realize there is going to be traffic impact, and that's why I like the fact we're doing an added transportation study there. And I just think that this is a reasonable mid-rise, considering most applications I'm getting in this area now are 30, 40, 50 stories. So in a way, it's a relief that they were getting a mid-rise finally, because this is unheard of now. Within the PMTSA, MTSA, we just don't get mid-rise applications that come forward. So I think we're going to continue to look at those added studies that are going to be done. We're also undertaking some studies on relieving the horrendous gridlock at Lawrence and Marley and Allen, which is part of a motion I'll have later, that we have to deal with that incredible 100,000 cars that are dumped onto Lawrence and Marley every day, and Eglinton. So again, I'm going to support this going forward with the provision that those holding provisions be upheld, and we continue to get that information in determining the final outcome here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. You have moved the recommendations? Yes? Okay. Any other speakers on the item? No? Okay. We'll put the motions on the floor. Okay, Councillor Cole has moved staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 12. Sorry, number 11, series of addresses on Lawrence Avenue West, a rental housing demolition application. Speakers on the item, Eldon Theodore.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Here in support of the application once again. This is an important housing component to the application. This proposal is replacing 100% of the existing rental on the properties as part of the built form. We support staff's recommendations and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No questions for the deputant? Just a reminder, this is a series of addresses on Lawrence Avenue West. It's a rental, okay, demolition. Okay, thank you very much. Amari Spezgaka? I will get it by,
Spaghetti, Seb like seven, Scott like the music.
I will get it by the end of the day.
I know, I'm gonna be up quite a number of times.
You'll almost be famous.
I will. You know what? I'm old enough now that I don't care, because the things that are happening are wrong and people have to speak up when something is wrong. Every time the dwellings that are being eliminated are called rental dwellings. They're not rental dwellings. There are homes that were acquired and then rented out until an application comes in. Every application that you look at, there's always, we're replacing rental dwellings. They're homes. All the area, this area of Toronto is homes. A few rentals, a few multiplexes, a few triplexes, but they're homes. Demolition for this. The reason why I'm asking is in another part of our area, just around the corner on Marley, properties were bought, 3 homes years ago, and the zoning was eventually, the community fought it, but the zoning was eventually townhouses, 10 townhouses. Well, they fought it, but got boarded up. All the houses are all boarded up with fencing around them. They've been there forever, like that. Recently, someone has acquired them and put in an application, which you have dealt with or will be dealing with, for a 13-story mixed use. So apartment with, if they do actually make space for businesses on the bottom, that's not ever secure. Even on this one, it says mixed use, but they only have one little corner that is for business. The rest of it is building. So we're worried that it'll happen here too, that this will happen, the demolition happen or whatever, and then someone will come in and because it's PMTSA, then it's going to go up to 30. And there's always this danger with this stuff because you don't know, like I have no idea why so many homes in our neighborhood, Bathurst and Glencairn, a gas station on a corner, a ditch is there and the homes behind it have been boarded up for like 30 years. Rats, all kinds of stuff. It's not nice. It's not healthy. It's just wrong. So there doesn't seem to be any safeguards for the community in this, and especially now that we've got all this crazy legislation from the province. The other thing is, do not planners speak to planners in the province and say, hey, look at this is good planning. We all went to planning school. What you're saying is, let Yorkdale be developed. Let Fairview Mall parking lots have all those. Great development. The Yorkdale one, it's beautiful. I would vote for it. Oxford developments, they make a main street. They've got community centers, everything. Somebody's got to talk to somebody and say, we've got to get into good planning. We need houses, middle income. We need nonprofit, like the young man from Downsview was talking. We're not servicing those communities. We don't want a bunch of high rises that are going to be B&B or empty or like, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. So I'm just asking if the planners.
You're at your 3 minutes, if you could
can
wrap up.
Speak to the planners of the province and make some good planning decisions together.
Believe me, we yell and scream from the mountaintops. Any questions for the deputies? Any questions for the deputy who has run away? No? Okay, questions for staff? Any questions for staff, or are we moving to speakers? Councillor Cole, speaking? Okay, no questions for staff. Councillor Cole.
Yes, our deputy made some very good points about do planners speak to planners? They don't. The provincial planners dictate to the city planners, unfortunately. The one thing that is of concern is that there's a growing number of
Guys, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Cole has the floor.
there's a growing number of development applications that have been approved throughout my ward, and I'm not sure whether your city wards, but I think there are now hundreds of vacant development lots throughout the city. And many of them are not in good repair. The hoarding is just, that's it. Okay, I'm just going to move approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillors, when someone else has the floor, let's let them speak. Okay. Okay. All right, the item is on the floor. Are there any other speakers on the item? No? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 12 for 245 Eglinton Avenue East, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report approval. We have deputations on the item. Christopher Reynolds. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I am Christopher Reynolds. I am a resident at 299 Northampton Avenue. That is directly north of 245 Mount Pleasant. I'm here not to oppose the construction. Rather, I'm here to express my concerns regarding the current application itself. For those who aren't aware, Mount Pleasant Eglinton is very much its own neighborhood. At the ground level of the building that is being proposed for demolition, there are multiple pillars of the community. There is a family-owned pharmacy and physician's office, without which myself and my immunocompromised father, as well as my brother and many members of community during the early and peak days of COVID, very well may not have been able to get vaccines. Considering my father's health, it was a lifesaver, right? Directly next to that, there is a family-owned grocery store that has largely attracted the most vulnerable members of the community, largely an aging population, as well as a significant amount of developmentally disabled individuals. Directly next door to that, there's the Granite Brewery, which is a wonderful place that is one of the few breweries in the mid and uptown area that still does brew on site. My concern is related to the fact that it's a 61-story building. I do not have any issue with newer constructions at all. It needs to happen. It should not be significantly slowed. But this building, as the application currently stands, would not just shadow and annihilate a large part of what makes this community so significant. It would also be felt as far down as Red Path. Even the Burrell Towers are simply nothing compared to this proposition. At the same time, there are multiple other applications that have gone up, both down the street as well as just north, including my building and the building behind it. Both of which, for those who aren't aware, 299 and 322 Eglinton East. These are very old buildings built in 1969. I believe one was 1968, I can't be certain. This means they rely on passive ventilation. As anyone would know, this can be hazardous to health, especially for seniors and vulnerable communities.
If you could finish your thoughts, please.
Yes, ma'am. I support the construction, but I do not have faith that it could be done in such a way that would preserve the core values of the community as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Next deputant, Aidan Caroy. Aidan? Online?
Aiden, yes.
Aidan, hi, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of Community Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Aiden Karoui, and I live on Taunton Road, directly across from the proposed development of 245 Eglinton Avenue East. I want to begin by saying that I'm not opposed to housing. Toronto needs more housing, and areas near rapid transit should accommodate growth. My concern is not with growth itself. My concern is with the scale of this particular proposal. The application before you is for two 59-story skyscrapers, approximately 190 meters tall, containing 1,200 residential units with an FSI of 17.2. The city's own report states that the Young Eglinton secondary plan anticipates heights of 20 to 35 stories in this area. This proposal is dramatically beyond that planned context. It also requires an official plan amendment. In other words, this proposal does not fit within the current planning framework. It is asking council to change the rules. I also ask Community Council not to let 59 stories become the starting point for compromise. The question should not be whether something lower than 59 stories seems reasonable. The question should be, what is the appropriate height and density for this site based on the city's own planning framework and the surrounding neighborhood? Earlier today, I listened to residents speaking about the proposals at 605 to 617 Lawrence Avenue West and 1 to 11 Vinci Crescent. I share their concerns about ensuring that new development respects existing neighborhoods and that infrastructure and community services can support growth. Those proposals are approximately 13 and 14 stories. The proposal before you today is 59 stories, 1,200 units, and FSI of 17.2. If developments of that scale deserves careful scrutiny because of their impact on surrounding neighborhoods, then surely this proposal deserves at least the same level of scrutiny. I simply ask that the same planning principles be applied consistently. My biggest concern is Taunton Road. Although the address is on Eglinton Avenue, vehicle access, loading parking access, and the public laneway are all proposed from Taunton Road. That means a quiet residential street would absorb much of the operational impact of a 1,200 unit development through deliveries, moving trucks, service vehicles, rideshare activity, visitors, and retail traffic. Finally, I respectfully ask Community Council to require a proposal that better reflects the city's own planning framework before recommending approval. That means a substantial reduction in height and density, a stronger transition to the surrounding neighborhood, and greater confidence that traffic, infrastructure, wind and shadow and community impacts have been properly addressed. I support housing, but I also believe that growth should
Sorry,
respect
can
the
you wrap
city's...
up, please?
Yes. I support housing, but I also believe that growth should be respect the city's own planning policies and the people who already live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Aiden. Any questions of the deputy? Yes, there's a question for you. Hold on just so. Go ahead.
Thank you for your deputation. This is Councillor Rachel Chernislin. I'm the local councillor. Are you aware that there's currently a road, like a restriction coming out of the current building to go down Taunton? Like you're not allowed to go down Taunton during the daytime now, southbound from those buildings?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So, are you aware that I'm not sure if you're aware, but we've been working with residents on that, and I'll be moving a motion to make sure we keep that. So, just wanted to make sure you're aware of that.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. So, does that help ameliorate some of your concern about the traffic infiltration?
I'm not qualified to answer that technical question, and I haven't done studies myself. My point is that I believe it deserves careful scrutiny before approval. It is extremely higher than any of the proposals that you've seen today. It's more than twice their heights.
Agreed. It is a two very, very tall towers. But just confirming, you're aware that they're in the PMTSA area for the subway that's across the street, that the province has mandated. Yeah.
Yes, also for the point about traffic from the building to Taunton will be blocked, but the other way it is not blocked. There's no other way that you can stop people from going from, say, Mount Pleasant to Sudan and then to Taunton. So it's not going to affect us much, that blockage, basically.
It's a fair comment. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Cole, Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yes, I'm not sure whether have you ever heard of the Midtown in Focus plan, which was a 10-year community consultation process that basically did zoning in that whole area?
No, I'm not. I moved from Vancouver 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. So what took place is that the community and the city of Toronto had a plan for that young Eglinton area. I'm on the council on the west side, where there was supposed to be height limits, mid-rise. And that plan, once it was submitted to the province, it was basically torn up by the province and denied. And they revised the plan to allow basically unlimited density height in the young Eglinton area. And now, are you aware that in my side of Eglinton, we just had the Ontario Land Tribunal approve 50 stories, two 50-story buildings, another 60-story building, all overruling the former plans of the City of Toronto. Are you aware that the Ontario Land Tribunal has made those determinations already in the young Eglinton area?
No, but sitting through this meeting, I realized that similar things are happening, and I totally support you, and I agree with you, and it is very depressing that the province can do that.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm just, we all share your same frustration. And so that's the reality. And we're trying to deal with that the best we can. And again, because the premise of the province is because there's transit, everybody's going to take transit, and therefore height or traffic or all those things do not matter. What matters is that they've got transit there. In fact, the other thing, I just appreciate you just moving to Vancouver. On the south, in Councillor Matlow's area, the southwest corner, we've got 3 70-story buildings that have basically been approved. So, and I don't want to depress you too much, sorry. But anyways, but keep on advocating. We can't give up hope. Thank you for your deputation.
Yeah.
I didn't want
Thank
to
you.
depress you too much. Sorry.
No, I totally agree with you. And I have been thinking that maybe I should be more involved with provincial and federal politics, as I was in BC. So yeah, I'm going to try to help on the other sides as well.
Thank you so much for your concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cheng, Vice Chair Cheng, for taking over. Yes, I'm looking for Yelini Senataraja.
Hi. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So my name is Yeleni Sanathiraja, and I'm a renter in the neighborhood. I haven't seen the internal plans for this building, but I recently spent months apartment hunting in this market, touring building after building, including the new towers, and meeting others looking to rent. What follows is not speculation, it's what these kinds of towers keep delivering. What people want is simple space, light, and a view. This kind of proposal delivers none of them and takes that away from some people. 196-meter tower casts a shadow at noon on a winter day of around 460 meters, and that gets longer as the day progresses. So I asked the council to examine this. 2 towers sweep the neighborhood in tandem all day over homes and streets and parks that have sunlight right now. And on the lower floors of those kinds of towers, when they're very close together, tenants get no view at all, and they get hardly any light, only the walls of the neighboring tower. The other thing is I honestly don't understand why investors believe people want to live in these buildings, and the market is kind of proving they don't. New towers sit with vacant units for months. Landlords are offering 2 months of free rent and thousands of dollars in cash just to get leases signed. You don't offer those kinds of incentives for housing that people actually want. In my own former building, apartments sat empty for months while tenants moved out for more space, more light, lower rents, even at the cost of a longer commute. People are choosing older buildings because they actually have space. Some new towers are now urging prospective buyers to rent instead. And one realtor I spoke to said he had to cut the price from $420K to $360 and said 3/4 of his units weren't selling. And so into this market, you're going to put 1,202 more units of this type. Every new tower I toured had the same kind of interior pattern, units that are essentially a 9-foot wide hallway with a kitchen strip along one end and chopped up by half walls that made it, much less usable. These are floor plans that are designed to maximize unit count on a spreadsheet and not actually be lived in. So I asked the committee to scrutinize the layouts for that too. And then the other thing is construction. This neighborhood has already endured years of continuous construction and noise and so on. What I'm asking is either that it be cancelled, which I guess it won't be, or that the height be scrutinized and substantially reduced. And really to consider that, having an arbitrary quota for the number of units may not be actually meeting people's housing needs.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. I believe Councillor Carroll has a question.
Yes, because I plan to ask this question of staff. You focused on space, and while it's true, it's a PMTSA, we might not be able to do much about the height. You mentioned at the beginning, I think you said that you hadn't had a look at the interior of this
Yes.
proposal.
Uh,
We do have a policy about recommending 25% twos and threes. Market influence on applicants, though, recently has upped that to often willingly 45%, 55% being 2 and 3 bedrooms.
Mhm.
One of those bedrooms being usually just a cube, you pull the glass across. You would have seen
Yeah.
that in your apartment hunting, but still creates another space. This one's only 28% twos and threes. It's 72% are going to be ones and studios.
Yeah.
Do we have enough of those in this neighborhood already, given your tenant search?
I mean, yeah, I looked at ones in studios, but they were, really unlivable, especially if you're not a college
you.
student or something.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Mona Al-Sharari, Boothfields. You're the applicant's representative?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Mona Al-Sharari, and I'm a planner at Bowskies Incorporated. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the applicant for Grustfeed Group of Companies. Just to start off, I'd want to thank city staff for working with us on this application. We've worked with them throughout the process and have made revisions in response to staff as well as the public as we went through the process. Next slide, please. Just to give quick context on the site's location, it is located at a major intersection of Mount Pleasant and Eglinton. It also has frontage on Taunton Road. One thing to highlight is the site is immediately south of the secondary entrance of the Mount Pleasant station on the Eglinton Crosstown, so it does have excellent access to public transport, and it's within a protected major transit station area. The site itself to the south does have lower-rise residential dwellings, and as I go through my presentation, I'll showcase how the site's been designed in a way that adequately fits into the neighborhood. Next slide, please. In terms of the proposed developments, it's comprised of a mixed-use building with at-grade retail uses as well as commercial uses on the second level. And then it sits on a 2 to 3 story podium with 2 59-story towers. The height of the towers has been reduced as we work through with city staff to 2 59-story towers. I'm gonna highlight this. Sorry, previous slide, please. Previous slide. I wanted to highlight this in previous slides, but because it's a prominent intersection, there's at-grade retail uses fronting on both Mount Pleasant and Eglinton Avenue. There's also going to be commercial uses on the second level because the site today has a 4-story commercial building. Another important element to highlight is that there's going to be a privately owned, publicly accessible open space at the corner of the intersection, so it brings prominence to this major intersection within Midtown. One element I'd also like to highlight is fronting on Taunton Road. In order to fit into the lower-rise scale neighborhoods that are along Taunton, we've introduced townhouse units with at-grade access. And then there will be a laneway in the southern portion of the site that eventually connects down to Sudan Avenue, and that's in accordance with the Young Eglinton secondary plan. Next slide, please. This is sort of an overview of the typical tower development, and a few things to highlight is the towers have been situated in a manner that adequately provides separation distance from those lower-rise neighborhoods. The towers have a minimum setback of 20 meters from the south fault line to allow for privacy impacts as well. And if you go to the next slide, please. This sort of just gives an overview of some of the views from the balconies from those towers. So you could see because of the tree foliage, there's very limited privacy impacts on the dwellings to the south. And the balconies are going to be used around the same time as people use their
Alrighty.
backyards in the summer.
Great. I know you had a big binder there, but we've limited it to 3 minutes, so.
Sure.
I think-
I'll just conclude by saying we do agree with staff recommendations to approve the OPA and rezoning application, and I'm here happy to answer any questions that any of the counselors may have.
Yes, no, I didn't think you'd be arguing with staff on these recs. So anyway, any questions for the deputant? Councillor Cole?
Yes, thank you. You said originally, how many stories did you apply for?
64 and 61 stories. It was the application.
How many?
64 and 61 stories.
So you're now down to what?
259 stories.
Okay. And you heard one of the deputies talk about market conditions. Are they purpose-built rental or condo? Any idea yet?
That's to be determined through the market. We're still only at the rezoning stage, so there will be like subsequent site plan applications. And with that as well, the unit types can also just be further increased or with respect to 2 and 3 bedrooms as well.
So you think you can sell or rent these towers?
I'm not a market expert, but I can just say in terms of, I can answer like the planning questions.
Yes, I know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
We'll bring
you.
it into committee. Questions for staff? Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, just a quick question. I know we got a long agenda here, but you know, throughout the entire agenda, what I'm looking at is unit mix. And the unit mix here is just bare minimum. It's just barely the policy. 2s and 3s, 28%. Whereas we've been seeing that 2s and 3s trending upwards. 45 is quite common now in newer applications. 45% combination of 2s and 3s. There are quite a few of them in this agenda like that or more. How has this one ended up so low in a neighborhood that is littered with 1-bedroom unsaleable condos?
So through the chair, I guess what I would say is, you know, the 2 and 3 beds right now, they're just minimums at this point in time. As you can appreciate, with the zoning bylaw, we're going to set the performance standard. There could be over time the ability to increase those numbers because right now they're minimums. One of the things I would say with respect to how the market is changing these days, we are actually seeing more uptick on larger unit sizes and actually more livable units being built. And that's what we're hearing from some of the developers that we see. So so even though it may show as 2 and 3 beds as minimums, those numbers may increase over time.
So is what you're saying is this meets the MTSA requirements now, and it's probably the best we can do here, but we could approve today, we could still see a revision that actually takes into account the market coming forward after the fact, where they realize, oh, how am I going to sell these 900 1-bedroom units?
Through the chair, I would say that's correct. And, you know, the other thing I would add to it is there could be the possibility that even though they may receive 59 stories, at the end of the day, they may not actually build 59 stories.
Right, because they may find if they do need to reconfigure for the market, the floor plate may change. So basically, what we're adopting today, what we know we're adopting today is the level of density we're willing to entertain at an intersection of a transit station. But given the market questionability for this to proceed, you may continue to have to work with the applicant.
That's correct. And I think as the applicant had earlier said, you know, they still need to submit a site plan application.
Right.
And at this point in time, that's still a ways away.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for staff? No, we're okay. Speakers? Remarks, that's speakers. Okay, Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
Thank you. I actually have submitted in advance some motions to add to the recommendations from staff. So I would just start and say that we heard, I think what we heard from a couple of the a couple of the deputations today is really just the tip of the iceberg on this application. I've had dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of emails and phone calls and meetings about this development, particularly about the scale of the proposal. It is a significant departure from the scale of development that we've seen east of Mount Pleasant to date. And I think there is real concern that this is going to set a precedent. I acknowledge that this is right at the subway. It is in a PMTSA. I understand all of that, but two 59-story towers is very, very, very high, and it is surrounded by two-story houses just behind it, next door to it, et cetera. This really is the direct result of the province's decision on MTSAs, effectively opening up the floodgates for height and density near transit stations, especially on sites like these that are located directly on the nodes. I do want to acknowledge that there has been a lot of work that has been done by the Local Residents Association, CEDRA, the applicant and my office, as well as residents on Taunton Avenue who are the most affected. This is the little street that runs parallel to Mount Pleasant, south off of Eglinton, and it really is going to have a tremendous impact on those residents in particular. More so than I think anyone else, but it will have an impact for sure on just the area in general too. We have worked to resolve some of the issues that have come up through the review process, and some of those gains are being brought forward in the staff amendments, but also in some additional amendments that we've put forward. Some of which speak to the traffic infiltration that I talked about with the first deputant. And also with respect to restricting permit parking from this development won't be able to apply for permit parking, for example, on Taunton Avenue or surrounding streets. And I think that's important because we're building, like the proposal here is for a building with well over 1,000 units that has a very small
You're
fraction
kind
of
of
number
reaching
of-
the
I know.
3-minute mark, and
Okay. Anyways. Okay.
all righty.
I will just wrap up by saying the parking is very limited compared to the number of units, but by the same token, we don't want cars.
Yeah, no,
So
I
understand
I do
that. I'll
apologize.
just
I'm
say that
under
it's a big
enormous
impact.
pressure from Councillor Burnside to hold to the 3 minutes. You can always speak.
I already moved the motion. Moved, it's there.
Okay. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Cole.
Yes, I just wanted to make a few comments. As I mentioned before, this was part of a major study area called the Midtown in Focus, where Councillor Jay Robinson, Councillor Matlow, and myself, and Councillor Robinson before did a major planning, community planning exercise. We came up with a plan of basically moderate density around the stations. And the first thing that happened when the Ford government was elected, they tore up that plan and basically opened the floodgates. So since then, we've had just one tower after another, all on the excuse that because there's transit stations, there should be this extreme density. So that's what's happening. So now it's creeping. It's going easterly here to Mount Pleasant on the same premise. While there's a subway station there, you can have the stories. I know at Yonge and Eglinton, I have our planning department objected to 3 towers that there was at Orchard View and Yonge. They're on 50-foot lots and 53 stories. No parking, no access to the rear. They're going to use turntables to get garbage trucks in the back. Our staff objected, went to the planning, the tribunal. They were approved at 50, 53. Another one at the corner of Duplex and Eglinton started off at 40 They were approved for 40, then they went to the tribunal. Eventually, I think they ended up with 60. So this is what's been happening, is that essentially the basic policy of intensification at subway stations is essentially overruling any kind of local planning, local residents. So this is a perfect example of that. And I just think it's going to be impossible to manage, never mind these buildings and the traffic, but the infrastructure needs. They're going to need playgrounds, they're going to need parks, they're going to need libraries, they're going to need schools. None of that, the tribunal takes none of that into account. All they say is, you must approve density. Subway station, density, density, density. That's what we're faced with. So this is a perfect, ugly example of what's happening to so-called planning in the city of Toronto and in the province of Ontario. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Chernow-Slin, are you moving the recommendations?
Yes, I moved them at the beginning.
Okay, so we're good. Any other speakers on the item?
So I moved, just to be clear, I moved the recommendations from staff, and then there's
Yes,
two
your own
additional-
motions.
there's
Okay,
a
so
couple of
if
additional-
we're ready to vote, we'll vote on your motions first, then we'll vote on the item as amended. Does that sound reasonable? Okay, let's put these motions on the screen. Okay, there they are. Some directions for city council. Any questions for the mover? No, we're okay. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And the item is amended. All those in favor?
Oh, can I have a recorded vote on this one? Sorry.
Sure.
Just on this.
That's a
I should
minor
have done a
request.
recorded-
Okay,
I should have done a record. Can I do a recorded vote on the first thing? Sorry.
Oh,
Apologies.
yes, we can always go back and do a recorded. Oh, okay. So a motion to reopen the. Okay, we can go back to the motions and do a recorded vote.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll put the motions back on the screen so we know what we're voting on. And all those in favor, Councillor Cole, Councillor Chernow-Slin, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Burnside, how do you vote? Councillor Cheng and Councillor Pasternak. All those against? Oh,
This is, so just to be.
okay, against,
No.
no, these are the motions.
The first motions that
Just,
I added.
no, we went back and
Yes.
we're doing a second vote because Councillor Chernow-Slin asked for a recorded vote. So we're voting on the motions first. It'd be good to have them on the screen so people can visually see what we're voting on. So let's try it again. Okay, so these are the motions. All those in favor? Councillor Cole, Councillor Chernow-Slin, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Cheng, and Councillor Pasternak. Opposed? There's nobody. Okay, now the item is amended, recorded or just a straight vote?
Recorded, please.
Recorded on the item is amended. All those in favor? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Pasternak. Opposed? Councillor Cole, Councillor Chernow-Slin, Councillor Burnside, and Councillor Cheng.
It has to go to council. No, it doesn't go to council. No. Why? Because.
Is that what you?
So what happens then? No, it doesn't. So this won't go to council. Okay, so it might get overridden at council.
Yeah, so just for clarity's sake on what just happened, we obviously supported the amendments. Councillor Chernow-Slin and others voted against. The item is amended. It will go to council without recommendation. The item will go to council without recommendation. It'll be redebated at council. Okay? Okay, item number 13, series of addresses on Eglinton Avenue East and Hoyle Avenue. Christopher 5E. Online, this is number 13. Councilor Burnside. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry. Councilor Chernos-Lynn. Christopher 5E?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of council. My name is Chris Vivey. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Hoyle Residents Group. Because we were only permitted a single speaker today, I do not speak for everyone. I respectfully request to reserve the right that my colleagues and neighbors have the ability to submit additional written comments regarding this amendment that I may have missed at a later date. To be entirely clear and upfront, our group is not looking to block reasonable growth. We are here today to protect the integrity and the planning process, our neighborhood safety and infrastructure, and the good faith discussions we previously held with both the city and this developer. As private residents that have day jobs and families to care for, we have already spent significant time over the last 2 years in extensive public consultations, which resulted in a successful 20-story compromise. The developer has now abruptly pivoted to an amendment of the zoning and propose a massive new 35-story building. Of those 2 years of public consultation, if those years of public consultation hold zero weight, we would like to ask the developer if they consider our public participation in this process entirely performative. It should be noted that, to my knowledge, the developer has made no attempt to contact the residents of the Hoyle Residents Group regarding this massive new scope. In fact, we only received notice of this meeting just 2 weeks ago. This is not a minor tweak. This is a transformative change. The developer is attempting to nearly triple the density, jumping from 128 units to 393 units. This drastic expansion seems to be driven solely by the recent acquisition of the adjacent land at 551 Eglinton Avenue East and greed, rather than sound planning principles and with any consideration of the surrounding community. Before recommending 20 stories, the city rejected a previous 23-story proposal on this same site. The severe infrastructure issues that justified the refusal still stand. In fact, they are massively compounded by adding 12 more stories to this 255 more units. We formally request that today's amendment request be denied or at a minimum deferred. A deferral is essential to allow our community to work with professionals and city staff to properly review the planning gaps that still exist. The 14 days given us at the start of the summer holiday season simply did not allow us to analyze this proposal with a lawyer or engage with a professional planner. Specifically, we're concerned about the safety of our children walking through the neighborhood to school, the traffic flow and parking on Hoyle Avenue, and the surrounding residential streets, especially given the residential parking on Hoyle is strictly limited to the east side, the increasing severe strain on their local schools and transit lines that are currently over capacity, the stress and impact on our power, water, and waste infrastructure, the immediate privacy in our own backyards, and shadow impacts that the adjacent two-story homes. We ask you to honor the community's continued good faith participation in this process and deny this amendment today or grant a deferral so we can return to the table and find a planning solution that actually works for the City of Toronto, the council, the developer, and the residents of the neighborhood.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? Question for the deputant? Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
Hi, Chris. This is Councillor Rachel Chernos-Lynn here. So when this application was initially considered, when it was at 20 stories, were you involved with that group that was in discussions? Yes. And so can you just give us a sense of how much time and financial impact there was to the community on that one?
Our group of 4 individuals spent well over 2 years on and off speaking with planners, with legal counsel to come to a resolution with the city to agree to a 20-story building. And that has now just been thrown out the window. All the time, all the working together, they've changed their tune
Yeah.
without notice.
And did you participate in the community consultation meeting that was held for this development with the new application?
No, we were not aware of that.
You weren't? Okay. Do you live on Hoyle?
I do, yes.
You do? Okay. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask staff about that, to find out, why that might have been. Okay. And, you've attempted to reach the developer about this?
We have not, because we only found out about it 2 weeks ago, about this meeting.
Okay. All right.
And nor have they reached out to us, though, I might add.
Okay. You should have, neighbors should have received, and we did have a community consultation meeting. There were some neighbors there, but perhaps this explains why there was some low numbers. So I'm not sure what happened there. Okay. Thank you for your deputation, and appreciate your input on this. And I just want to say that I completely understand your frustration on this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know where we were. Okay. So, are there any other speakers on this item?
I'd like to just speak, not for the deputant, but.
Deputations are over.
Right, but you haven't called for questions or speakers or
Oh, yeah.
anything.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Sorry, I was in a side conversation here.
That's okay. It's a long day.
So questions for staff? Or just
I
speaking?
actually do have a question for staff.
Okay,
I
let's
just
go
wanna
quickly
follow
to
up.
questions for staff, and then we'll go to speakers.
Okay, just in terms of the community consultation meeting, can you just remind me, if you have on hand, what the process is in terms of where you mail applications, or not applications, but letters announcing the community consultation meeting? And just remind me of how many folks were at that meeting? Like how many people registered for the community consultation meeting?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did have a community consultation meeting on March 9th, 2026. It was a virtual community consultation meeting, and there were approximately 15 members of the public that attended. Typically, what we do is we send notice out to 120 meters of the property. We do consult with the councilor's office about expanded notification area. We're just checking to see if there was an expanded notification area on this. We do have correspondence from the speaker about the community consultation meeting on March 9th. We did receive a letter, an email from this deputant. Yeah.
Okay, so perhaps Christopher, because it was in March, it may seem like quite a while ago, or I don't know, but so he
Maybe
was.
very well, yep.
Yeah, so that's okay, that's okay. I just want to clarify, I don't recall ever being asked if I want an expanded area of letters to go out.
We're
That's not-
double checking that now, Councilor. We can get back to
Okay.
you on that.
But I'm happy to know that that's something I can request.
Yes.
Because I might do that sometimes. Okay. So I would just, in light of the community feeling like they would just like the opportunity to discuss with the developer, I would just like to move this to council without recommendations, just to give.
Councilor Chernos, just a second. Were you asking questions of staff?
I was, sorry.
Are you going into speakers?
I
now?
was.
Okay.
Sorry, I
so
apologize.
Let's just get. Okay, Councilor Burnside, you're not the chair. Okay, so just let others have the chance to answer on their behalf.
Someone
Are there
else
any
might-
other questions of staff? Okay, no. Let's go to speakers. Councilor Chernos, Lynn.
Okay, I will just say that residents on Hoyle Avenue and adjacent streets, as everybody I think has heard today, were heavily involved in a process with this developer a few years ago. And they worked very hard to make improvements and to land it, I think it was 21 stories. This is not a mere a couple stories more. This is 14 stories more. So it is a significant change. And in light of the feeling like they haven't had the opportunity to really work with the developer, didn't know about this, I would just like to move this to council without recommendations and give them a chance to do that before council considers it. I will just say, the fact that this has come back, I know it is within an MTSA, I understand that, but the fact that it's come back with such a significant increase in height when residents put forward not just their time, but also significant expense negotiating a settlement is problematic. That process is highly, highly problematic. And each time we say yes, it makes it worse. So I just am conscious of that fact and conscious of the impact on local residents and that community voice that really is restricted. So
Okay.
I would just like to move this to council without recommendations.
Okay, any other speakers on the item? No? Okay, so, for item number 13, series of addresses on Eglinton Avenue East and Hoyle, official plan amendment, Councillor Chernos Lynn is, sending this to council without recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 14. You want? Okay. Can you just hand that to me? Yeah, so there is actually another item that we're going to be adding to the agenda, or at least put up to a vote for the agenda. It's from Councillor Cheng regarding parking and transit consideration requests. The first vote is to agree to add it to the agenda, and then we can debate it. All those in favor of adding it to the agenda?
Ding, 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 100.
That has carried. We can dispose of it right away. Yeah, no, okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, a quick release on, is it number 6? We do have one. Councillor Cheng would like to do a quick release on number 6, Metrolinx Yonge North Subway Extension. We'd be happy to hear the speaker now, Brian Atlee, or Athley, Centerpoint Mall. He had to go shopping? Okay, so there's, it's assumed there's no speakers on the item. Question for staff? We're back to 6. It's a quick release, and then we'll go to 14 with Councillor Burnside's item. So, speakers? Yeah, you have to speak to move your motion.
So I have a motion. It's actually quite an extensive motion that I've worked on with staff and in consultation with the community. I am moving forward with the delegated authority. That is the main motion that is being moved here. But this is a significant rerouting of Yonge Street that is going to impact my community for a significant undetermined amount of time. And so we went to canvass the neighborhood, the local businesses, many of whom are losing access to their main street. So imagine you own a restaurant, a hairdresser, you're a hairdresser, your business fronts on Yonge, and suddenly your business will no longer be fronting on Yonge, nor will people see your business when they're driving on Yonge. So we just want to make sure that this community is well supported so that it doesn't become a ghost town, and so that the impact on the local businesses is considered, as well as the traffic impacts, because there currently, the way it's designed, there is a bottleneck. So we're going to go from 6 lanes down to 4 lanes. And so it's a really big impact, again, for an undetermined amount of time. So we would like to request Metrolinx to consider if they could try to keep the lane-to-lane parity in their reroutings to limit traffic impact, as well as all the mitigation that is listed. Really important in this list is multilingual engagement. When I went canvassing the local businesses, I had a Farsi speaker and a Korean speaker, and I speak Chinese, and we were able to engage the business owners. And if we did not have those languages represented, it would have been very hard to communicate. And that being said, you could see the panic in the eyes of some of those businesses. It has been very hard already economically for a lot of these business owners. We already have a demolition of the plaza on the southeast corner, which has we've already lost vibrancy on that stretch on the east side of Yonge Street. And so we just want to make sure that these business owners are well supported. And something that I realized, unfortunately, when we were canvassing, even just a few days ago, 2 of the business owners of one business actually committed suicide because of the difficulty of their business. So it's a difficult environment to have a business as it is, and then to lose your fronting on Yonge Street. I just want to support the local community and get the best outcome as we transition to a very intense construction environment.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. It's certainly an intense motion. Councillor Kara, questions for the mover?
Well, I'm wondering if we can scroll back to the top. There are financial impacts all up and down this motion. Is this all being asked of Metrolinx, or is transportation service? Okay, well, consult. Oh, so it's Metrolinx in consultation with us, not the other way around. Okay, sorry, my stickler is request Metrolinx in consultation with the transportation service and the executive director transport to undertake the following additional actions. So all of them are requests of Metrolinx. None of them are the executive director transit expansion. Those are lumped into in consultation with. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Just need to know because there's some financial stuff in there. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the mover? Any other speakers on the item? No? Okay, let's put the motion on the screen, although it looks like we need.
There's also a supplementary
Oh, there's more?
motion. Yeah. Recommendation from staff. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
are you're moving both?
Yes. Yes, I'm moving
Okay.
both.
Okay, so there's a supplementary motion or report, recommendation, and plus your motion.
Yep.
Okay, so let's do staff first, your motion, and then the item is amended?
Sure.
Okay, so this is, looks like a staff motion.
Staff supplementary. Yep.
Supplementary, all those in favor? Opposed, that is carried. Councillor Cheng's omnibus motion.
Omnibus ask.
Oh my gosh, need a whole week just to read it. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, that is carried, and the item is amended. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, item number 14, Don Mills Regeneration Area Study, Leslie Site, final report. We have 2 deputants on the item. David Cox. David Cox. Alan McKecker. Alan McKellar. There we go. Okay, thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
I believe members of council have received a letter from the Don Mills Residents, Inc. regarding this matter. Therefore, I won't read it. I'd like to emphasize that when I came here at the May 26th meeting, I was entirely supportive of the planning department and the work that they did. I will indicate that we are in support of the comprehensive and ambitious proposal. Appendix B follows the city's goals to create complete communities, which we are trying to achieve throughout new developments in Don Mills. This is a step in the right direction to achieve them. We have one major concern in this report, and that's item 2. We are concerned that the non-residential areas for developments with FSI greater than 3 remains at 13,000 square meters. It does not reflect needs of larger community for access to amenities and employment, which are essential to create sustainable community. On page 8, you have an explanation. The second paragraph from the bottom talks about the Leslie site. Actually, the reason for their change from the May 26th report was they say it's more isolated. And frankly, that's the reason why we believe that non-residential uses should be higher than is now recommended in this amended report. So we request significantly, strongly, that you revert to the recommendations in the May 26th report with respect to non-residential uses. We mention here that the non-residential for 895 Lawrence was extremely low, and it's not correct. The same is for here. We believe in a complete community, and we believe that strong
If you
use-
could wrap up, please.
Yes, that strong non-residential areas be maintained. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Yes?
Sorry, just only because you're, so it's defending the employment, the non-residential.
Yes.
Just because your last statement at the end that you said that residential be retained, but you want us to retain the non-residential.
Absolutely,
square
the
footage.
non-residential
Okay,
is
got it.
essential to complete community, particularly the
Right.
whole area north of Eglinton on Leslie Street.
Yes, gotcha. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much for your comments. I do not have any more deputants on this item. Questions for staff?
Yep.
Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, feel free to reset my clock. Thank you. So can you just explain the changes from the previous report to now and why? Thank you.
Through the chair, there were a few changes made from the May version. One of those included removing the reference to a centralized park in the policies. We still retain the consolidated park, but centralized was removed. We also specified that any alternative density proposed through a development application, we specified that had to otherwise conform with the policy of the plan. We removed, again, the reference to centralized park in the vision statement and in the community services and facilities priority.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt this, but I'm just, it was to Alan's question more. That's all I really care about. The non-residential uses. I think he said that was changed.
The non-residential requirements did not change from May.
Oh, okay. That's cool. I may have one more question. Oh, and then is there going to be any consideration for a connection to Wilcott Creek for pedestrians and cyclists, or is that getting ahead of us? Is that kind of more in the application process?
So the draft policies do identify a signalized intersection where the new east-west street hits Leslie to prioritize safe crossing of Leslie Street. And that would then be connected through to the Don Mills Trail through that new east-west street and on-street bikeways and sidewalks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I just wanted to refine that point a bit, because while we're saying that non-residential hasn't changed, in a slight way it has, because while we're trying to maintain the square footage, it now has to be compatible with residential being right beside it or right above it. Am I right about that? They have to be, it can't be industrial, it's got to be compatible uses. And formerly that was not so much the case.
Through the chair, yes, the non-residential uses would have to be compatible with residential uses, although that was also the case in May.
Oh, in May. No, I'm thinking of the history of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of going as a little girl on a tour of the Wrigley chewing gum manufacturing facility. But that was made clear in May as well. We're now looking for, while we can have employment lands, they've got to live cheek by jowl with residential. And so it
That's
limits
correct.
it somewhat. Doesn't limit it all the way though. Do we still have, there is some contemplation of food businesses, research and development, wet labs?
Through the chair, yes, we do introduce permissions for light industrial uses that are compatible with sensitive uses and have a policy to encourage employment-focused uses.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. When we do a regeneration study like this, how does it impact the converted land value? So if you have an employment use only building and suddenly it's residential mixed use, does it then change the affordability of the non-residential space?
Through the chair, I mean, I'm not a market expert, but we do recognize that in a more mixed use environment, non-residential would be competing with residential uses, which is why we are requiring a minimum amount of non-residential space.
And what is that, I guess, ratio of replacement?
Through the chair, the minimum requirements are 13,000 square meters or 5% of the total gross floor area, whichever is less.
5% of the entire regeneration area is up for replacement?
Through the chair, it is 13,000 square meters or 5%, whichever is less, yes.
And when we look at something like this, that is almost like a secondary plan, how do we ensure that we are building I guess, a whole community and not just adding a lot of housing?
Through the chair, yes, sure, ensuring there's an appropriate mix of uses is certainly part of the work we did. We did do an economic development study which informed the policy recommendations before you. And the non-residential requirements are comparable to what is currently on site.
And what is the projected population that will, what is the projected population growth for the regeneration area?
Through the chair, I don't think I have the actual projected population, but we are anticipating, approximately 3,000 residential units.
3,000 new residential units. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions of staff? Any speakers? Councillor Burnside. Someone has to move the recommendation. Okay, and then I'll speak. Don't you speak first?
We don't have to speak to everything.
Councillor Burnside, are you going to move the
I
recommendation?
already said yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I said yes.
Okay.
Say it
So-
3 times if you like. Yes.
Yes. Okay. No, thank you for moving the recommendations. I just wanted to speak very briefly about the Tippett regeneration area. So this was in the area of Wilson Subway Station long before there became provincial mandates to intensify. These lands were barely used with moderate commercial and industrial spaces. We converted it to regeneration. We built a park. We built a daycare, community space, public art. There's retail, there's restaurants, and there's almost the exact same number of units that will be built out in this spot, 3,000. It's a wonderful community, and it's worked quite well. It has its problems. There are certainly traffic problems and pedestrian safety issues, but I would deem it a success story. And when it first started, we took 10% of those units and we made them either affordable rental and affordable ownership. And one of the great pleasures I had as a local counselor of meeting young couples who were getting their first home as a condominium through our affordable purchase program at the City of Toronto. So, Councillor Burnside, I wish you all the best with this. It has been a great success, I think, in York Center, where we have a lovely community there, a complete community, and I think if it's done properly, you should see success in the decades to come.
Yeah, thank you for your well wishes. But as you know, some of the rules have changed by the province. I just wanted to add that because it is a bit different. But thank you. I do appreciate your well wishes.
Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Burnside has moved the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 15, 200 Gateway Boulevard, zoning bylaw amendment. I have one deputant on the item, Jonathan Tinney. Jonathan Tinney? Oh, there you are. Okay. Has he spoken already? Well, it was Councillor. Yeah, I just thought we were holding this for Councillor Burnside. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Right, I had to hold it for speakers. Okay, fair enough. Number 16, 765 Steeles Avenue West. We have two speakers on it. Aaron Azran. Aaron Azran? Howie Paskowitz.
Good afternoon.
Howie,
members.
thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members of council. Firstly, I'd like to start by thanking Councillor Chang and her staff and all the staff here that have gotten us to this point today. I'm Howard Paskowitz with the applicant for 765 Steeles. 4 years ago, you approved this incredible 296 unit infill purpose-built rental building with significant community benefits. As we all know, and as we all agree, times have changed and so has the market. What has not changed is the depth of the housing crisis and what we think this project can do to help that housing crisis. Due to significant market and other changes that have occurred, this project is, as approved, cannot proceed. If you approve our request today for modifying the benefits from Section 37, we will start the significant housing project in 2027. Most of you have seen our finished work or work under construction or projects to come, including Councillors Cole, Councillors Pasternak, Councillor Carroll, and Councillor Burnside. We're not asking to wipe out the Section 37, we're asking to modify it. We don't want to reapply and fall under the new section, the new CBC regime, which would significantly reduce the community benefits. Just to further reiterate what our attorney has already submitted, the benefits that we are still hoping to provide to unlock this incredible housing would also come with up to $600,000 in improvements to the existing building that remains on site, full access to all the brand new amenities for our existing and future residents, the conveyance of 1,575 square meters of park with approximately 469 square meters of over dedication. That's actually 30% bigger than what would be required. Also, the delivery of a POPs comprising approximately 521 square meters. Put it all together, and that contiguous space is 22,552 square feet. That has a lot of community benefits. What we're proposing today as well is a cash contribution that reflects a reasonable contribution in the current context of $1.5 million. We are offering certainty of these contributions and proceeding in 2027, as we have shown from our track record. We would break ground on this very exciting purpose-built infill rental project, not unlike the ones we have already delivered. If we cannot find a path forward that we all agree upon, we may have no other choice than to reapply and come in under the CBC. We are hoping to unlock this incredible rental housing project in North York with significant benefits to the community, and we are looking for your support today. Thank you.
Questions for the deputants? Councillor Carroll.
So I'm confused. We've been discussing this one because it is infill, so it is complex. So in the financial impact statement that we have before us, it talks about the shell space for childcare, and a cash contribution to fit it out. Turns out that's not enough to fit it out. That's what I understand is the difficulty here. Is that shell space still on the table?
We've been working very closely with Councillor Chang and staff for nearly a year now to get to the point where we can make a decision on that. We have been working in good faith, continuing the design of the building. Our target is 2027, and at some point we have to make a decision. We're at a fork in the road. We've been at that fork for a little while. We've waited as long as we could. We put forward suggested wording for the bylaw. Everyone around this chamber has worked, well, not everyone, but anyone that's worked on this project has worked in good faith. Unfortunately, we get to the point now where we are at a fork in the road, and for this project to proceed and produce nearly 300 brand new units of rental housing, we need to have made that decision, and we need to continue on the design. And unfortunately, as of today, despite everyone's best efforts, we don't have any clarity on what that space is going to be.
And you're saying 2027, meaning you want to employ construction workers and construct in 2027?
We want to break ground in 2027, and we want to get a lot of people back to work, and we want to create great housing and a park and new amenity spaces and everything that we've done in several other wards around the city.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
I just have a couple. What in general does it cost to build a licensed daycare center these days? What's your estimate?
We've estimated to be very expensive. I don't want to give the definite numbers. A lot of that comes down to exactly what's going in there. It's kind of like buying a house from a builder and without knowing exactly what floor tiles are going in, cutting the check the day before he starts.
Would 5 to 7 million sound about right?
Without having the exact specifics of what this project or what the daycare is going to be like, I can't tell you that that number is adequate.
So I understand you've sort of come to an impasse over this. Who pays, who builds out, who?
Yeah, and unfortunately, what's at jeopardy here is the project. While there's some great opportunities here, unfortunately, we can't make this at this point a viable project and proceed on the current agreement.
Okay, so the dispute over the daycare stalls the whole project.
The lack of clarity and certainty has gotten past the point of where we had to make a decision, and we need to make that decision now. And so at this point, what we're proposing in lieu of the daycare space is $1.5 million in addition to the park, the excess park, the brand new amenity spaces, and $600,000 that we'll be spending to improve the existing building, which represents significant community benefits.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Howie. Questions for staff? Question for staff? No? Speakers? Oh, Councillor Chang?
I'm going to move without recommendations.
To council without recommendation?
I appreciate the hard work that everybody has done, and I think I need to give it one last kick at the can. I have support from the mayor's office. We have found some Section 37 money, and we really need to address Willowdale's childcare crisis. So we have a deficit of 496 spots in Willowdale today. We get emails from parents who can't find childcare. Women put themselves on wait lists the minute they test positive for pregnancy, and it can affect their career development when they can't find childcare. And Willowdale is the only ward in, actually I have a slide deck here. Oh, I need sharing permission. Sorry. Yeah, very quickly. Allow. Yeah. So as you can see, Willowdale is the only ward in North York that has a deficit of daycare. And despite the need, the pipeline for new state spaces is mostly stalled. We are lacking 496 spots. Currently, our target service level is 50% of children covered, and we only have 39.2%, which is a 496 spot deficit.
Yeah, you're kind of at your 3 minutes,
Yeah.
but we get certainly get the gist of what you're
We're just going
saying.
to take a moment and see if we can bridge the gap and do something remarkable and much needed in Willowdale. Thank you.
All right, the motion is on the screen, sending it to, what? Oh, you want to speak?
Yeah, I just.
Oh, Councillor Carroll.
Just
Okay.
to eliminate confusion, because I fully intended understanding how difficult these are to do, having had to forego one in an application currently going forward in my own ward because it really doesn't work in the current provincial regime. One of the biggest things that is the stalling block is that we are still waiting for the capital that was to be contributed to childcare spaces by the province upon negotiating their $10 a day deal. None of that capital has arrived. We've done the fee reductions. We're closer to $10 a day, but no capital spaces have been created nor contributed to these types of projects. So I was prepared to move a motion to just say, here's the cash value of the Section 37 that is allowable in the old regime on this development. I am still prepared to move that motion in council if we have not got a childcare deal that is agreed to by the applicant and children's services and city finance. The mayor's support is neither here nor there to me. It is those three bodies being able to work this out, because if they haven't, then what we have is orphan space, and that I know can become very problematic for the city. So it would have to be signed off on by Children's Services and City Finance, what we are bringing forward to council. And I will save my draft motion until then.
Okay, we've got a few weeks to work things out. Any other speakers on the item? No? Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen. We're sending this item to council without recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 17, 25 Cedar Croft Boulevard, zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. I have deputants on the item. Jonathan Tinney. There you are again, okay.
Members of the committee, my name is Jonathan Tinney. I'm a principal with WWP Architects and Planners. I'm here acting on behalf of the applicant, Novi Properties. Just want to support and say thank you to staff for all of their work and input onto the application over the last several years. We certainly concur with staff's recommendation, and I'm here if there are any questions.
Any questions for the deputant? Okay, thank you. Joshkun Hazanov? Mr. Hazanov? Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. Good day. First, it's my English not enough as explain everything. I'm so sorry, but I try. Good day, everyone. My name is Joshkun Hasanov. I live at 25 Cedar Court Boulevard, apartments 3 or 5. I strongly oppose this 29-story building. It will create huge problems for all residents. First, I have its mobility problems and use a cane. This construction will block my underground parking. Many neighbors will lose their parking too. Second, our street Cedar Court Boulevard is already too busy and crowded. Over 300 new apartments will bring hundreds new cars. It will is terrible for us, our street. Third, our building has not have its AC. In the summer, we must open our windows. The dust, dirt, and this loud noise for years will make our levels terrible. Finally, this huge tower will block it all natural light for the lower floors. I live in 3 floors. Please protect our home and say no is this application. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. One question, were you at the consultation? It's been over 3 years since there was a consultation on this. Were you present during that meeting?
Before, no.
May 2023.
No.
No? Okay.
No.
All right. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rashad Mahadizad? Rashad Mahadizad? Okay, that's it with deputations. Question for staff? I have a couple. Over 3 years has elapsed since a virtual community consultation. Could you please put context to the delay? I mean, that's a long time between community consultation and final report.
Through you, or actually to you, Mr. Chair, the interim time period, partly staff has been working with the applicant on a revised submission, and partly it's been waiting on the applicant to make a revised submission.
So it was comments back and forth, or? Okay, okay, so you're waiting on the applicant to respond to your comments. Okay, so that's fair enough. Now, the configuration, the unit configuration, has that changed over time? You're still pretty heavy on the, close to 10% on the studio. Studio and one bedroom are close to half of these units. That seems like a bygone era. Has there been any talk about weighting it more on the family sizes, 2 and 3 bedrooms, or that never was that a discussion point?
And the number of units has changed since the initial submission, but these numbers still meet the guidelines.
Were these the original configurations, or have they been weighted differently since the original application?
They have changed.
They have changed. Are they weighted more on the 2 and 3 bedrooms, or you've got about 13% as 3 bedrooms? Is it always been around that?
Actually, I don't remember the percentage.
Okay.
Initial submission.
All right. Okay. We'll leave it at that for now. My plan is to send this up to council without recommendation. I think I have to consult with the community a little more. Too much time has elapsed between the virtual consultation and now, and I'd just like to take a closer look at what they think, and certainly where we're at with the earlier application and where we're at today. So that's, councillors, that's my position, to send it to council without recommendation. Anyone else want to speak? No? Okay. The motion is on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, number 18, series of addresses on Viewmount Avenue. We have a number of speakers here. Stephanie Chapman.
Hi, can we respectfully ask for the clock to reset? Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Stephanie. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. I want to begin by noting that the June 17th, 2026 staff action report states this application seeks to redesignate the site to apartment neighborhoods and permit a tall building form. This proposal, however, fails to meet good planning principles, and the report lies on several premature and misleading assumptions. First, the PMTSA argument is not valid. Glencairn Station is not currently an MTSA. And currently, the MTSA policies for a neighborhood would apply if it were in place. Staff also assume it will become a priority station, but that is not guaranteed. Even if designated, MTSA policies would only allow FSI and 30 stories and only for large multi-building sites within 200 meters of the station. This is a single building site, and the proposal seeks 11.88 FSI and 39 stories, which is nearly double what MTSA policies contemplate. MTSA policies also require block plans with public streets, parks, open spaces, and a mix of buildings. This application does not meet those criteria. Also, it's important to note that nothing in MTSA policy requires underlying zoning to address the provincial policy. Second, precedent cannot justify this application. The report cites previously approved tall buildings, including several OLT orders as precedent. Note that both these applications that were approved at the OLT were uncontested and were there with staff support. We all know 2 wrongs don't make a right, and here we're dealing with 9 problematic approvals, including those 2. The Wenderley Park Community Association relied on the growing Marley study process, and which was expected to meet our concerns. However, several applications advanced before we could intervene. Third, reliance on the growing Marley-Glencairn study is premature. This study is not complete. Even if it had, the most aggressive recommendations coming out of that study right now were for 20 to 30 stories, not 39, and then only for sites that meet the criteria that this site does not satisfy. The study team has set an objective of 78,000 residents for this small area full of 2-lane streets. There have been no comprehensive studies, and if the applications continue to be approved at 100% to 30% higher than what the study called for, we're talking about potential for 101,000 to 150,000 new residents in this area, which is equivalent to the town of Niagara Falls or Kingston. None of these applications provide components of a complete community. There are no plans for schools, parks, health services, or employment uses. This is almost entirely residential in this proposal. Fourth, city policies for apartment neighborhoods, and the avenues are being ignored. These policies require transitions in scale, sunlight protection, comfortable wind conditions, and appropriate relationships to single-family homes. They also envision parks, cultural facilities, and small-scale retail. This application does not meet those requirements, nor do other recent applications. Finally, tall buildings do not belong everywhere. City policy is clear on this. Tall buildings are appropriate only in the right places. This site is in the middle of a single-family neighborhood and with some mixed-use buildings along Marley. The official plan designates most of it as neighborhoods with mixed commercial residential only on the frontage, and the current zoning does not permit tall buildings. Neither do the MTSA policies with regard to those zonings. In closing, there's no urgent need to approve this application. It's premature because the growing Marley-Glencairn plan is not complete. Infrastructure studies have not been done. The MTSA,
Stephanie, you have to
I'm
wrap up.
wrapping up. MTSA has not been delineated. City policies for neighborhoods, apartment neighborhoods, and avenues and tall buildings have been ignored. And to note, intensification is policy without destroying the existing neighborhood or overwhelming its structure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. You've got a big fan base there.
I know.
So, any questions for the deputant? Okay. All right, Stephanie, thank you very much for that. Howard Zoe? He couldn't stay, okay. I'm looking for Carm Da Silva. Carm Da Silva? He had to leave? She. Mari? Mari? I'm under enormous pressure to try and get this right. Spazveska.
Thank you. Beautiful.
3 times charms.
Good work. Oh, Jennifer. If I could politely ask the chair, I'm speaking 2 more times on similar matters, and because it's only 3 minutes and I have to revise all my presentations, is there any way I could do a 6-minute and not come up the next time?
No.
And you won't have to try my name again.
No, you're speaking
That's
to one
good?
item, right?
Pardon?
You're speaking to one item, right? You're speaking to this item, the current.
Yes, but the next 2 items are the same, they're the developments are
Oh,
all in
I
the same
see.
area. Yeah,
Oh, I see.
yeah.
Okay, if you want to have a couple more minutes.
Yeah,
extra
because then
here,
I've
and
combined,
then we'll take you off the list for the others.
yeah, that's good.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Okay. See, we didn't know, and Jennifer's now volunteered. We're really learning a lot today about what you have to know to come and present. Okay. So in all the documents, the city documents, they always talk about context, and context is important in all planning matters. This is the context for our neighborhood. Down around the middle of it, you see that big white space. It's not a river, it's not anything, it's the Allen Road. It's a ditch. When they stopped the Spadina Expressway, a progressive conservative Premier Bill Davis in 71, he stopped it south of Eglinton, which is just at the end there, but the top part, the ditch got created. When they made that ditch, I've lived in that neighborhood my whole life. All those streets were joined together. They crossed over before they cut the ditch. When they did the ditch, they expropriated 300 working class houses, and those people had to go move away somewhere. They were expropriated. And so I lost a lot of friends, and it divided the community. This half started becoming a little bit more affluent, and now most of the people on this side would consider themselves Forest Hill North, and that's what they tell me all the time. The other side is the mix. A lot of the working class people stayed there. The houses are more affordable. Right now, that blue block that you see is the apartments that we fought against way back when they made the ditch, but we didn't succeed. So it's this whole complex of 23 to 30 something apartments. It's there, which is probably why we're square box, not in effect to be PMTSA or yes. So the park that you see, the big space on the side, a big open white space, that was Viewmount Park. The park got cut in half. Most of it is in the ditch. As we know, the Allen Expressway is one of the biggest problems in the city. It's probably the most costly road to maintain in the city. We haven't dealt with it. They're doing a study on it. They just had the open houses a few weeks ago. It's not due to 2027, looking at it. No decision should be made in this area until some kind of decision is made. The next one is a more realistic shot. So now this is all those blue buildings, what they look like now with the Allen Road beside them. There is no access to the Allen Road unless you go down to Eglinton or up to Lawrence. So none of the people that live there have access to it. It's a huge complex, and even the lower buildings at the bottom now have applications for towers there too. So there again, the top end of those tall buildings that already exist. If you look just above them, you see those, the first, second little street, they're dead ends. And so without the community knowing, because they're dead ends and who would go there unless you live there, all those buildings over the years were acquired. And right now, in that little spot from where that bridge is down, so it's the 3 streets above that apartment block, there are going to be 12 condos filling up the whole space, except for, and one of the speakers will later speak, that some houses that they left down the middle, surrounded by condos. Wow. So these are quickly, those are the buildings that three of those, and, oh, it's too faint. Three of those buildings are the ones that are up for today, 18, 19, and 20. And, oh, and 30. Later on, you get 30. They're all in that complex. The ones at the top end, not the single one by itself, I don't even know who, yeah. The top ones there, 5 condos face, and all their exits from the building are onto Viewmount Street. That Viewmount Street ends at Marley with a school. And the kids that come out of the school all have to deal with the road there. If they go out Viewmount the other way, it ends at Bathurst. It's a very short street. So there's going to be tons of traffic with five giant condos going out. Okay, now these are the ones on the north side of Viewmount. It's not up today. This is the one that we are doing now, 18. This is the one you're going to be considering today. They're right beside each other. This is the third one on the north side of the street. We're right beside each other. And then there's the Allen Road. Then across the street from them, they all exit onto one road that's very short.
You'll have to, you're after over 6 minutes, so.
Well, I have another one after 22, so you can give me another 3 maybe, and I can finish this. And then
No, hey,
have
we're
to
not,
see me again.
we're not haggling over that. Look, look at all the people waiting.
Oh, I know, there's only 3 more pictures.
Show the pictures,
Okay?
and then you're
Those
done.
2 on Viewman at the bridge. And if you look, it's the old style building slab that you're not supposed to do anymore, said the planning guide. This one, and this one. Altogether 12 towers. The area that they're in is, all of you go down to city council. It is,
Okay.
it is less than the square meters of Nathan Phillips Square. 12 towers. In
Okay.
a little,
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank
Yeah, appreciate it. Okay. Well, questions for the deputy? No? Okay.
no questions. This time I even stayed, I didn't run away. Okay.
Okay. Cheryl Siegel? Okay. Ms. Siegel?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. In 2024, this council agreed that Marley Glencairn had serious infrastructure issues relating to sewer, water management, and hydro, and ordered studies. In fact, it directed these issues be studied, and the planners seem to have ignored that in anything going forward today. Again, we heard about more studies. That's because we suffer from a severe lack of infrastructure. To begin with, I would just want to mention that the Wenderley Park Community Association has been working closely with Mr. Cole's office and planners to try to address some of these issues, and we're still here today. And we have put in detailed submissions, so I'm not going to try to cover the stuff in the submissions. I'm just going to stick with some points. The city makes policies around neighborhoods that complete streets and avenues, and the planners just aren't following them. Knowing of our severe infrastructure limitations, the city didn't fight the developers at the OLT. Instead, they settle. And while I don't agree with the reasons, I understand the motivation that was expressed here today. I do get it. In that context, to be clear, the city can't fault the OLT or the province, as the OLT wasn't given the chance to rule against it. Even worse, because of that dynamic, the city's never had to present arguments to the OLT about why our area has some hard physical and geographical constraints, insufficient infrastructure capacity issues and limitations, why it hasn't been designated as a MTSA, and maybe will never be, and how it can achieve, and none of this has been brought before the OLT. So Do they understand the dynamic? I don't know. The planners support the developers on these applications and then the city settles. Believe me, we want to have as much justification as we can to push back on the province. And to that end, we've met with our MPP and coordinated a meeting last month, attended by Mike Cole and members of her office and the Office of the Minister of Housing. But the city has to do its part too. It has to take on the OLT, including in relation to these applications here today, if appeals are taken. It is awaiting the result of critical infrastructure planning, more in the pipeline. The corridor west of the Allen is being over-densified to a level that's not consistent with responsible planning or infrastructure capabilities, possibly ever infrastructure. There's not an endless supply of infrastructure. At some point, you reach the limit. In the context of high-density clustered developments, particularly involving tall towers, additional master studies and coordinated planning is necessary so that developments can proceed safely without causing harm during or as a result of construction, without taxing or usurping remaining capacity infrastructure shared by our community with other communities within the city, things like hydro and sewers, and without creating dynamics that threaten the safety and well-being of our neighborhood.
Your
Responsible
time
planning
is up.
must.
Can you finish your thoughts, please?
Yeah, I'm going to, I will consider it. What I'm going to say is responsible planning has to be contextual planning, and you have to look at the whole picture and what's missing from this entire scenario. This isn't one building. This isn't a one building of 40 stories instead of 15 stories. This is 12 towers. There's way more, but in this one 4
Okay,
by
sorry,
1 block.
that's your
No,
time.
let me finish my sentence. This is one. I'm sorry. I'm going to let you finish and I will address the remaining comments in
Okay.
relation to the next application.
Thank you.
I
Thank
will
you.
be,
That's it.
I'll just be
Thank you.
continuing.
Thank
I'm
you
not
so
done.
much. Okay, our next, any questions for the speaker? Nope. Seeing none, we're going to move to the next deputant, Howard Borlock, who is online. Okay, Howard's not here. How about Jessica Borlock? Okay, Jessica, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thank you. You have 3 minutes, please.
Okay, I'll just give me 1 minute to. I've reviewed the written submission. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I've reviewed the written submission of the Wenderley Park Community Association filed with this council and support all of its points. Since there is not time to address all the issues that lead to the conclusion that the most responsible course of action is the deferral and enactment of a quarter-wide holding bylaw, I'm going to speak from the perspective of a family with young children living on Viewmount. My house is on Viewmount Avenue, two houses east of Shermount. I have 3 young boys. Well, that may seem like a lot to me. There are many families on the street that have 4 or 5 or even more children. There are 2 schools at Viewmount and Bathurst, and a school at Viewmount and Marley. There are buses that bring children from other schools back to Viewmount. I often see siblings groups walking together. There is only a sidewalk on the south side of the street. And when there's a car pulled over on the south side of the street or a bus stops to drop off school children, traffic comes to a halt. My house is on the north side of the street and it is difficult to see around the parked cars to cross the street. As it is, my children and I have to be very careful and wait a long time before crossing to the safety of the sidewalk. I don't even want to think about how dangerous it would be for my own children and the other children in the neighborhood to walk to school or get dropped off on Viewmount on the school bus with the increased traffic the mega towers would produce. Safety must remain a priority for the neighborhood children. Sun is also an important part of the community with children. The mega towers would block the sun certain times a day, and the children playing at Viewmount Park and in houses like mine in the backyard would be deprived of that sunlight. In conclusion, as it stands, Viewmount is a vibrant street with lots of large families with young children. There's a beautiful park, 3 schools right on the street. There's also a bridge over the Allen and the subway entrance. It is a busy street already and cannot absorb the extra burden of the mega towers. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much, Jessica. And our next debutant is Jane McFarlane from Weston Consulting. I think. Welcome, Jane. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Jane McFarlane. I represent the applicant and owner of the applications for 262 to 274 Viewmount Avenue. I wish to express our support for the staff report and the supplementary staff report and the staff recommendation to approve the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment applications. The applications are consistent with the PPS and conform with the Toronto official plan. The proposal is compatible with the approved towers to the immediate east of 40 stories and immediate west of 37 stories. I wish to also thank you staff for working with us and bringing the staff report to committee today. Thank you very much, and I'm available to answer any questions from committee.
Any questions of the deputy? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Jane.
much.
Okay, next deputant is Daniel Borlak. Online.
Hi, I understand that Howard Borlak wants to speak, so maybe we can come back to him and then go back to me. I think you skipped him earlier, or he wasn't able to speak when you asked him to.
We couldn't see him online. Is he online now? Or is he with you?
He's not with me.
So we can continue with you, Daniel, and then in the time that you're on, if he enters the online room, then we can put him online. So, but we'll start with you.
Okay.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. The speakers opposing this application have attempted to highlight the significant concerns raised by the applications before you today. Because of the limited speaking time, we've only been able to touch on certain key issues, even though the issues are complex and deserve much more careful consideration. The Wenderley Park Community Association has prepared and submitted detailed written submissions, and I'd respectfully encourage you to review them before making your decision. The issues created by the sheer magnitude of the density proposed on such a small footprint are not typical of a standalone development. This proposal requires a much higher level of study, planning, management, and oversight than would normally be expected for an individual application. Many of the studies needed to determine whether the necessary infrastructure can safely support this level of development are still incomplete. In several cases, that infrastructure is shared with surrounding communities. What is approved here will affect neighboring areas, just as development in those areas will affect this community. That makes it essential that these decisions be based on complete and reliable information. As the written submissions explain, independent master studies are essential. These studies should be conducted before planning permissions are granted, independently of the planning process and funded by the development group. Without them, the city cannot be confident that the buildings now being proposed can be safely accommodated. Context matters. It is not enough to assess each application in isolation. When considering the Viewmount Mega Towers cluster, common sense and sound planning require that issues affecting public health and safety be evaluated across the entire cluster. Looking at each proposal separately virtually guarantees that the planning will be incomplete and that cumulative impacts will be overlooked. The objective should be to create a safe, sustainable community while accommodating a level of density that existing and planned infrastructure can realistically support. Transit-oriented growth is an important goal, and it is being encouraged across the city, but the city is also managing aging infrastructure and limited financial resources. Careful planning is therefore more important than ever. Completing the necessary studies in advance allows the city to identify the infrastructure improvements that will be required and to secure appropriate contributions from developers. Without that information, taxpayers may ultimately be left paying for infrastructure that should have been planned and funded from the outset. Approving significant additional growth in neighborhoods that cannot responsibly absorb it without major infrastructure improvements, and where those improvements may not even be physically or financially achievable, is neither sustainable nor prudent. The interests of a small number of developers seeking substantial increase in land value should not take precedence over the health, safety, and quality of the life of current and future residents in the neighborhood. We must protect public safety
Can
and
you
public
finish your thoughts,
infrastructure
please?
because once the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments are approved, the city's ability to require comprehensive planning for this mega cluster becomes much more limited. There is time to do this properly. We ask that
Thank
you
you.
use that
Thank
time
you.
wisely.
You've gone over time. Thank you so much. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Okay, we're gonna keep going. Joe Nobrega, Wenderley Park Community Association. Is he here? Oh, great. Welcome, Joe.
Guess it's Madam Chair now and not Mr. Chair.
You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. The first time you're going to see here is that Councillor Cole approached us to approach the province to find out exactly how they can participate with this study and these major transit areas. And we've had 3 meetings now with the province, and we're actually making a little bit of progress. And maybe sometime in the near future, we can sit down and talk about strategies that the city has control over, because you do have some items that you can control. First thing is all of these reports mentioned MTSA several times, dozens of times. It's almost subliminal so that people think Glencairn Station is already an MTSA station, which it is not. Marley Avenue is strictly an avenue, and planning principles and planning guidelines should be tailored to what an avenue supports. Now, granted, once MTSA is designated for Glencairn, we appreciate the fact that you can go to an FSI of 6, an FSI of 8. But these applications that is being supported by the city planners are far in excess of that, and they have absolutely no validity. And this council approved the spending of $500,000 to have a study done. That study is not yet complete. So why are we bringing these applications forward prior to that study being completed? We should absolutely defer them. The last thing I want to share with you is the Marley Glencairn study is proposing that we add over 60,000 people to a square area of about 10 city blocks. This is unprecedented. This is happening nowhere else in the city. This is not a greenfield opportunity. You are displacing thousands of people, and you have absolutely no infrastructure to support it. We talked about Downsview, where they're talking about parks, they're talking about recreation centers, they're talking about daycare. Here, we're talking about nothing. We're talking about just putting up 12 towers on one city block and then expanding it from there. Is completely irresponsible. And I know Councillor Cole has on many occasions said to us, he supports reasonable intensification. We're on the same page. Unfortunately, the people working in the planning department aren't on the same page. And at the end of the day, and when you come back after the election, you've got to ask yourself, who is running the show? Are the people that are elected running the show, or is it the bureaucrats in the back room? Because that's what's happening today. They're telling you what you think you want to
Please
hear,
wrap up your comment.
but it's not appropriate. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions of the deputy? Deputy, oh, sorry, you can come back, Joe.
Joe.
Joe, come back. Deputy Mayor Cole would like to ask you a few questions. Thank you.
Joe, I just thank you for the presentation. Joe, I just wanted, as you know, we met with the Joseph Filipowicz, who is the executive director of policy with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, you know.
Absolutely.
And I asked him to see if he can get the minister to respond to the motion we made at this committee April last year, 25. He said he would get back. Did he get back to you on why the minister has not responded to our request to delay these applications?
He got back to me on 2 issues. First of all, Glencairn subway station is not MTSA. There's no time frame to make it a MTSA. Take your time, do the study, then go forward to the province with your recommendation to make it an MTSA. That's the first thing he committed to me. So there's absolutely no pressure to put these applications through. There's no pressure at all. The second thing he said to me is that if you want to have some control over what the Ontario Land Tribunal does, have your councillor pass an interim control bylaw. With an interim control bylaw, the OLT will take a look at each individual application and he suggests they'll defer it for that time period, which is 1 year.
Joe,
Those are his
again,
recommendations.
But the basic question, we moved a motion April 25th, 2025, saying, Minister, don't allow any applications to be approved by the OLT until we do the study.
Correct.
Why has this minister not said that he would not allow the OLT to make decisions?
I can't respond to that question.
Did
but I
you
can-
ask him about that?
I haven't spoken to the minister.
No, to the policy director that
He
was
said-
at the meeting.
No.
He didn't respond
No,
to that.
we haven't gotten, we haven't, and we met with the MPP and we don't have an answer.
No, but that executive director of policy said he was going to get the
He-
minister to
He
respond to
hasn't
our request.
responded to me to that, no.
Okay, yeah, he hasn't responded to me either. Okay, thank you, Joe.
Thank
Thank you.
you. Okay, our next deputant is Howard Borlack, who we found online now. Howard, you have 3 minutes. Thank you. Howard, are you there? If you can unmute yourself, that would be great.
Is Cheryl showing there? Because he's on Cheryl's.
Howard or Cheryl, can you unmute Howard, please? Should we move on to the next person and see if we can? Okay, so next is Kathy Benjamin. Kathy, are you here? Great. Welcome, Kathy.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, great. So after Joe, this is going to sound boring, but I'm here to talk about the wind impact and the safety and the microclimate impacts for not one building, but the cumulative impact of all of these buildings. The wind study submitted for this project concludes the site is safe, but it treats the development in a bubble. It fails to account for the cumulative downwash of wind in the broader block. Notably, the city's own reports for the adjacent 280 Viewmount project have already flagged unacceptable wind downwash on their building surfaces. When these multi-tower structures are clustered together, they create a severe and dangerous wind tunnel effect at street level. The city's acceptable wind velocity cap of 90 kilometers per hour is modeled on the stability of a 170-pound adult male. This metric is fundamentally inappropriate for a residential area. This neighborhood serves young children, parents with strollers, small pets, elderly residents, and individuals with compromised mobility. There's also a public school right across the road there. You can see it in the picture on the left at the top of the cluster. An elementary school where dozens of young students go back and forth. Just the way that the wind tunnel effect does work. Under normal conditions, say a 15-kilometer-per-hour wind can easily double or triple under the conditions of these buildings. Right in between, about halfway down the cluster, is Viewmount, the Viewmount Bridge over the Allen, which feeds into the subway station. And in the winter, that could very easily develop black ice and dangerous conditions as people try and cross the road, all the traffic back and forth along that.
in conclusion, we cannot evaluate the tower developments in isolation, and we respectfully request that council defer approval of this application until a comprehensive cumulative wind and microclimate study can be conducted. One that combines all of the buildings, present and future ones as well. There is no master plan for this area, which is desperately needed and a bit unheard of, that a cluster of buildings this big would not be under a more comprehensive master plan. I'll leave my further comments for the next time I speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you so much, Kathy. And did we find Howard? Okay, let's try Howard again. Howard, are you able to unmute? No.
Oh my God.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. I'm sorry. I don't know what went wrong.
No worries. You have
Okay, so
3 minutes. Thank you.
Great. I've lived in this area my whole life. I grew up on 188 Del Park. So I've seen this neighborhood for what it is, and I've encouraged people to live here because it's a great place to live. You've got to realize that, and you've heard it before, everything happened because of the Allen Expressway, which was supposed to be the Spine Expressway. When that was canceled, we became a feeder zone for the area. So we get traffic from everywhere, but it's not just when you do these. I've looked through all the traffic studies from WSP, a very good company, but they don't answer the questions because the traffic we're seeing is not from the local neighborhood. It's from everyone trying to get to the 400, 401, and Black Creek Drive. So we suffer that. We can't get out of our neighborhood. It can take 35 to 45 minutes during peak times. Where you're doing this, it's just, you just can't look at the area because there's a subway station. When I moved into the area, we had no bus service on Lawrence Avenue. Our only bus service was on Glencairn. That's why there's a Glencairn station. It's not a major station that you would have anywhere else in the city. Viewmount goes only from Marley to Bathurst with very little access to the south and limited access to the north. One sidewalk on one side. Marley only goes from Eglinton to Lawrence. Again, it's a 2-lane street, very little access. We have on Viewmount, when we have winter snow, when we have delivery trucks, it is impossible to get by. That street can be clogged forever. I love this neighborhood. I don't understand why the city is taking the position, woe is me, it's always the OLT. I think that this is the one case where you can stand up to the OLT, to the province and say, this does not fit in this neighborhood. One size does not fit all. It won't work here. You've got to, you haven't done the infrastructure for sanitation, hydro, wind, shade. Traffic is there's no solution for traffic here. You've got geography that cannot be changed. This traffic situation has been in existence for 20 years with no changes, even though every study says, oh, it's a problem area. We have accidents, we have emergency systems can't get through. The last thing I want to mention is the studies don't show all the other vehicles that have come with any development. You have delivery trucks, you have Uber, you have groceries. Even though people won't have cars, they will have many deliveries to these units. There'll be services for painters, electricians, not to mention emergency services that can't get through. So all I'm saying to you is this is the one development that I think the city should stand up, put on their big girl pants or big boy pants and say to the province, this doesn't work here.
Thank you.
And go to the LLT and say the same
You
thing.
passed your 3
Thank you.
minutes.
Thank you for indulging me and getting me on finally. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Howard. Okay, any questions for Howard? Seeing none. Next, we have Jennifer Wells.
Good afternoon, and sorry, my name is actually Wills, Wills.
Welcome,
Um,
Jennifer. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I know I have 3 minutes, and you know what I want to say as a preface to this afternoon? I'm sure everybody in this room today, 3 minutes, this is my life. This is not, 5 minutes that we prepared for as instructed by council, and today we're being narrowed to 3 minutes to describe what's happening in our lives. So I am going to speak right now about the social infrastructure of the impact of this madness that you see up on the screen all the time. So we heard talk from the planners about the need to deliver complete communities. But what are complete communities if they do not offer schools, parks, healthcare services, local shops, personal services, restaurants, grocery stores, emergency and social services? Our community is already underserviced when it comes to social infrastructure. Approving tall buildings and proposals that would more than double the existing population of this entire area, concentrated in a few blocks without first addressing these infrastructure issues, is highly problematic. Particularly the lack of open space provided on site will put pressure on the local parks, which are already well used and have limited amenities. What is still missing from these plans are the provisions of housing for the missing middle. We would be hard pressed to find other areas in high density city of Toronto where there are as few entertainment amenities such as theater, cinemas, galleries, restaurants, employment opportunities in the form of commercial office towers, meaning virtually everyone must travel outside the community for everyday needs. The magnitude of the increased density being proposed is deserving of an open and transparent strategy with regards to how park requirements are assessed and to be provided. The local elementary schools, particularly the TDCSB, are over capacity, and the TDSB have seen increased utilization in the past few years, making application studies obsolete. If we're looking to meet the needs of families seeking housing in the city, developer plans should be required to project these expected population for children. How many more developments will be required to post signs telling future residents there are no schools for you? Complete communities are communities where children can walk to the local school and play with their friends in the local community. Planners have stated that this is a provincial issue, but when subdivisions are considered, school sites are secured through the official plan process, not considered as an afterthought. Coordination with the province is critical to ensure that a school site is identified. I'll add that, most folks here say, go to the province, go to the province. We have gone to the province, and they defer us back to this council or city council, and which is unfair. So what is a citizen to do when this monstrosity is coming down the pipeline?
Okay, that's 3 minutes. We're really sorry, but we have to limit it just because
Thank
of
you.
the length of the meeting. Thank you so much. Any questions? Seeing none, questions for staff?
Thank you. Yes, just clear up some things. First of all, you heard the deputant say that basically there's no need to do this planning for a MTSA, that the province is not asking us to do this. Why are we doing an MTSA study?
So through the chair, so I would completely disagree with that direction. I'm just going to read you a quick little excerpt from the provincial planning statement, which speaks to the major transit station areas. So it says, planning authorities shall delineate the boundaries of major transit station areas on higher order transit corridors through a new official plan or official plan amendment adopted under Section 26 of the Planning Act. The delineation shall define an area within an approximately 500 to 800 meter radius of a transit station, and that that maximizes the number of potential transit users that are within walking distance of the station. So that is specifically in the provincial planning statement. We have spoken this morning about the requirement for planning decisions to be consistent with this planning statement. The authority goes back to the Planning Act, and the Planning Act is what I would say, our playbook that provides direction for how we deal with various planning applications.
Okay, next question is you've heard the ministry has told the ratepayers, Jonah Brega personally, that we could easily put a stop to this by passing an interim control bylaw.
So I may ask our legal counsel to step in, but I think, again, for an interim control bylaw, that tool can be used to prevent the pulling of building permits on uses that are currently permitted. It does not stop new applications from coming in, like rezoning applications that we are dealing with. And so in case our legal counsel wants to clarify that. The other thing I would say about an interim control bylaw is that an interim control bylaw is like any other zoning bylaw. It can also be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Okay.
I don't know if our legal counsel wants to weigh in at all.
No, I just want to ask one more question because my time is limited. Just before we get to that, the other thing is, I think right next door to this application, there was another similar application that came to Community Council. Do you recall what that was?
There's been several in this corridor, but perhaps the one you're talking about is located to the west of the site, and that's 278 to 280 Viewmount. So that one is to the west. There is also a site that's immediately to the east, which is 250 to 258 Viewmount. So this site today that we're dealing with is essentially squeezed in between those two sites.
But there's that one that went, I think the same applicant went to the Ontario Land Tribunal, did it not? On Viewmount by the same applicant, did it not?
That particular applicant's got a number of applications in this corridor. So I would say, like, in total, I think there's 4 applications.
But one was approved at the tribunal by the same applicant.
Probably more than one, because there was also the 805
Councillor Cole, that
one
was your last question.
also approved.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Carroll.
Just real quick. So to make sure we're eliminating confusion in the community here, on the original map, we're done with speakers now, Mr. Chair. If you could make that clear to the
We need to
residents.
clarify this.
Yes,
No,
we are
it's
done
not
with
a debate.
speakers. There's connected items coming up as well.
Yeah.
You're going to hear some similar voices.
So, so just to make clear to the residents, the MTSA, we have the original map. It's attached to the report on this application. We have the original map in here. The province designated stations that are MTSAs, and that kicks in a process. We're required to study those areas that are affected by the policy, Glencairn being one of them. Am I right about that?
So just to clarify, Councillor, the city has the responsibility to delineate those boundaries for the
Right.
MTSAs. But then those boundaries, as well as the densities that we set, go to the province for approval. So you may
Right.
recall last year, the province approved a number of them, 120, I believe,
Right.
that were approved back in August of 2025, a number of them. Glencairn is not one of them, because Glencairn was waiting for this study for us to complete.
Right.
Having said that, I would say that, of course, there are ongoing applications that are coming in within the area
Right.
that we have to
Those
deal
are
with.
allowed, yeah. And of the ones that we have submitted, the completed studies that we've submitted, did the province say on any of them, oops, we changed our minds, no density here?
No, they haven't. In some cases, they've withheld their decision on some of those MTSAs. I believe there's about 10 of them that they did not issue a decision. But where they have issued a decision, they've actually increased the densities through their
Right.
approval. You heard this morning about the direction from the province to be that where they've given us direction to approve zoning that allows for 6 or 8 FSIs, depending on
Right.
the distance from the subway stations.
And despite what MPPs will tell you, and local MPPs, especially if they're not the Minister of Municipal Affairs, but really all of them, despite what they may say about go back to your city, by law, we are required, are we not, to have our policies aligned. We have to update our policies when the provincial policy statement is changed. We are required by law to update all of our policies so they align with the provincial policy statement. Is that not the case? And now and
Yeah,
for
that
as
is
long as I've been
correct.
here?
As you heard me say earlier, when I referenced that policy in the provincial policy statement, it referenced Section 26 of the Planning Act.
That was your last question.
And Section 26 of the Planning Act requires that the official plan be updated every 5 years to conform or be consistent with provincial policy.
And with
That
your
was-
indulgence, Mr. Chair, there's
No.
just one other one with respect to interim control bylaw. When the premier announced these changes, I believe it was made clear in the executive summary that day. We cannot use interim control bylaws to get around major transit station areas.
Forgive me, I forget in terms of what that announcement actually said. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues recall.
We can't lock down the area. In our free market capitalist system, the applicants can continue to apply. We can't use an ICB to stop them.
Yeah, I would say right now there is nothing that is preventing ongoing applications from coming in.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Cheng?
Is there a secondary plan that covers this area?
Through the chair, there is not, but I think as you are aware, we are working on the Marley Glencairn study that will ultimately result in policies for this area that will not only delineate the boundary for the MTSA, but also provide policy direction for built form, transportation, and other things as well.
So one large challenge I can see with the images that have been shared is parkland. When you have small assemblies like what is happening, it's very hard to accumulate enough money to buy parkland or to even have a parkland dedication. What is the plan in order to support this growth in terms of parkland?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The Marley Glencairn study, one of the elements that is being studied is the parkland strategy for the area.
So in the interim, every development that gets built will have to contribute parkland dedication, and somehow you'll try to accumulate enough money to buy enough land to secure a substantial space that could serve that many people?
Through you, Mr. Chair. As always, the city's official plan has policies with regards to the strategy. So always we're looking for on-site dedication where feasible, cash in lieu, and also off-site. So those are the strategies that we would employ in evaluating each application.
And currently, are many of these proposals offering non-residential on the ground floor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, correct. If it is on, if it's in mixed-use areas, it would be required to provide non-res. The specific application that we're hearing right now does not provide retail, but it has activated uses such as lobby and amenity areas.
Lobby animated use, and do we feel that that is helpful for a complete community?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Marley is identified as the main commercial spine. So the focus is on achieving non-residential uses on Marley. On Viewmount specifically, we're looking at a balance between non-residential uses and other animated uses.
Okay, and is there a potential to extend the non-res into the community, since it's going to be a block of towers and you could create more walkability and more completeness and accessibility if there's non-res on the ground floor in the entire block.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's always a possibility of that.
That was
and
your last
We
question.
would encourage it. The zoning bylaw would be enabling of non-residential uses.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for staff? No? Okay, speakers, Councillor Cole.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for all the deputations with some very valuable, I think, details and a very complex series of issues. Just to look at this application, the thing to remember is that last year we, through council, we decided that we needed to do a study to basically evaluate the infrastructure deficiencies in the area. So we did the Glen Karen Marley study, and everybody thought we should do it. And so we've undertaken that. But the problem was, as we did the study, the developers kept on assembling properties and kept on making applications for towers. So as a result of that, these developers, once these applications were denied by City Council, went to the Ontario Land Tribunal and got rubber stamped. 20, 30, 40-story approved, one after the other. So then I got a motion passed here, April 25th, 2025, requesting the Minister of Municipal Affairs to not allow any development applications in the study area to go forward to the OLT until we finish the study area. That was over a year and a half ago. We specifically had a City of Toronto Council motion saying, don't allow the applications while the study's being done. Well, the minister never replied. Too busy. Never replied. So what happened is the applications keep coming in while we're doing the study. And then you got the policy director of the minister telling the residents, oh, the city council can put an interim control bylaw. You can't do that. Yet he told the citizens, you can stop everything with an interim control bylaw. Then he says, the city doesn't have to do MTSAs. They don't have to do the provincial policy for Glen Karen. You don't have to do it. That's in writing. Even the MPP says you don't have to do it. So that's the information the public is getting, that the city doesn't have to essentially take in applications. But as you well know, there's another provision there that if the city does not decide on an application by 90 days, they can go directly to the Ontario Land Tribunal to get approval. And that's what they've done. And they just did that at the corner of Marley and Eglinton. There was a 43-story application. After 90 days, they went right to the tribunal. So that's why we asked the minister and the his policy director, please stop that. Don't let them have the applications come in until we do the study.
Councillor Cole, sorry to interrupt, but aren't you deferring this item?
Well, that's why I'm speaking to it.
Well, why don't we just defer it?
Yeah, okay, but I wanted to just clarify some of the.
Okay, no, you're making some very valid points, and this is a total tug of war between the city and the province and fights over planning. It's a big headache.
It is. Tell the citizens about that. It's their headache, our headache. But anyways, that's why I think given all this misinformation is out there, the fact is we've got to do this study because there is infrastructure deficiencies that we want to evaluate. We need to have a deferral on this until we get those studies completed. And maybe the minister in the meantime will even respond to our motion. And maybe the minister will stop giving people false information about interim control bylaws that we can't do. So that's why I would like to move deferral of these two items.
Okay,
Of this item.
Counselor Cole, you're over 3 minutes and you're moving to defer. So why don't we,
Yeah, that's not
unless there are
moving.
any other speakers on this item, let's vote on the motion. Okay. Okay. So, Counselor Cole is deferring this item to the next scheduled North York Community Council meeting. Yeah. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now, Counselor. Okay. My gosh. Yeah, so Counselor Burnside has asked that we do a quick release on number 46, is 32 Cedar Bank Crescent, application for a fence exemption. There's a speaker list on this.
I don't need to speak. I'm just deferring it.
Counselor Burnside,
Just a deferral.
there is a speaker list,
Yeah, I know. I've already spoke to the applicant. They're fine.
and she's fine.
Yeah. Yep. 46.
It's a Jonathan. All right, okay.
All those in favor?
Okay, there's a deferral motion before us. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, we're on to item number 19, a series of addresses on Marley Avenue. We have deputants. David McKay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. David Mackay, MHBC Planning, representing the developer. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for the hard work we've done on this project. We've come through a number of different matters to come up with a project that will deliver 400 purpose-built rental units, as well as 400 condominium units, including rental replacement units. We also have included, as part of our CBC contribution, a 4,000 square foot community space to be delivered as part of the first phase of development, as well as 4,000 square feet of non-residential uses at grade facing Marley. As part of the proposal, we have agreed to look at off-site parkland dedication, and that's a condition of the staff report to look at that and make best efforts to do that. And we've also included as part of the proposal a significant portion, 46% and 48% respectively in each building, of 2 and 3 bedroom units. We have looked at the built form components, including wind analysis, which will be further reviewed as part of the site plan application process. And relative to the infrastructure requirements, there are holding provisions within the bylaw that require us, as well as other developers in the area who have been working together to look at downstream capacity issues and to fund those downstream capacity issues as part of the lifting of the holding provision. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have or respond to any further comments that come up through the delegations. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mackay. Any questions for the deputant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've just been advised that this item is also going to be deferred. That means that if you speak now, you will not be able to speak when the item comes back. Therefore, my suggestion would be that we hold off speakers now and we wait for the item to come back in the new term. There is an item after that where 2 of the speakers will be speaking because it's not being unless Councillor Cole, are you deferring item 20 as well? Councillor Cole, are you deferring both items 19 and 20, or just 19?
Now, the only question I have is we've got a negotiated rental replacement thing we don't want to lose here. If it
Okay,
does go-
so item 20 stays, okay. So you're just deferring item 19. So any speakers listed on 19, we will revisit this when it comes back to council. Okay?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Would you like me to stay for item 20? Say if there's any questions on that,
Well,
since we haven't dealt with item 19?
I don't see you listed on item 20.
No, I wasn't anticipating much comments on it, so,
Don't wanna-
No, you're not listed as deputy.
no, I'm not, but I'm the applicant, so if there is
Mhm.
any questions, I can answer those.
No, that's fine. You're so- okay. Councillor Cole, do you want to move your deferral motion?
Yes, I'm going to move deferral of this item 3419.
Okay, deferral is on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, item number 20, a series of addresses on Marley. They look very similar to the addresses we just deferred. This is a rental housing demolition application. So we don't want to defer that. Yeah, so Mari Spazka? Oh, you gave up this position, right? Because no, but I thought you gave up this one. Yeah, I'm gonna, I think you're gonna be coming back when the item comes back, so you'll get your minutes back then. Great, thanks a lot. Okay, so we have a deal. So we have one speaker on this item, Stephanie Chapman. Just 1 second, Stephanie. I thought we were going to deal with the housing demolition. Okay, fair enough. Stephanie, this item also is going to be deferred. So if you speak
Oh,
now,
it is.
you won't be able to speak
We
when it
didn't
comes
realize you
back.
were going to
Okay.
defer it, sorry.
So yeah, we're gonna revisit all this stuff in the new term. It gives us a good chance to work on it. Okay, so item 20, we'll put on the screen a deferral motion. There we go. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 21. A series of addresses on Wilkett Road, Tudor Gate. I have speakers, Gary Chin.
Councilors and city staff, we have an environmental problem. Raw sewage is flowing into Wilkett Creek. This is not hyperbole. It's one of the conclusions of a city-approved environmental assessment for Area 43, our neighborhood. The city spent 4 years and substantial public money for this environmental assessment, and they made one firm rule for our neighborhood. Any work or improvement done to the Wilkett Creek sewer system could not add any peak flow to the trunk in a major storm. And this rule is not a suggestion. It is now a municipal class environmental assessment for Area 43, a provincial standard. It exists because raw sewage flows into Wilkett Creek in anything bigger than a 2-year storm. And now we have an application before us for a development that wants to connect to the Wilkett Creek sewer system. And instead of 4 current homes attaching, we will now have 55. And here's the key point. City staff have already reviewed this application and failed it. It is now under a holding provision. And the reason? From the developer's own analysis, sewage flows in out of our local sewer into our ravine, and the new development adds peak flow to the trunk, which is already at capacity. The city refused the applicant's request for an exemption. Now, the developer might argue that they're going to mitigate the flow to the local sewers with storage tanks or covering up manholes. They may argue that the small amount of flow going into the trunk is small. We disagree, and we say it's unacceptable. Any extra flow going to the trunk in a major storm goes directly into Wilkett Creek. And suppose we do approve this development with its small amount of flow into the trunk. What about the next development? And then the next, and then the next 10. Suddenly that small amount is not so small anymore, and then it's too late. The solution is obvious. We need to fix the sewers. We already have the plan. The municipal class environmental assessment for Area 43 has already studied, developed, and approved the necessary fixes to our sewer. But we are aware of the pressures City Council is under to approve these developments. We've heard it over and over again today. We need housing. But it's this pressure on the city staff to approve that makes it necessary for us to provide clear guidance to protect the bigger picture. Developers are able to ask for exemptions to the rules and get approval on a case-by-case basis. We need to ask Toronto Water and city engineers, is it considering exemptions to the rules when the central trunk is already at capacity and overflowing, and why? Again, we find it unacceptable. The trunk is full. Now, there is precedence for our case. In October 2021, City Council approved a holding provision bylaw for the 1001 Shepherd Avenue East development. This holding provision bylaw sets standards.
You'll have to wrap up.
Set standards for the holding provision to be removed at the trunk level and not locally.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry to cut you off, but the reason we went to 3 minutes so that everybody would get a chance. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Burnside and then Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
Yeah, so just to be clear, this is about sewage, it's about not adding to the line. It's not against the development per se. If the line had the capacity,
It's adding, the development will add sewage at the trunk, which is at capacity.
so it's adding sewage, yeah, which is
Sewage, not water, sewage.
Sewage, okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a basement flood? Have you had your basement flood?
I think everyone in our neighborhood has had a basement flood. There's no question about it.
Has anyone?
I've had two in mine.
Two, thank you.
Yeah.
So this isn't like disrespectful to people, but this isn't like this could happen. This has happened.
The sewage overflowing into Wilkett Creek is happening today. Anything bigger than a 2-year storm, it has been shown by the environmental assessment that it goes into Wilkett Creek. It's happening now. And this is going to make it worse.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you for your deputation, Gary. I know you've been meeting with our office and staff from Toronto Water. I'm wondering, how have they answered your concerns?
We've had meetings with Toronto Water and with city engineers, and we haven't specifically discussed this issue, but I have brought up the point that we want to see no net peak flow to the trunk. And they've responded not directly, but they will say that things shouldn't be made worse. And that's really the concern of our neighbors, is that we feel that the extra flow going to the trunk from this development increases flow during a major storm. It is being made worse. And we'd like to see it as a condition for to remove the holding provision.
Could you just clarify what you think the solution is?
Well, the solution is to fix the sewers, but we can go beyond that. We want to make sure that no matter what mitigation or whatever they do, that during a major storm, you cannot show extra sewage going into the trunk. It's at capacity during a major storm. So even if you have one extra liter going into that, to the trunk during a major storm, it goes into the creek.
Okay. And so your solution is fixing the sewers as opposed to saying no development, correct?
That would be the ideal, is to fix the sewers. And I think a lot of places would like to fix the sewers because that increases the capacity for sewage. And then you could have a dozen developments hook in if you could fix the sewers. But as it is now, it's tough to put anything on because it's so full.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Are we done with questions to the deputant? Okay, we have a lot more deputants, so, Janet McFarland? I'm sorry, Jane McFarland.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. My name is Jane McFarland. I'm a planner with Weston Consulting. I'm the applicant on behalf of the zoning bylaw amendment application for 39-243 Wilkett Road and 1 Tudor Gate. The zoning bylaw amendment application before you today consists of 2 separate development blocks on the southeast corner of Tudor and Bayview and the northeast corner of Tudor and Bayview. Each block is proposed to accommodate a 6-story apartment building. Proposed high-level statistics indicate that we're proposing 54 units, of FSI of 2.34 combined, and 68 parking spaces, and those are combined between both blocks. We've made some large revisions that have come as a result of meeting with the Residents Association and with staff back in March. Notably, we brought down the height. We've changed the built form, increased step backs at lower levels. We've reduced the units. We've added in a loading space, and we've increased the parking. That covers my presentation today. I feel that I'm losing some of the crowd, but I'm available to answer questions from committee.
Yes, the crowd. Would the crowd kindly take their seats and let's listen carefully. Any questions for the deputant? Yes, Councillor Carroll.
I just want to make sure, because you represent the applicant,
That's correct.
that you're clear on the page 16, the holding provision and the requirements set out for you. That it's not just to submit the study, but that you won't be allowed to develop until the upgrades are either financed or executed by the city.
Yes, through the chair, I'm aware of those both provisions of the holding. Yes.
Since I'm asking in advance because 1001 Shepherd is my bailiwick, and so even if you did start to construct, if this was not finished, that our holding provision would prohibit any occupancy and one brand new toilet being flushed until all this work was done. But the client knows that?
Yes, we are aware.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Peter Gusamano. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the Community Council. My name is Peter Kuzmano. I've provided a written submission for the record, so I'll keep my oral remarks just brief and just focus on the key points. So my family lives at, or owns the property at 2480 Bayview Avenue, and that's located on the west side of Bayview at Tudor Gate, and where the stoplight is, which is almost directly across from the applicant's proposed development. I just want to make it clear at the outset that I'm not here to oppose the applicant's proposed building. My comments relate solely to the block context plan that was submitted by the applicant as part of the applicant's application. If I may, on the graphic here, it shows where the property is. Sorry. That's where my parents' property is, where it's pointing at. And you can see, as shown on the plan, it forms part of a narrow connecting, there's a U portion, and my family's property is in that narrow portion there. And so I understand the value of these block context plans for evaluating the application before you today. However, I have some concern regarding how this block context plan depicts future redevelopment opportunities on the west side of Bayview. Specifically, this plan shows this U-shaped building configurations that extend across several properties. It's across 4 properties. In practical terms, it suggests a development pattern really that could limit redevelopment flexibility on my family's property and potentially some of those other properties. So these properties on the west side of Bayview are generally large lots with lots of depth and width to accommodate a variety of redevelopment forms. So there's really no apparent planning rationale to have it in that U-shaped pattern because it limits redevelopment. So my concern is not whether this plan is sufficient to support the application before you today. Rather, my concern is that future applicants, consultants, city staff, or decision makers could actually rely on this illustration as evidence of an accepted redevelopment framework for lands that are really not part of the actual application. So before concluding, I would note though, I have spoken with both planning staff and with the applicant's representative, and I appreciate their feedback. But my purpose today is really just to ensure that these concerns that I have are raised on the public record. And my request really is just straightforward.
All right, if you could, sorry, you had 3 minutes, if you could wrap up.
Sure. I just respectfully ask Community Council view this plan really just as illustrative only for this particular application and not as sort of setting out a definitive plan for the future other applicants. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
I'm looking for Zila Sharati. Great, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm Jale Shariati, retired rheumatologist, the resident of Tudor Gate 3 Tudor Gate. And actually, we received 2 years ago about that Tudor Gate 1 wants to build 2-story townhouse, and we rejected that. And unfortunately, they couldn't start it. But recently, we received a letter with respect to the 1 Tudor and 39 Wilke Drive to 41 Wilke Drive. They want to build 6-story. First of all, I would like to explain about the infrastructure, which all the city people that are here, our people mentioned about the water, about the sewage burden that, of course, that it has a lot about affect the people. But with respect to the traffic light, that it's in the cross of the Bayview and the Tudor Gate, after 2 cars enters, they have turning point to the parking to the Tudor Gate 1. So it creates a lot of accident and lot of traffic jam on the behind. Now we have traffic, and after 45 or 55 residents with parking, that the parking for the resident is not enough and it's not realistic, and there is very short number of the visitor parking, which is not realistic. So turning point is totally very close to the traffic light, and it creates accident. And a lot of times I by myself, see that. Now with this low rise, maybe more create traffic. And the other things, I talk about the parking. particularly visitor and the residence parking, which is not realistic, and too many parkings. And another thing, I respect to the Tudor one, it's a small lot. It's 100 by 140, which is a small, I think, for the 6-story building with lots of residents and lots of apartment. The height is very much, and the height of every apartment, I consult with my engineer. He mentioned that it's higher than the standard, normal. The other things I would like to note, to let you know that as all the councillors and the chairs knows, the Tudor Gate and Post Road and Bridal Path is a very prestigious, very
And you'll
calm,
just
very
have to-
tranquil.
I'm sorry,
And
you'll have to wrap up your 3 minutes.
okay. It's my forever house, and I would like tranquility and its effect on our lifestyle and the safety and security. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Oh, Faye Alahi?
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for accepting us. My concern is the same thing for the Trudeau Gate, which is the residence of number 3 Trudeau Gate. Apparently, if I don't know, like maybe the city planner was already described, that Tudor and also the surrounding area, they are all big lots with the houses been there for a long time, and they are almost over 3 million value. So then suddenly, you know, like the builders decided just to have, because of the density, build on Bayview Avenue, changed to low-rise buildings, which is, I don't think that is consistent with the area at all, and it disturbed the area's tranquility. Another thing is that, you know, like when you look at the Bayview between York Mills and Lawrence area, the traffic is already hectic. You know, like it's every morning or afternoon when you driving south or north from York Mills to Lawrence or Lawrence to north, you already stuck in the traffic. So apparently it's about 2,500 based on the city report that has a car is passing by every minute. Another concern is that I don't know what is, it's okay that we have 300,000 houses need in Toronto, but why is not being studied enough about the life structures of the people? They're about the schools, about the hospitals. It's not about just building, building, building. We are looking at the 24,000 based on Toronto Real Estate Board, 24,000 unit is unsold, already is ready and is unsold. Over 6,000 condominium right now is for sales. So means that they all empty. So if you want to build somewhere, it has to make sense for that area. It has to be vacant, or it has to be enough schools and hospitals in that area. But unfortunately, we do not see it in the places that have been already approved. Even especially for that area of the Bayview, which is all the single detached houses, and it's disturbing to see that such a thing is going to build and disturb all the neighborhoods. So I'm really opposed to that. Plus, I don't know how the builders explained about the shade of the building, that 6 stories just attached to the single detached house. How are I going to explain it? How the water, sewage, all these things going to be functions in that area, which is always, the city is facing the flooding all the time. I've been living in Toronto over 38 years, and I see that honestly it's getting worse about the traffic and everything else. We still have one North York hospital, and we have so many other buildings is building. Please just take care of us, not just what the planners do. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
have a question.
Thank you for your comments.
I just
Yeah, questions for the deputant, Councillor Carroll?
Yes, thank you.
I'm wondering if you're familiar with the passages that I just asked the applicant about, that staff do not accept their servicing report, and in fact are placing a holding provision over this, and a commitment is to be made that this building can't be built and the holding
I agree.
provision
I
lifted
appreciate it.
until the infrastructure is financed and built.
Yeah.
Is that clear to you and your neighbors in your view?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you so much. Thank you. I know you for over 20 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hamid Behest.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members and staff. My name is Hamid Behesht. I'm the business of designing residential buildings, single-family detached houses. I am speaking on behalf of my clients residing at number 3 Tudor Gate. Well, first of all, sorry that I and my clients are not totally prepared because they had gone back to Middle East and they got stuck in the war in the Middle East, the Persian Gulf, and just recently came back to Canada and received your recent notice. Well, first of all, I have a question. To me, it looks like the process of designing these houses have been just upside down. I know, I would like to know if there has been any existing zoning bylaw for this type of houses, for 6-story houses. To me, it looks like the architect has proposed 6-story houses with such and such height and setbacks and lot coverage and everything else, and now has applied for the zoning amendment of the exact same thing that they have designed. I would like, please correct me if I'm wrong. So I would like somebody to explain that if that's the case, or there has been a set of zoning bylaws that they needed to require. For example, I personally think that number 1 Tudor Gate has not considered the house behind it, which is my client's house as number 3 Tudor Gate. For example, I wonder if there is a height they needed to follow, or just they have designed a 6-story building with whatever height they wanted. I noticed that their unit heights are 3.5 meters, while we designed super luxurious houses with a first floor of just 3 meters and the second floor of just 2.5 meters. Their penthouses are 4.5 meters. And I don't understand how a simple 2 building units needs to have such a high ceiling. The previous project for number 1 Tudor Gate, which was a townhouse, had a 35-degree plane, which was a clear consideration of my client's house
Okay,
at
if you
number 3.
If you could
Tudor Gate.
wrap up, that'd be great.
Just the last question, last item. You can see that residence house has a front setback of 12 meters from Tudor Gate, but the proposed building at 1 Tudor Gate has a setback from the street of 3 meters, which doesn't make sense to me.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we're done. Okay. Questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. Hamid Etzenad? No? Okay. Bring it into committee. Questions for staff? Just a reminder, we're on item 21, 39, 41, and 43. Wilford
Okay, thanks.
Road.
I'll go. So for this provision, this holding provision, my understanding is there are kind of 2 issues. There's the feeder line, and then there's the trunk line, right? So all the houses and businesses feed into the trunk, obviously. Is the holding provision for the feeder lines of from the community, or is it for the trunk line? Because my understanding is that the trunk line is actually the largest issue. it's at capacity.
So through the chair, the performance and operation of that trunk, while a report may have been presented to the water department to say,
Hold on, sorry. Can you repeat that?
for a report to say what it's saying, it's up to the water department to go out there and mitigate those measures, make changes to that trunk, how it behaves. That report was done, from my knowledge, years ago. The water department has had the chance to then monitor the operation of that system to confirm whether or not there is indeed a true issue that they have to then step in and do. So our holding provision applies to the feeder main, to the feeder pipe, as you said, which would ensure that there's no net increase. So in this case, the intent is that we don't make the situation worse, and that's the purpose of the holding provision, is to ensure that any behavior of the system that's outside of the limits doesn't get worse than it currently is. Right? That's the purpose of the
So for that, sorry for interrupt, just so for my understanding. So if whatever development is for that feeder line, it can't make the situation worse for the trunk.
Correct. It would be that we've identified now a problem with the feeder main. The feeder main is there's going to be a mitigation measure proposed by the developer, and we're reviewing it, and we're ensuring that, again, it doesn't make the problem worse along the local system and subsequently the trunk itself too.
And then how would the local councillor and the community be satisfied with whatever may be accepted? Does that then come back, right? Because you're gonna have all your negotiations, but how does the local councillor satisfy the community and of course herself that the changes that you may, or the mitigation efforts you may accept, are sufficient?
So there's a set of criteria in what's called the sewer capacity assessment guidelines, and it lists what is, how the system is to be analyzed when it's, first of all, how it gets analyzed, and when it's operating outside of its limits, what measures we have to take. We then propose that to the water department to confirm that we both agree that the measures are making the situation no worse than before, if not slightly better, right? And then we enter into appropriate agreements. In this case would be a municipal infrastructure agreement to then get that infrastructure built.
And when you say no worse, back to the first deputant's point, and I know this is my last question because I'm at 3 minutes. A leader would make it worse, yeah?
So let's.
Or is there something where you go, well, actually, it's just 10%?
Right.
No. Anything.
Okay, last question.
No, I know. Thanks.
When it's outside the performance limits, which has been identified as in this case, anything, even 0.1 of a liter, is not acceptable, and therefore the mitigation measures have to be implemented before the application is approved through site plan application.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I just want to follow on questions on that because I just want to be clear. According to the report, the service studies submitted have not been accepted. So the fine line between feeders and trunks, et cetera, actually isn't resolved yet. And the wording in the holding provision is such that if in getting to the heart of the matter of whatever is causing problems resulting, plus the load needed for these buildings, if further infrastructure such as the trunk or whatever is involved, this holding provision says whatever it needs to serve this neighborhood. So we're not actually splitting fine lines between feeders and trunks right now. They could come back with a study that says, oh, you're going to actually have to make adjustments to the trunk line. Similar to what happened at 1001 Shepherd, as quoted, that happens to be my area. Similar to that, even after the fact, they could come back and say, turns out you need more. We're placing a holding provision today. Not a single building between Bayview and Leslie, currently under construction, can occupy or flush a single new toilet until such time as X practice is done. This holding provision appears to be using language that accounts for that possibility.
Yes, Councillor, that is correct. The holding provision cannot be lifted until engineering is satisfied that any upgrades are built and that are required, and no building permits can be pulled as well because of the whole.
And satisfied not just with the report, but then to proceed with the guarantee of financing and the project being able to be executed. Not until that is secured.
Design and
Are we able
financial, design and financial securities are also part of that. The
Right.
the Shepherd case had applications in very different stages. Here, with this application, again, permits cannot be pulled on this till engineering is satisfied that the appropriate infrastructure is in place.
Right. And could we not take some comfort from the fact that when we had to do that, and several developers were impacted, some of them with deep pockets for lawyers, the province upheld our requirement of those holding provisions until the appropriate infrastructure was done at Leslie and Shepherd. That's not something you can go and challenge at the province. Am I right about that? Nobody who's an elected official at the provincial level wants to be responsible for a massive failure of sewage infrastructure. So they did not challenge us in holding up every major developer in the city, basically, between Bayview and Leslie.
No, in the Shepherd case, no, there was no appeal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Chernos Lynn?
So just to probe this a little bit more, basically what we have right now is a municipal class environmental assessment for the area, which specifies that there be no net additional peak flow to the Wilkett Creek trunk sewer. There's a holding provision on the site pending approval from development engineering. As the earlier deputant pointed out, there is a municipal class environmental assessment for the area. But has the applicant provided mitigation that satisfies this criteria? Like, is that the expectation that we're going to have this hold lifted because what they're suggesting is enough, or?
So through the chair, I mean, I think ultimately the applicant will submit information for us to review, and we have to be satisfied before we lift the H. So my understanding is that they have submitted additional information to us that's going through a review process right now.
Okay, and can you, I guess this question is to engineering or to you guys. How do you determine that? Like, how do we know that we're not going to have, like, presumably any level of contamination that we're going to get or any level of sewage going out is not a good thing. So how are we ensuring that any measures are adequate enough, and how do you know that? Like, if each development is sort of looked at one on one, how do we, I know these don't seem like small developments, but how do we make sure that we're not putting residents in a position where they're going to have increased risk to their properties or to the environmentally sensitive areas?
So through the chair, we always ensure that we're looking at applications that have been approved prior to the application that's being reviewed at the moment. So everything that's come into that point, we'll add that into our analysis to see how the system is behaving. And should the system not be behaving within the thresholds that are described to us from the water department, we would then look at mitigation measures to ensure that the cumulative effects of them do not add up to a performance of the system that's not within our thresholds that are specified.
Okay, now you're just responsible for the line that goes into the trunk, but not the trunk. That would be Toronto Water that's
The operation
responsible
of
for
that asset of the trunk itself is Toronto Water.
Okay, and is the H is on which portion?
The H is on the local system for the upgrades, and the upgrades being proposed are going to mitigate or reduce the flow going in, so no net increase does occur at that point.
Okay, and do we have anybody here from Toronto Water who could speak to the trunk?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, so I would just respectfully, I feel like we should have somebody from Toronto Water who could speak to this. So I'd like to move this without recommendations to council, just to make sure we've.
All right, well, are there any other questions for staff? Okay, now we'll go to speakers. Councillor Chernos Lynn, you'd like to move this without recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other speakers on the item? No? Okay, you are correct. We should really have a representative of Toronto Water here. We do not. Motion on the screen. Forward to City Council without recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 22, 20 Brentcliffe Road and 100 Vanderhoof Avenue. We have deputations on the item. Ivan Mirko. Sejanovic.
I was going to move my quick release there.
Oh, yes, so, Ivan, just give us a couple of minutes. We have an item here that's a quick release. Item number 96. There's been a request to move that item. It is Growing Marley Glencairn Study, Infrastructure, Mobility, and Servicing Requirements to Support Future Growth. We do have one deputant on the item, Jennifer Wills. Jennifer Wills here.
I think we just want to move the study. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Cole, you're adopting the recommendations?
Yeah, quickly,
Okay.
just thank you, Jennifer. Just that moving that we extend the Growing Marley Glencairn Study, asking for more detailed, comprehensive studies about the infrastructure needs presently that exist and in the future if there's more residents coming to the area. So we want to do a comprehensive, additional, detailed analysis of these issues been raised by the community about the deficiencies. So I'm moving that study to make sure it's essentially including all these important infrastructure assessments. I so move.
Okay, item number 96, Councillor Cole is moving the recommendations. If you want to put them on the screen. Just his letter. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, we're back to number 22. Ivan Mirko, Sejanovic. Ivan Mirko Sejanovic. Claire Ricker. Okay, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Claire Ricker with Bousfields. We're the agent representing the applicant on the Vanderhoof and Brentcliffe application. I'll keep my remarks brief. We just wanted to extend our thanks and gratitude to staff for their efforts and collaboration on this file, which actually dates back to 2020 during the last MCR process. We've reviewed the report, including the holding provisions and support staff's recommendations. The proposal before you for a 32-story mixed-use building has been well considered through technical studies, a series of studies, and thoughtfully designed architecture to fit into this evolving node. The proposal will achieve new housing in close proximity to the Laird LRT station, including affordable housing. It will include a new park or an extension to the existing park that's in the block, as well as enhanced streetscape for a pretty derelict formal industrial sort of block, and amassing that complements sort of the existing development that's on the block, fitting into the wider puzzle piece. we recognize that there are some submissions from the local residents who were consulted through the ongoing process of this application. The proposal did undergo changes in response to discussions with the local residents association, including as well as city staff comments. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that arise through those deputations, or if there are any questions before the committee today.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much.
No.
Jeff Cattell? Jeff, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, or close to getting evening. Been a long day. Thank you. This application is located at the northwest corner of Brentcliff and Vanderhoof. It's in part of this, what we call Leaside East, and it's adjacent to the employment lands to the south and the new developments to the west. It proposes to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a 32-story mixed-use building. Would consist of 383 residential dwelling units, of which just 6 would be affordable rental housing. There'll be 1,800 square meters of non-residential space at grade and 2 levels of underground parking, and a parkland dedication to be added to the Legacy Park on Brentcliff north of the site. The background to this is the layering-focused study led to conversion of the employment lands to mixed use on the lands fronting on Eglinton Avenue, but the lower 1/3 fronting were remaining as employment lands. And then there was a conversion proposal for employment lands to mixed use for the 20 Brentcliff parcel, which was approved in 2025. I would point out the site is only marginally in the layered MTSA. It's right on the edge. And the layering focus plan intended density to diminish from west to east. Our comments on the massing, height, and disposition of the current proposal. Four comments. First of all, the tower height. The mid-block tower north of the site is 28 stories. The south tower should be lower, and in our opinion, should be not more than 20 stories. The floor plate should be reduced from 750 to 650 square meters. This would create a slimmer tower, would have less shadow impact on the Legacy Park to the immediate north. And the transition of heights from the tower going west, the height should step down in increments of 2 floors at a time to match 6 to 8 floors at the west end of the building. The 20-story tower, ideally, would be shifted to the east at the corner of Brentcliff. This will open up space between the mid-block tower, 28 stories, and the south block, 20-story tower, and would improve the shadow conditions. So we recommended that this committee defer decision on the application pending consideration of our amended proposal. I have a chart with our proposed.
Okay, Jeff, you'll have to wrap up.
I am wrapped up. That's our submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
Thank you, Jeff. I know you guys are always on top of the development issues. Have you had a chance to speak with the developer on this file?
Yes, we had a meeting. We approached the Diamond, and we had a meeting about 2 months ago, I guess. And there was changes that some changes were reflected in the revised proposal that you're dealing with now. We're just asking for, a reduced impact from this proposal.
I just wanted to make sure there was change because I was under the impression that they had made changes based on that. That was what the discussions
Yeah,
we've
it was a
had
fruitful
with staff have
conversation.
been.
We just don't think we're quite there yet. That's all.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much, Jeff. Abraham Hilburn? Abraham Halburn. Rod Holm. Okay, that ends deputations. Question for staff. Councillor Chernos Lynn?
If you're just able to reflect on the suggestions that have been made by the LRA and Jeff Cattell. I know you've been in discussions, there have been changes. Do you think this is feasible, that we would get any further, like enough changes to, or do you think this is, the applicant's concerns have been taken into account?
So, through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, we feel that these positive staff report before Community Council today addresses sort of the planning issues that we've considered throughout the application, through the community consultation, through the technical review, that we think that what's before us today is a good proposal that planning can support. If there are changes that the applicant is requesting of the developer, I know there was a period in time where they came to planning asking about certain changes, and we connected them with the developer to discuss the possibility of those changes and whether they can be implemented. So it looks like those discussions have happened, and some changes were incorporated into the proposal. But if there are further changes, we weren't part of any conversation to see if that could go further beyond in terms of what was shown on that sketch.
Okay, so so I gather you're satisfied with the changes that have been made, and I know there is a positive staff report, but there is a concern about sort of the transition downward from the developments away from the MTSA. Is that reflected here, the way we're supposed to see that in the guidance from the province?
The transition away from the intersection of Eglinton and Laird is in the Laird and Focus plan, where it talks about the highest buildings being closest to the transit, and as you move away from the transit, that building generally decrease in height, and that's been achieved with this project. The Mercedes site, I think to the west, is about 34 stories. On the Riocan site, I think we're 34, 35, 36 in that range, and then as we get to the Marshall site, they drop in height further from that. So this height was dropped, I think, from 34, maybe 39 to 32, to reflect what was settled on the Mercedes site to the west.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chernos Lynn. Any other questions of staff on the item? No. Speakers? Councillor Chernos Lynn?
I'll just speak briefly. I do recognize that, this is not a perfect building in the sense that we've lost office space, which was at a premium. We've eroded, we've now got residential where it used to be more employment focused lands. So it's not perfect, but I do think there's enough good in this to support this proposal. And when I consider some of the challenges that we have with provincial jurisdiction and the OLT, I think this one has some significantly positive attributes. And I would say that I am happy to see the parkland dedication that will enlarge Radar Park, which will be coming online soon. So with that, I would move staff recommendations, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chernos Lynn. Any other speakers on the item? No? Okay, recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 24, 2450 and 2452 Bayview Avenue. Yeah, so I don't have any speakers on 23, but it's being held. Time for 10:30. Yeah, well, we're pretty close on that. Questions for staff?
I don't have questions for staff, but I would like to speak on this.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions for staff? Okay. Speakers, Councillor Chernos Lynn.
Thank you. Let me just. Okay. This is probably the most controversial, like one of the most controversial developments in my ward. It is, we've talked a lot today about the challenge of having significant intensification once we move inside neighborhoods off of the main streets. This is kind of that, but on a massive scale. I believe it's 37 stories. I think it came down from 39. So there hasn't been a tremendous amount of movement, but it is across from 2-story single detached houses. And this really is infiltration into the neighborhood, not of tremendous step down as most people would imagine would happen in a neighborhood. When you go from 2 stories to 37, even if you have a townhouse base, which I acknowledge that this does, it still has really significant impact on local communities. So I think this is kind of the poster child for what people are frustrated about in terms of their small local neighborhoods feeling like they have massive towers encroaching on them. And I really think this proposal needs to be rethought. And that is what the community has said to me. I know there aren't deputations today, but I really think that's because the community is, one, frustrated, and two, I think the Residents Association was away this week. So I would like to move this to council without recommendations. And we'll see what happens in the next couple of days.
Okay, yes, no, a big growing problem. I fully understand the challenges there. Any other speakers on the item? Okay, the item is on the floor. The motion is to move it to council without recommendation. All those in favor? Councillor Carroll, what, well,
Sorry.
I'm trying to get a vote going. I mean, are you trying
I
to?
was just whispering offside. Go ahead and call the vote.
I did.
I always respond to vote.
No, I didn't want to interrupt the conversation, but we're trying to do this item. So
I will voice a growing concern about the number of North York items going to council without recommendation. I suspect we will incur the wrath of council, and so going forward, we should all consider that.
Yes, I would agree that the numbers are high, but I'm not surprised. To bring controversial development reports in the middle of an election is asking for this, quite frankly. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the tea party, but we're trying to get a vote. Councillor Chernos Lynn, have you changed your mind about your recommendation? No, you're okay. So if people disagree with it, they can vote it down. So all those in favor of what's before us, this item is moved to council without recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. And as I said, this was all predictable, right? This was deferrals and without recommendations was all predictable because there's just too much here in the heart of an election campaign that communities do not like. Could I go to 24? Okay, let's go to 2450, 2452 Bayview Avenue, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report approval. I just have one speaker on the item. Stephanie Quast.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Okay, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Stephanie Quast. I'm a planning partner with Bousfields, and we are the planning consultant representing the applicant with respect to these properties, 2450 and 2452 Bayview Avenue. In brief, we are very pleased to be here today and support staff's recommended approval of the proposal, which seeks to redevelop this property with a 7-story retirement home building, which will provide a mix of suites designed to cater to a range of seniors' living needs, including independent and assisted living suites, as well as memory care suites. This proposal will create opportunities for seniors residents to move into the neighborhood and for existing residents to stay within their current neighborhood to age in place. I want to thank staff, the counselor in her office, as well as the residents in the surrounding community for their work and contribution on this proposal over the last number of months. Our team has worked closely with the York Mills Residents Association, and we are pleased to have a letter of support from them, which has been provided in the materials before you. This design of the proposal has been a truly collaborative effort, and we appreciate everyone's time working with us. As I said, we support staff's recommendation, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the concise deputation. Any questions for the deputy, Councillor Chernoslin?
Thank you. I understand that you've worked collaboratively with the York Mills Residents Association, and you've come to an agreement on a number of matters of concern relating to this development, including parking, use of amenity spaces, et cetera. Would you be able to expand a little bit on some of the details of that? Thanks.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this agreement between the applicant and the YMRA has been now signed. It is agreed to that it will be registered on title for the 2 properties. As you said, the contents of the agreement include a couple of things, one of which is specifications for parking. So allotting a certain amount of parking spaces to staff use as well as to visitor use. There's also restrictions on the outdoor amenity spaces. Specifically, they are to close at specific times, 8 p.m., 9 p.m. And there are other restrictions with respect to the lighting and the noise levels that will be produced in these areas. Lastly, there's also an agreement for the owner to construct a solid acoustic cedar fence along the west property line, the height of which will be determined through site plan and in accordance with the city's fence bylaws. So our client will own and operate the new retirement home building through their brands, which is Signature Retirement Living. So they are pleased to enter into this agreement and operate accordingly.
Hey, thank you very much. Any other concise questions for the deputy?
That's it for me.
Okay, no, that's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well done. That was the only deputant I had on that item. So we'll go to questions for staff.
I don't have any questions for staff.
No questions for staff. Anyone else? No? Speakers? Councillor Chernoslin to speak.
So just very briefly, I want to thank staff, the York Mills Residents Association, and the applicant for, I think this was sort of a gold standard and collaborative approach on this file. And seniors housing, of course, is a really urgent need in our city, and I'm really happy to see this path forward has been found for this proposal. Thank you. I'd like to move staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chernoslin. Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now, Councillor Carroll has asked that we move to item 26. Now, I have 4 deputations on that.
I don't know if you still do unless they're virtual.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll do 26. We're only
Thank you.
skipping over 1 to accommodate you. So, members of the public, we're going to do item 26, 5 Fairview Mall Drive, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, decision report. I think my doctor is in that location, so I don't know whether there's a conflict or...
Don't worry, he'll still be there. He'll still be there.
Oh, the doctor's stead.
No, it isn't a conflict because you don't pay to go to the doctor in Canada.
Okay. Anyway, he told me not to buy green bananas anymore, so I'm not sure if I'm going to see him again. Okay, so Rola Hamdan. Rola?
Hi, everyone. Dear Chair and members of North York Community Council, my name is Rola Hamdan, and I'm here on behalf of Build a Better Fairview. I'll start by acknowledging the work undertaken by City Planning on the proposed redevelopment of 5 Fairview Mall Drive. However, we remain deeply concerned about several key aspects of the proposed redevelopment and wish to bring these issues to your attention. We recognize that this application represents an opportunity to deliver new housing in a transit-oriented location and to replace the existing medical office building while creating a more complete mixed-use community. However, as redevelopment continues across the Fairview neighborhood, it is critical that growth be accompanied by investments in the social infrastructure that allows this community to thrive. Our first and most important concern is the absence of a clear commitment of affordable housing. While the proposal introduces a significant number of new homes, increasing the housing supply alone will not address the affordability challenges facing Fairview residents. Families, seniors, newcomers, students, essential workers are all increasingly being priced out of this community. We urge Council to pursue every available opportunity to secure a meaningful proportion of permanently affordable rental housing within this development and future phases of redevelopment throughout the Fairview area. We also would like to see the city advocate for the reinstatement of the inclusionary zoning policy and include this community within scope. We also are concerned that the proposal does not include a licensed childcare center. With more than 1,300 new residential units proposed, the demand for childcare will increase substantially. The city should work with the applicant to incorporate purpose-built, affordable childcare facilities that serve both new and existing residents. Childcare is an essential community infrastructure and should be planned alongside housing rather than considered after development is complete. Finally, Build a Better Fairview is deeply concerned about the long-term affordability of the replacement office space. The report notes that approximately 8,658 square meters of medical office space will be replaced, preserving the existing non-residential use. This commitment is extremely important, but it does not guarantee that the space will remain financially accessible to the many nonprofit organizations, community agencies, health providers, settlement services, and social programs that currently operate within the building.
Okay, if you could wrap up.
Yeah, so this community is undergoing unprecedented growth. As this transformation continues, it's essential that redevelopment strengthens the neighborhood's social infrastructure. We ask council to
You're
ensure.
over 3 minutes.
Okay.
I appreciate.
No problem.
Appreciate your comments.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant?
No, but thank you to Rola.
Okay. David Sharazenko. You represent the applicant?
I do, yes.
Okay.
My name's Dave Charazenko. I am a principal at Bousfields. We are agents to Vital Infrastructure Properties REIT, the owners of 5 Fairview Mall Drive. I just want to spend a few minutes thanking staff, the community, Councillor Carroll's office, and our existing tenants in over 3.5 years of consultation on this development proposal that is being recommended to Community Council this evening. The proposal is understood as a replacement of the existing medical office and community services that service the community from 5 Fairview Mall Drive. And not only is that space going to be replaced, but it's going to be enhanced and expanded upon in the proposal. And this proposal provides an opportunity for Vital to incorporate more community services and more medical space within the proposal by integrating it within a mixed-use building as the first phase of development, while the existing medical office building will remain operational. This was a critical element of both our discussions with existing medical office and community space tenants on the site, as well as Vital's commitment to continuing to provide critical medical office space and community services for the community in the long run. And I just am available to answer any questions you might have, and I really do appreciate the time this evening.
All right, thank you very much. And of course, I know you've been here all day, so I thank you for your patience. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Carroll.
Yes. So this is, I'll be saying more in my remarks later, but this is this actually was 2 towers already approved in the existing building. We're now looking at 3 towers and the replacement of the medical spaces in the existing building being covered going forward. But is it fully understood by the applicant that the holding provision really says, yes, this is a multi-phase development, but all of the phasing still has to be worked out, and they understand that until all of those issues are raised, we're not going to lift that holding provision?
Yes, absolutely, and we're in agreement with the holding provision.
Okay, so really today, what we're getting down is approving the density, but there's lots of work to do here still.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that work is underway, so
Yeah.
we do anticipate a very quick resolution to those issues.
Excellent. Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
William Nelson.
Can you?
William Nelson?
Am I unmuted?
Yeah, can we call you Willie?
Will, actually, either Bill or William is good.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Nelson.
No problem. I appreciate the time. Okay, so I have already submitted a Word document that I, suggest if you have time to review. Today, I just want to touch on a few of what I would consider to be the most primary points. So, number one, my name is William Nelson. I'm an audiologist. I am the owner of the Toronto Hearing Center. My clinic is located in Suite 415, so I am located at the 5 Fairview Mall Drive medical building, the building directly affected by this proposed development. As I mentioned, I have submitted more detailed remarks, which I encourage you to peruse at your perusal. But basically, I would just like to speak on a number of primary points. So one, this proposal adds another major high-rise project into an already heavily pressured Fairview Mall area, while directly disrupting the medical building where patients are being seen every day. The proposal should not be reviewed in isolation. It is now looking at 3 new towers, ranging from 33 to 45 stories on the existing medical property. That is in addition to the Cadillac Fairview proposal of 12 to 14 new towers at 1800 Shepherd, and the approved development of the former Esso site at 2500 Daw Mills Road, which involves 2 additional towers, up to 55 stories in height. So all in all, in a 1-block radius, we are looking at construction of up to 19 high-rise towers in that area. The cumulative effect is no longer simply intensification near transit, which is a major focus of both provincial and federal government. It is a very large concentration of high-rise development layered into the same immediate city block radius before the full traffic, construction, infrastructure, and community impacts of all the other projects have even been absorbed. Given the uncertainty in the GTA condo market and the rental market, elevated inventory, affordability pressures, there's a real risk that this type of project becomes delayed, stalled, or excessively phased. That would leave the surrounding community and active medical building living within an extended construction zone. And I will note, I was well aware, this property is not a vacant lot. It is an active healthcare hub. Patients attend this building for hearing care, medical appointments, specialist visits, etc. Many patients are older adults. Many rely on predictable access, clear signage, convenient parking, and a calm healthcare environment. Construction
All
impacts that
right, if
might
you
be
could, sorry, if you could
wind
wrap
it up.
up, you're over
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Okay. So one minor additional point, for medical facilities and a hearing clinic such as mine, construction noise, vibration, they're not just nuisances, but they can interfere with the ongoing practice of the clinic. I appreciate your time, and I would encourage you to refer to the additional comments I have submitted.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, Mr. Nelson, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maggie Zia. Oh, just as an FYI, we've had a request for an adjusted dinner break at 6:30, from 6:30 to 7. The same thing that you ate for lunch will be served at dinner. It's this isn't Pusateri. Oh, so 6 o'clock's okay? Okay, but your request was for 6:30. Okay. All right. Maggie Z.
Yes. Hi.
Online.
I'll keep it short
Thank
and
you,
sweet,
Maggie.
just
You have
so
3 minutes.
everybody can go to dinner. I think I only have like 3 or 4 points to talk about. I live just down the street from this area, and I go there regularly as well as my family for medical care. And I know that a lot of people around the area also go there, even for many distances, because of all the different services that are available. So my main concern is that there's 3 concerns I have. So there's going to be 3 towers that will be developed, but there's been no mention in the plan of any affordable units. The plan as a whole will introduce more than 1,000 units, and this is in a community that is predominantly families and predominantly immigrants, more so than the city average. And without affordable units, the population mix will be dramatically changed, and I know that a lot of the families nearby will be impacted. The second point that I want to talk about is the distribution of the types of units that are available. So a majority of the units here are all single bedrooms or bachelor pads, and the issue is, and they barely reach the required minimum of the number that is like legally required. This is something I know is still possible to change as the bylaws haven't been passed yet and we're still going through the review. So I hope that we can push for a more balanced scheme of proportions, considering that like this is a community predominantly of families. I believe the average population or the average household size here is like 2.5. I think that's like from 2016 if I'm not incorrect. And a lot of the times like with if we're all changing the housing that's available here, it's not going to properly serve the community. And the third point I think that previously some of my neighbors here have mentioned is that this shouldn't be viewed in isolation. This is a property development that's around a ton of other property developments. There's some near Parkway, there's some near in my area. I know the landlord of my place also wants to develop more buildings. And all this density increase is there's no proper infrastructure for it. I know I've emailed the council and the staff, and they've said that the developer for this case has chosen to pay for the CBC. But I know that in an area that's as like hot, as valuable as here, we're right next to two highways. There's like a lot of transit in the area. I'm sure we can negotiate, or I'm sure the city can negotiate for better circumstances. We can negotiate for more affordable units. You can negotiate for
All right,
better
if you could
rates
wrap
more
up.
for the community. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Okay. All right, thank you very much. I'm just going to move a quick motion for our short dinner break. We're going to recess right after this item, which would probably be about 6:05 for 30 minutes. So we'll resume at 6:30, 6:35. Oh, there's the motion on the screen there. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, so let's finish this item. Questions for staff? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, just briefly, for questions. I agree with the last applicant. Affordable housing is almost non-existent here, but there have been some changes. The unit mix is abysmal here. It's bare minimum. And we're seeing differences in the market. What we're adopting today, if we accept the staff recommendations, includes a holding provision to permit a multi-phase redevelopment of the subject site with 3 mixed uses, but the phasing to be worked out, and also the infrastructure pieces that are in the holding provision for servicing at the end. And so what I'm wondering is if we were to adopt these recommendations over the course of phasing, I'm wondering if we can revisit these issues, chiefly the unit mix. We have enough 1-bedrooms in this neighborhood. Is there any chance that we can open that discussion again while the holding provision is in place?
Through the chair, Councillor, when you lift a holding provision, the bylaw contains kind of the criteria through which you have to meet, and then you can lift the hold. The criteria in the hold right now doesn't talk about affordable housing. So the applicant, if willing, could obviously revisit that as part of their development application, but you couldn't use the holding symbol as a method of furthering that conversation.
Okay. So that the phasing is as already written here, building A, then B, then C.
Correct. Yeah. Part of the reason for the phasing is to ensure that the existing non-residential uses, primarily medical, are kept on site.
So we're relying on the market to, if they don't think they can unload 900 1-bedroom units, then perhaps that's what drives the change of the unit mix.
Correct.
Okay, got you. I'm ready to speak, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for staff? No? Okay, speakers, Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Just quickly, this application, some of you may even, if you go to Fairview Mall, remember the medical building that sits just north of the mall and has a great huge cement parking lot. So it's kind of like the trajectory of provincial development changes. The first provincial development changes right after 2018 allowed the owner of the property to come in and say, I'm going to go underground with the parking and put two towers on this parking lot. The upgrade and the extension of the provincial policy statement allowed them to come back and say, I think I'm going to rebuild the little medical building beside the 2 towers and build a 3rd tower. It really is a snapshot of what's happened in provincial planning policy. I am going to recommend that we move adoption of the staff recommendations. The phasing in here does allow for, yes, there will be a need to relocate the businesses, but it's being accommodated such that almost the first thing that will happen, one building will be built, and then the commercial clients that exist in a building of 7,000 square feet right now can move into a podium, which is going to provide 9,000 commercial square feet. And then the rest of the phasing will happen, whereas their clients will enter on Fairview Mall Drive and into an underground parking garage. And in fact, that is a bit of an improvement on the circumstances that they have now. I too worry about the seniors that are going to 5 Fairview Mall Drive, but this will allow them to go into an underground parking garage and wheel on over with their walkers to an elevator indoors, as opposed to what's happening right now. And as part of the holding provision, the infrastructure, the hard infrastructure that is, will be accommodated, sewage and such. I assure you, on all my large applications, because of the 1001 Shepherd Avenue experience, I make sure that the stormwater, the solid waste, and the sewage stuff is all covered in holding provisions when we have these large sites. And the community infrastructure will be a combination of what happens between this and Fairview Mall itself. Those are my comments with the moving of staff recommendations.
Great,
Thank you.
thank you, Councillor Carroll. I got a little nervous when you said, I hope the seniors won't be inconvenienced when you were looking at me.
Well, we both nibble that remark at this point.
Actually, I think this council is majority seniors. Okay, so let's put majority. Yeah, well, right at the moment it's a majority. Okay, so we're going to move this. Councillor Carroll is moving the staff recommendations, and then we're going to have a 30-minute break. Okay, so all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Counselors, let's take our seats and resume the meeting. We've got to hurry up. I believe Counselor Burnside has a tee-off time at 8 p.m. We have to go back to 25. All right, we are ready to begin or resume. Hope everybody had a nice dinner break. Okay, we're going to go back to item 25, 922 Millwood Road, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment. We have deputants on the item. Chris Piera. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is Chris Pereira. I'm the principal of M. Bahar Planning and Design Limited. We are the planning and urban design consultants for the applicant. The application before council today is a result of a collaborative effort with staff. Through ongoing discussions, we started at 8 stories and have ended up at 6 residential stories and a 7th story entirely dedicated to rooftop amenity and mechanical. So from a massing perspective, we are dealing with 6 stories of built form. We have reviewed the correspondence submitted. I wanted to take very briefly an opportunity to kind of speak to some of that. A lot of feedback was received. With regards to compatibility and fit, we do believe that the proposed 6-story massing is compatible with the evolving character of the area. This corner specifically and the surrounding area already contains a concentration of 3 to 7-story buildings, medium and higher density uses. Also, our proposal is a maximum of 21 meters based on the right-of-way width of Millwood at 24 meters. We believe that this is the contextually appropriate urban design solution for these lands. Other concerns raised included items like overlook, and we've had some preliminary discussions with staff. We've talked about ways to mitigate that through site plan, whether it's opaque screens, landscaping, or likely a combination there of both. We are more than willing to continue working with staff to ensure that those views towards the laneway are mitigated. Other concerns generally that were raised initially had to do with waste management, for example. While we are below 60 units and we could rely on curbside pickup, there was concern about garbage collection. So my client was okay with providing a type G loading bay, although one's not required, to completely internalize everything. Garbage rooms, everything is now internalized within the building. So the result is that the streetscape will never have to deal with any type of garbage related matters. There's another general comment about safety, overall safety, I think more to do with the current site condition and that intersection. So we have, the proposal does seek to rebuild both the sidewalks along Millwood and Randolph Road to a 2.1 meter AODA compliant sidewalk. Also, we are rebuilding the boulevards on both sides. So once you introduce the building with the brand new boulevards, I think the corner will have a much safer experience through eyes on the street and passive surveillance. As I am approaching my time, I just wanted to say that we have read the staff report and we are in agreement with the recommendations contained therein. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Rod Holm?
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Holm. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Rod Holm. With my wife Sharon, we live at 84 Randolph Road, approximately 100 meters from this proposed development. Let me say first that I believe officially it is 7 stories. I'm not objecting to a development at 922 Millwood, but I want to make it clear that although that is the address, it is actually on and relies upon Crawchuck Lane at the rear. The lane has single traffic capability. Signage at the north end indicates one-way traffic, but there is no signage as to where that starts. Pick up and drop off, including deliveries, will be a major problem at this site because there is no access from Millwood or Randolph. In fact, this building is going to be relying upon the driveways on Millwood and the parking spaces for 928 and 955 Millwood, which are adjacent and opposite. Crawchuck Lane was named after Lorna Crawchuck, who is the doyenne of Leaside society. I understand that densification is a high priority, but this application tries to put too much building on a small site with little to no setbacks and relying on a lane for access and also requiring an official plan amendment. The adjacent and opposite buildings, 928 and 955 Millwood, show what is appropriate. They have green spaces, trees, and gardens. Neither required an official plan amendment. There are also many low-rise, 4 stories or less buildings further along Millwood that have existed for many, many years. The neighborhood has no problem with such developments. In fact, an official plan compliant development will likely be welcomed. I attached some photos to my written submission, which concentrate on the state of Crawchuck Lane, and it just also indicated that last Saturday, mysteriously, the site was cleaned up. And what was now more evident than ever were the test wells for the contamination from the previous use as a dry cleaner. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Christine Simmons? Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm a resident of 928 Millwood Road, right adjacent to the lot, and the new building will be right against our building. I'm not opposed to a building on the lot, obviously, but a building requiring so many official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments is clearly the wrong building for this location. Official plans and zoning bylaws need to be respected, not amended. The proposed building is 7 stories, 3 stories higher than 928 Millwood, which it joins, and higher than the buildings on the other 3 corners of the intersection. There are no buildings higher than 5 stories on Millwood Road. 25 Malcolm, which was 2-layered when approved, and 2 Southvale Drive, adjacent to the arena and the parking lot, are 7 stories, but have negotiated serious setbacks to accommodate the surroundings. The proposed building has 75% small 1-bedroom units. These are not family-friendly units, and I doubt they will be affordable. And there's already a surplus, as has been discussed here 1,000 times. The building occupies 87% of the lot, and the report suggests cash in lieu of the parkland designation, which is not uncommon, But in this case, green space around the building is much more appropriate in keeping with the neighborhood. No accommodation has been made for vehicle traffic to the building for resident pickup or drop-off. There are no driveways, access to the building for delivery vehicles, either for the residents or the proposed retail unit in the building. The use of Crawchuck Lane for the garage entrance and exit and garbage removal represents a serious problems. Crawchuck Lane is only 1 lane wide. A request for corner rounding at a nominal fee at Crawchuck Lane and Randolph Road acknowledges the narrow opening to a narrow lane. The building needs to be set back to be in line with the rear of 928 Millwood Road above the ground level. At ground level, the lane needs to be 2 lanes wide from the property line to Randolph Road to accommodate the garbage trucks, delivery vans to the townhouses, and the two-way traffic from the garages of 928 Millwood and 922 Millwood Road. A sidewalk needs to be integrated along Crawchuck Lane, as was done in front of the townhouses at the rear of 25 Malcolm. There are many, many pedestrians using Crawchuck Lane from the neighborhood, from the townhouses, including many children and any number of dog walkers, as 25 Malcolm is a dog-friendly building, as this one is supposed to be. There was no shadow study done on the effect of the 7-story building on Crawchuck Lane, and the afternoon sunlight and light will vanish from the lane. The western sky and the light for all the residences at the rear of the building will vanish. And an award-winning community garden, which is along Crawchuck Lane, will suffer and probably vanish.
Okay, if you could wrap up, please. You're
I
well
will.
over
I
3 minutes.
respectfully request that the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments not be approved. I request that the applicant be required to substantially revise the proposal so that the neighborhood, it respects the neighborhood, reflects the size of the lot, the character of the neighborhood, the limitations of
All right.
Crawchuck Lane, and the direct impact the building will have on adjacent properties. Thank you.
Understood. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Jane Lewis? Thank you for your comments. Jane Lewis? Evan Young? Evan Young? Jeff Gattell? There we go. Welcome again.
Good evening, Chair and members of committee. The application is for the development of a 7-story mixed-use building providing a total of 44 units, residential with 1 retail unit at grade. Paved access from Croucher Lane leads to 2 levels of underground parking, providing a total of 29 parking spaces. The planning context for this application is extremely important. It fronts on Millwood Road, which is one of 2 original diagonal streets linking Bayview Avenue and Laird Drive. Randolph Road on the west side of the site is a curved leaside street with well setback, single-family and semi-detached homes. As such, the location is at the intersection of 2 internal local streets. These are not avenues, and the site is well beyond the 500-meter limit of the MTSA, the Laird. It's not in the MTSA, and it's outside of the Laird and Focus plan. On the north side, Crouchuck Lane serves to access surface parking and ramps for parking and moving for each of the neighboring buildings, apartments and townhouses east of the subject property, right over to South Bell Road. So it has a very important function. And the building's neighbors on Millwood Road, 928 on the north side and 955 Leaside Gate, and 921 the seniors' residence on the south side, which have existed since the 1980s, are well fitted into the neighborhood and well loved, with public-facing amenities with circular driveways and access at the front. The apartment buildings nearby on the street are not more than 3, 4, and 5 stories. 7 8-story buildings have been approved in Leaside, but they're on Bayview and Laird, which are main street locations, not on interior residential streets, such as Millwood Road and McCrae Drive. We note the official plan application for a site and area span for a SAS, in effect allowing mixed-use development while remaining within the neighborhood's land use designation. Secondly, the height and relations with each of these properties. With 928 Millwood, the proposal calls for a 7-story building, 6 stories of residential, and 1 story containing a mechanical penthouse and amenity room. At 7 stories, the proposed building is 3 stories higher than 928 Millwood Road, with which it is proposed to be joined. This creates an unacceptable blank wall of at least 2 stories above the roof line of 928 Millwood.
You could
The
wrap
floor-
up, please.
Well, I would appreciate more time, given the importance of this item.
Well, what's the will of committee? 3 minutes is our limit, so everyone gets a
Maybe I
chance.
get a question.
Yeah, you could get questions. Okay. Yeah, I didn't say you had to end. I said you had to wrap up, but we've argued over whether you can wrap up or end. So the time's used up. Councillor Chernos Lynn has some questions.
I would just ask, is there anything else that
No,
we
no.
need to be aware of?
Look, I'm not a fan of that. No.
Well,
No, no,
I guess what
think
we're
that's-
saying here, there's
that's
some-
done at council and or that's done in committees, and I've never been a fan of that. I don't chair committees anymore.
Okay. I think everybody, well, we've read your submissions and
Oh,
certainly.
God, that's great. It's not a long submission.
And certainly we've talked about this a lot. So would you say your biggest concerns are the scale of this proposal? Is that your biggest concern?
The fit, the scale, the massing, the lack of attention to the public realm, it just is too much, and without consideration for the neighbors is of concern.
Okay.
I mean,
thank
it's just not well crafted at all.
you. Okay, thank you.
So we're recommending it be refused.
Yes, thank you.
And there's been no discussion. The applicant has not approached us at all.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Councillor Chernos Lynn. Sorry about the cutoff, but I've never been a fan of that. Anyway, so we're into committee questions for staff.
I don't have any questions for staff.
No questions for staff? Okay, speakers. Oh, anyone else? Questions for staff? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Chernos Lynn.
So I would just point out that this is really a 7-story building. It's a 6 plus the amenities and the mechanical, but it feels like a 7-story building. And this is a much larger scale than what is across the street or in this internal neighborhood. So I think there has been significant concern about the massing, about the scale, about the shadowing, privacy, overlook. Some items have been improved during this process, including the type G waste collection. I would say that that is one really positive change. I do have a couple of amendments that I sent in to clerks on this, specifically regarding trying to improve during site plan control process to improve the buffer and screening on the rooftop amenity. I think that's really significant for staff to work on with the applicant. And then also concerns from residents around a very large wall that is sort of blank and a very kind of a harsh impact, to try to consider if there's something that could be done to improve that during site plan control. So I just would ask my colleagues to consider these two, what I would say would be improvements to not a terrific, not a site that people are really excited about in Leaside.
Okay, the motions are on the screen. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have? No, you're okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The item is amended. All those in
Can I have a
favor?
recorded vote on this?
Sure.
Thank you.
The item is amended
The item is amended.
because we voted on the motions. Your item is amended. Okay. All those in favor? Isn't anyone-
As amended.
The item is amended. All those in favor? She needs a couple. Councillor Cole, Councillor Pasternak. Opposed? Councillor Chernos Lynn, Councillor Burnside, and Councillor Chang. That loses. It'll go to council without a recommendation.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Burnside, you had a reopen. Can we do that now?
We sure can. It was number, which one was it? I'm gonna find it here. Was it 46? Yeah, 34.46. There was a deputation. He's online. I'm advised it'll be very quick.
Is this 32 Cedar Bank?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll need to vote on the reopening first, please.
Okay. So we'll move to reopen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And we have a deputant.
Jonathan. I think it's Rivard.
Let's see.
He's online. Jonathan Rivard.
Okay. Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Yeah, I was there most of today. I fully appreciate the day that you've all had. The only issue before council on this decision is the decision to use what's called an ASTM certified mesh pool safety barrier. This is a proven safety system. It's recognized in other jurisdictions such as Durham. It's also used extensively in California and Arizona where there's more pools. The distance between my home and the pool is only 13 feet, and it is laden with underground infrastructure, including drainage, pool utilities, and getting a permanent fence in there requires significant disruption. So I'm seeking an exemption not to reduce the safety of the home to the pool, but a proven system that's recognized in other jurisdictions. The home has 3 locks, 4 security cameras. We have everything in place. The decision for council is the mesh pool safety fence. Everything else is compliant, and I respectfully ask for your support.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant?
No, but I'd like.
No? Councillor Burnside?
Yeah.
Any questions for staff?
No, no. I just
No?
wanna speak.
Speak?
Yeah. I just wanna
Okay.
speak. Just very quickly. Technology's changed. Updates to fencing have changed. This is a fairly new technology, but it is approved in other jurisdictions. And I think we should approve this. So I have an alternative recommendation, which is to approve. Thank you.
So the alternative recommendation is on the screen. All those in favor? It's unanimous. That carries.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to,
Well, Mr. Chair.
oh, sorry? Oh, there's another reopen?
Oh, yeah, I have another one on Truxford. That was, the gentleman I understand was actually online, but there was some mix up. That was 34.48. Move to reopen that. That was a
number
technical error on
48?
our part.
Okay. All right, is Truxford?
Yeah, Truxford. I don't know if.
What about this deputant? Okay, let's reopen it. All those in favor of reopening? Opposed? That is carried. Craig Seeley is listed as a deputant. Online?
Good evening. Good
Mr.
evening,
Seeley?
council. Thank you for reopening. Yes, due to my own idiocy, I've been online for 9.5 hours because I was on the YouTube conference and not the WebEx conference. So thank you for reopening the motion. I'm looking for a fence exemption for our pool, which is for the pool enclosure. I've worked with a few bylaw officers now, and I have 2 service doors from my garage that allow access into the backyard. Even though there's no access from the garage into the house, if the garage door was to be left open, someone would have access into the backyard. I'm compliant everywhere else. In working with the bylaw officer, he recommended that I put self-closers on the door, on the service door, along with a key lock on the inside, of which only my wife and myself carry the keys. So we have done that. The self-closers work along with the lock. So now if the garage door is left open, nobody would have access to be able to get into the yard. And that was the exemption and the only remaining item left for compliance. So I'm seeking your approval for that.
No. No, any questions? No questions now.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just speak quickly.
Councillor Burnside. Yes, we're digressing at your request. So questions for staff?
No.
No? Speakers?
Yeah, I'll speak quickly. Look, the resident has more, in my opinion, exceeded the spirit of our fence exemption or fence bylaw, and should definitely be granted the exemption.
Okay. Okay, the motion is on the screen. It's granting the application for fence exemption. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. There is another reopening for technical amendments. Item number 95,
Yeah.
Councillor Cole.
NY 3495, the dealing with the construction czar's management plan on Linton Boulevard. I'd just like to move approval.
All right, well, let's reopen. So we need a vote to reopen. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That is reopened. And then Councillor Cole, we put a revised, a
Yeah,
corrected.
the technical changes were made.
All right, so we have
95.
we have the technical changes all ready to roll.
Correct.
There they are on the screen.
So-
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So now we go to number 27, 15 to 25 Points Avenue. We have 2 deputants, Raymond Jean.
Good.
I'm on
Hello,
27.
my name's Raymond Jean, and I'm opposed to the development proposal. One of the main reasons is that they're asking for over 45 over 45 story, which is what was recently granted at the OLT at for the Esso gas station, actually on Yonge, and that one also got 13.6 FSI gross. They're asking for more than that, and as you can see from the city decision report on page 15, they talk about the Beecroft South extension. The study is to start later this year with the environmental assessment, which include community consultation. So basically, right now you're putting the wagon before the horse, because the community won't have a say on the features, whether it has bike lanes or dedicated left turn lane or right turn lanes, or the width and stuff on for the Beecroft South extension. This is the this is their plan. They want the park on close to the laneway on the east side. My proposal is that they switch over, put the tower closer to Young and the park closer to the Beecroft South extension. And the reason why is you look at this picture and where's the park? It's only one lot. You can't even see it by the subject site because it's all surrounded by 50, 45, and 40-story condo tower on all around. And over here, what this shows is that the orange, the subject site is the one in orange, and their western side is actually about 30 feet to the west compared to the tower to the north. And why is that important? Well, because over here, and this shows the red line. That's what the red line shows. What we have over here at this site is that when the Nestle Canada building was built, and yeah, great. So when the Nestle Canada building was built, there's a 20 feet green boulevard buffer between the curb and the sidewalk. That belonged to the city, and that was for city planning, city transportation service to later on future planning for, they could put 2 lanes or what, lanes improvement or whatever later on. And in 2010, that same 20 feet buffer was also included in the green building directly to the south.
If you could wrap up, you're way over time.
And so right now, their proposal would mess up the Doris South extension because the northbound Doris, the northbound Beecroft, I mean, would face the double left turn lane.
Well, maybe there's some questions for you from councillors. Thank you for your deputation. Any questions for the deputant? Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I think the local councillor understands you loud and clear. Yeah, Mitch Gascoigne from Center Court.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mitch Gascoigne. I'm a partner at Center Court, and I'm the applicant for this project. Center Court is a large developer in the city of Toronto. We've done multiple buildings over our history, and we're excited to do this one as well. We've worked with staff over the last year plus. We have coordinated an application that we think makes sense for the neighborhood. It's directly across the street from the entrance to the TTC. There's a park that's on site that we're dedicating. It meets the statutory parkland requirements, and then there's an over-contribution, including a CBC in-kind offering. Just like to thank staff for the collaboration, and we've spoken multiple times with the counselor on the file, and I'm here to answer any questions that may arise.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputant?
Yes.
Councillor Chang?
So the previous deputant brought up a situation where if Beecroft was to be extended, the condition that is north of Points would not be extendable because it would then hit right into your development unless then the extension is curved to match the same width in terms of the right of way, including the sidewalk and the green buffer. So is that something that was discussed already and that staff are just accommodating your application and planning to curve that extension?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So when we started this file, we started with a pre-application consultation meeting, and the site assembly was actually slightly different than it is right now, and Beecroft was raised, and staff flagged that the future extension of Beecroft would need to go on what is now 27 Points Avenue. The assembly was shifted, and through comments from staff, we moved the building to where it is located today by acquiring 15 points instead of 27, and then also provided a setback on the west side of the site. So that has all been reviewed by transportation and planning staff, and comments addressed Beecroft specifically.
What is your plan in terms of buffering the park from the gas station? Because there's currently no application on the gas station. It could be many years that there's a park that's abutting the gas station.
Yeah, so part of the recommendations for the file is for us to not only convey the park, but also build out the park as part of a development charge contribution. We take the development charges that would normally be payable to parks in the general kitty, and then we can use that to actually construct the park on site. As mentioned, Center Court, we're builder developers. We're intending to build this ourselves. We have folks with hard hats that will actually construct the site. And when we build the site, our current plan right now is to build it as an apartment, like a purpose-built apartment building. And if there's fencing that's required to provide a buffer from the laneway, we'll go through that as part of the design exercise for that park after this approval. And we can just incorporate that into the design as necessary.
This building has a very minimal setback from the podium, which is unlike most developments in the area. And we have a significant wind problem already on Yonge Street and throughout the neighborhood. Is there opportunities through further work to mitigate wind, even though I know you have a wind study, passed the wind study, the city never verifies wind studies, but do you think that there's still some opportunity to discuss ways that we can proactively mitigate more of the wind from hitting the pedestrians on the ground level?
Yeah, to the credit of staff, at the first meeting that we had with them, wind was flagged as something that is really important. And through our design, when you initially submit a zoning application, you have to include a wind study that includes like a real physical model that goes in a wind tunnel. In the revised design, staff demanded that we go back to the wind tunnel instead of just doing computational analysis, and we did that. We've incorporated canopies into the podium, but during site plan, I'm happy to continue to have that conversation and add additional items through that process to support a comfortable environment for the pedestrians. I would say that like right now the study is showing that everything is okay, but I'm happy to do more as necessary during site plan.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. Any more questions for the deputants?
I have questions of staff.
Okay, we're not quite there yet. Thank you very much. Mitch? Now it's question for staff. Councillor Chang.
Similar question. In terms of, is there anyone from major projects here?
Counselor, we don't have anybody from major projects, but we do have people from transportation planning and transportation review anticipating questions about Beecroft extension.
And so what stage is Beecroft extension currently in the design or planning? What phase is it in development?
Mr. Chair, for you, the Beecroft extension is still in the design process. So later this year, we'll be looking at the geometry and the design of the work.
And when would consultation begin?
We haven't defined the consultation.
So in the event that through the consultative process, you need to match the width that's currently available north of Points, is the city then preparing to curve that extension in order to accommodate that matching of width?
And then when we look at the intersection design, we have to take the north portion and the south portion together. So the existing condition may not stay in that format. Where the curb is and the lane configuration may change as part of the intersection design. So that would be part of the design review process.
Right, but the width currently has a sidewalk, it has a green buffer, and then it has 4 lanes. And so if you're going to build an extension to accommodate the Northwick Center secondary plan, which is proposing to add 100,000 people, I can't imagine the goal would be to make it smaller. So therefore, in this current proposal, the way the Beecroft extension hits, it cannot match that width and go straight without hitting this new development. So my question is in making this decision and this approval, is staff already, even preemptively before the Beecroft extension goes through a thorough study and a design process, we're preparing to curve that extension in order to accommodate this development? That's my question.
We have set the eastern limit, so the going westwards, there's still the opportunity for us to look at right-of-way requirement on.
And it would
as
need
we
to
stretch.
curve. That's
I
my
wouldn't
question.
say that right now if it needs to, because it's the curb location, because the lane configuration north of points right now, it is wider, it is a older standard. So there's ways that we could redesign the curb location and lane width to minimize those curvatures.
My other question is with regard to the shadow impact on the park. So was there a consideration of putting the park on the west side of the building so that when the sun sets and from noon till sunset, that park would have had sunlight versus where it is now, it'll be jammed between two towers in the end state if this gas station becomes a building, or in the current state, it'll abut a gas station. So is there a reason why we have chosen this location, which will have far less sunlight exposure than the other location, which would provide a much more well-lit park?
Through you, Mr. Chair. We chose the eastern side of the site for the park location for the potential to expand the park. The eastern part of the site offers a larger park block to be achieved through the development site. That is part parkland conveyance through section 42, and also a CBC contribution and a nominal contribution.
So you're expecting the gas station to contribute a part of their land to extend this park?
That would be something that we could work through when that application comes through.
So it's on that basis, the potential but not confirmed dedication, that we're choosing to take a darkly lit park versus a well-lit park.
This is a park in an urban center, so there's going to be towers on the
But it's a choice because on the other side, it wouldn't have towers on both sides.
That's right, but it'd be a much smaller park on the other side.
So darker but larger park versus smaller but well-lit park. So when we have to prioritize, we choose darker but larger. Is that a city policy or?
Well, it's not a policy. We're choosing it for programming purposes.
Yeah, and Counselor, the only thing I would add to that is
That was your last question.
the park will still receive sunshine. I know, I think you're referring to later in the afternoon, but obviously throughout the day, there are other times where the park will receive sun.
Okay, that was your last question. Any other questions for staff? If no, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Cheng.
Yeah, I'd like to move without recommendations. I've spoken to Mitch, and I think we're going to continue just to work on a few more refinements before we bring this to council. So I
Okay,
look
so you're
forward
moving to council without recommendation?
That's right. That's right. Yep.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, they're gonna just love us. Okay. Um, these numbers are off. Shoot. Okay, we're on number 28. Yes, we're on number 28. It's the same address, rental housing demolition application, decision report. There are no deputations on the item, but I believe Councillor Chang asked to be held. And it's also timed for 10:30, 10:30 tonight. Councillor Chang, your item is up. Yeah, it's item 28. It's the same address, but this one is the rental housing demolition application. There's no deputations. What would you like to do?
So I'm believing in good faith that we're gonna work something really great out. So I think I'm gonna move demolition with conditions.
Okay,
Is that an option? No. That's something else. Oh, it's rental.
it's rental housing demolition application decision report. So you can move staff recommendations,
Yeah, yeah.
or you can amend them or vote against them, whatever.
Yeah, I'll move staff recommendations. Okay, so I'm gonna move it without recommendations because it has to be a package deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, this one got a little confusing. Okay, so number 28, 1525 Points Avenue. Councillor Cheng is moving it without recommendation because it has to be linked to the previous item. All those in favor? Item 28, move to council without recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 29 is series of addresses on Park Hill Road. Now, I understand the one speaker we have on this has left. Mari? Mari has left the building. Therefore, we're going to go to questions of staff. Councillor Cole, this is your item. It's number 29. Questions of staff, or if you just. You want to move the recommendations? What would you like to do? It's a directional report. Okay, you're adopting the recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. Councilors, we're voting on number 29, a series of addresses on Park Hill Road. It's an appeal report. It's a directional report. All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 30, a series of addresses on Viewmount and Romer Crescent. Have deputations. Mari is gone. Stephanie Chapman. I don't see her. I believe she has left as well. And Jennifer Wills. I don't see her, so we'll move right to questions of staff. On Viewmount, this is Councillor Cole.
Yeah, just staff. So this demolition application relates to what, it's hard to keep track. Not the two developments we've dealt with before. This is not relation to the other two developments we had before. This is a different one. Okay, I'll move staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved on item 30.
With conditions.
Okay. So we'll put the motion on the screen. Option 3, which would be number 1. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, we're on 35, 77 Lawrence Crescent, request for fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code,
250.
Chapter 447. We have deputations, Zubin Mancherigi.
Hello?
Yes, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted to point out that the staff has already refused this exemption, and that's in the staff reports. I'd like to point out that the fence is not a little bit over the limit. The staff measured, and it's at its highest point, it's 2.14 meters, which is almost double the permitted height. Third, I'd like to mention that it's noted in the application that this is done for privacy, but this is a front yard fence, and front yard fences are normally kept low on purpose so that the front yard stays open. A 4-foot fence doesn't stop anybody from being secure. I'd also like to mention I'm not opposed to privacy. The fence sits on a narrow 2-foot gap between 2 retaining walls. This is a spot where a privacy hedge would have naturally fit and kept the streetscape green and open. I would have supported such a hedge, and I would have offered to pay half if requested by the neighbor. Fourth, I think it does matter how we got here. This fence was built first, and the owner was told during construction that the height was above the permitted amount. They went ahead and did this anyways. After the complaint, they came forward with an application to legalize it. I'd like you to not reward this type of approach by denying the application. And last, I counted. There are 65 homes on the street. Not a single one has a front yard fence. Not a single one. And there are none within 250 meters of this property. Every other home has kept his front yard is open, and there are no fences as long as backing out any corner lots. This fence is the single exemption. The concern is with the openness and the character of the street where nobody else has done this. The simple fact is that this fence breaks the rules that everybody else has followed in the neighborhood. I'm asking you to refuse the request for the height exemption. And thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Chernos Lynn?
Yes, so just to confirm, you're the next door neighbor?
Correct. I'm the direct neighbor.
Okay, and did you have a discussion at all when this went up?
Yes,
Or before?
I spoke to them and I pointed out that this was I politely asked why were they doing this, because one, obviously this is where a garden naturally grows, and two, I pointed out that this fence was way higher than the permitted heights, and they went ahead anyways.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chernos Lynn. Any other questions for the deputant? Okay. All right, thank you very much, Zubin. Ali Shabetian. And on the line, Masa Tarabi.
Hello. Good evening. It's Masa Torabi. I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, Ali Sabetian, and I. We are owners of
I
77.
want some context. Are you the homeowner?
Yes, I am.
Who built the fence?
We built a fence, and the reason that we built it is mainly for the safety reason, because our neighbor lowered the grade by approximate between 4 to 8 feet, creating a significant elevation difference that still exists. And there is no protective fence on barrier on their side. Without our fence, there is serious risk of falling from our yard into the lower property. Our child was about 2 years old when this started, and still young children using the yard. And this fence was not simply for appearance and not for privacy, but mainly for the safety. Also, I would like to mention that We received our application was filled on 31st of July 2024, directly in response to a notice of violation dated June 2024, and told us in writing that the maximum permitted height for our fence was 2 meters. We prepared our application, our evidence, and based on that, in good faith, we filled this application. And the staff report for today that we received on 21st of May 2026 applies a different figure for the same fence, 1.2 meter under the same chapter 447. So we never issued an amended or corrected notice reflecting this change, and no explanation for change has been provided to us. So we are not asking council to disregard the bylaw. We're asking council to recognize that we were entitled to rely on the classification the city itself gave us in writing, and that it's not fair now to judge our application against the stricter standard we were never notified of before staff recommended refusal. I would like also mention that as the staff reported, the purpose of height restriction on fence close to public street is to protect sightline and public safety. Staff-owned inspection confirm our fence does not compromise either. We ask council to weigh this finding heavily. The rationale that ordinarily justified strict enforcement of the 1.2 meter limits is on the city's own evidence. So finally, I give the city's own finding that our fence create no sightline obstruction and no public safety concern, together with our good faith reliance on the city's own information throughout this process. We respectfully ask council to grant this site-specific exemption and allow the existing fence to remain. And if council is not prepared to approve this exemption today, we respectfully ask that the matter of defer, not refuse, so that the inconsistency of the city's notice report and applicable height
You could
standard
wrap up.
can first be fully, clarified.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant?
It's my word. So this is Councillor Chernis-Lynn. I'm trying to, when I look at the staff report, and this may be questions for staff to ask, but can you just tell me which house, like, are you the house with the red car in the driveway in the photos?
Yes. Yes.
So the fence that you're, so where would your child be falling from?
Okay, if you, I don't know if you have the report that I sent yesterday and the attachment, there is a space between our property and our neighbors, and in the figure, in the image before the fence, you can see there is a difference of 5 foot elevation that it's not the place that she usually play, but there is a dangerous space. If no fence there, there is a huge elevation difference that can be really dangerous.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay, into committee, questions for staff? Speakers?
I would like to defer this to the next council meeting. I actually find this very confusing looking at it. I think I have to go out and look at the site and speak with bylaw, because it's hard to tell exactly where the concern really lies, because I don't quite see it, but I want to make sure that I'm not missing a safety issue.
Okay, fully understood. Okay. All in favor?
We could do a field trip. Happy to take you, Councillor Cole.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 37. 9 Lee Croft Crescent, application for fence exemption 1. Deputant Mark Biernacki?
Good evening, everyone.
Oh, there you are.
You've had a long day.
Yeah, no,
Duh.
thank you for your patience.
Dealt with a lot of difficult matters. You have my respect. Hopefully, this will be a straightforward one. My name is Mark Bernacki. I am the property owner at 9 Leecroft, and this is for a straightforward fence exemption for a modest height of 3 centimeters higher than at the front, and then it rises to 69 centimeters at the back due to grade. I've provided detailed submissions. I'm just going to make 4 points for you. The first one is that the fence was built in good faith. My neighbor, Howard Chang, who is here showing his support today, moved in about 2.5 years ago. And one of the first things he said was, "Can we replace this terrible fence?" And being a good neighbor, I said, "Of course." We got a contractor, we notified our neighbors, shared plans for anyone who was interested, invited them if they wanted to replace their fences, they could do so. Some agreed, others declined. No one ever complained about the plans, about the build. My neighbor was concerned about security, safety. I shared that concern, and he wanted the fence to be as high as allowed, and our expectation was that the contractor would do so. We've learned we were wrong by 3 centimeters to 69 centimeters. Second point is consent. We have consent of all the adjacent neighbors, namely us, as well as 4 other surrounding neighbors. I've provided letters of consent and support in our materials. Third point is, this is a relatively minor variance. We're not talking about meters of difference. And then my last point is that I've looked back at over the last year for fence exemptions, for simple ones in these sort of circumstances, no setbacks, no pool issues. There was 3 of them, and they were all granted, and they were granted in similar heights or considerably higher. And so I've provided a draft motion to Councillor Chernos Lynn in support of the application, and would be very grateful for everyone's support.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputants? Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Bring it into committee. Questions for staff? Speakers? Councillor Chernos Lynn?
I would like to move to grant the exemption on this fence, and just say that it is a pleasure to get a fence exemption where everybody's worked together with neighbors on it happily.
Okay. A motion to grant the application is on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next item I have is item 40. I don't have speakers on the item. Questions for staff? 2 Green Valley Road. Request for a fence exemption. And it's,
This is mine as well.
yeah,
I have some language that I have sent in on number 40 that I believe staff should have and be able to display. I have a concern about one part of the, there's 2 doors that, like French doors that open to a hedge. They're clearly not using it. They just need to put like a Juliet balcony. So I would just like to defer it. And this is a deferral. I'm referring it to the district manager, I guess. Technically, it's a referral. And it should come back to the first meeting. Hopefully, the staff will be able to work with the owners to fix this problem.
all righty. So this is a referral motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 41, 32 Hoyle Avenue, application for fence exemption. I have 2 deputants, Pyman Killinajab. Pyman Kiha. Online? Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes. Could you unmute? Unmute.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you from the city staff and the community. It was a long day when I followed it up with you guys. So actually, our case, it was a new building, which we built it. So the time that we start to build, according to the request of all 3 sides neighbors, and in a good faith, we just put the fence the same as height as it was before, and it was as their request. And you see the support letter from all 3 sides neighbors and the consent, the fully consent of them, which I submitted to the city as well. I forwarded for the committee. So and also the height that we have done is not too much, maybe 20 or 25 centimeter or 30 centimeter more, which is more about the grading from our site as well. We have an indoor pool, so we had to grade our site as well. So we brought our site a little bit lower than the neighbors to make it flat and flash, but still from their sides, it's the regular fence that everybody put. It's like a 2 meter from their side, and it's exactly the same height as they have on the other side as well. So it was just in a good faith with them that we actually put that fence, and according to their request and their privacy, which we had a pool, so they requested, and we have done it accordingly.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jason Mayer. Jason?
Hello.
Yep,
Hi.
thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. I'll be less than that. I appreciate everyone's time. And just 4 points that I want to, I'm the homeowner, and 4 points that I just want to communicate here, consistent with some of those points that Paymon just brought up. The first is that, this was a new build. And prior to the new build, this fence was the height that it is currently. The neighbors, in fact, during the consultation process, when we were in the process of getting the plans approved and getting all the neighbors on board, one of the requests from the 2 neighbors adjacent to us was to construct the fence to be the same height that it was previously. You should see in your file that we have all the direct neighbors, that would be the 2 neighbors on the side, as well as the neighbor on the rear, have all signed letters of support, because obviously this is something that they wanted for their own privacy. And the last point that I would like to make is that the height of our fence is consistent with the neighboring fences. So if you're in our yard, in fact, some of the rear fences are actually, in fact, taller than ours. So it's certainly not out of character with the neighboring properties. That's all. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputy? No. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll bring it into committee. Any questions for staff? No. Speakers?
I'd like to move that we grant this exemption, please.
Okay. You might as well grant it to the whole neighborhood. It sounds like everyone's exceeded it by 0.3 meters.
There's a lot of illegal fences in Ward 15, I guess.
Oh
I don't
my
know. But this
gosh.
one, to me, this is not infringing on people's sight lines, like in terms of safety or anything.
All
so.
right. Well, I thought Ward 15 were a bunch of law-abiding citizens. Anyway, okay. So the local councillor has granted the application for fence exemption. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
I would just like to point out, Chair, that it's neighbors working with neighbors, which is
Yes,
nice.
no, I didn't really mean it to phrase that way. I know they're lovely people in Ward 15. I know that. Okay, so number 42. 42, I do not have speakers on 42. It is 130 Reichert Crescent, application for fence exemption.
I think we do have a speaker, actually. It just isn't showing up, but do we not have
42,
Ben Walker?
I mean, unless it was a very late,
No, he was very early, like 2 weeks ago he applied. It just somehow got,
he's, okay.
I know, it's
that's
not
fine.
showing up in CMP.
No, we can, yeah, no, we can accommodate him. Okay. All right, what's his name? Spence? Okay. Spence? Spen? Ben?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Mr. Walker, thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen here. If I can hear.
All right. Would you like to commence?
Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes, that's
Okay.
fine.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of council. My name is Sven Walker. I'm the owner of 130 Riker Crescent, and I'm here to request a fourth fence exemption under the Municipal Code Chapter 447 to eliminate the requirement for a fourth fence between my home's rear doors and the pool area. Our remaining perimeter fencing and gates have been installed and been inspected by municipal licensing and deemed to be compliant. While I fully support the safety intent of the bylaw, we've mitigated the risk of open water by insulating a $22,000 Cover Star automatic safety cover. Traditional 4-foot pool fences can be climbed and gates are regular propped open. This automatic safe system cannot be bypassed. Coverstone Star's own website states that since safety covers were introduced in 1960, there's never been a reported drowning in a pool equipped with a properly maintained and operated automated pool safety cover. The CoverStar cover explicitly meets ASTM F1346 international safety standards. It holds a minimum of 485 pounds. You can see my kids, they're on the pool standing, fully capable of supporting 2 adults and a child. It seals the pool completely flush to the deck, preventing humans or pets from entering the water. It operates on a secure digital keypad requiring a secret password known only to adults. Without this password, the pool is completely locked and closed. The pool safety cover is closed when it's not in active use. That's just our practice. When the building code, even though the building code in Ontario is still catching up to this expensive technology, progressive jurisdictions like Alberta have already formally recognized these certified pool safety covers as safe fence alternative since 2018. And crucially, so this is my neighbor's yard that received it also has an Cover Star automated pool cover. North York Community Council has already established a direct precedent with my immediate neighbor in September 13th, 2021 under item NY
You could wrap
26.31.
up, please.
Yeah, they installed the safety cover. So I would, again, here's the decision. They granted the exemption from the fourth fence. My kids are aged 9 and 6 to
Got it.
16, and my oldest son
Okay.
is a lifeguard and swim
All right.
instructor with the city.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant?
Yeah, thank you.
No? Okay, bring it into committee. Any questions for staff? There's no one here. Speakers. MLS is here. But speakers. Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
Yes, I'd like to move that we grant this exemption.
Motion is on the screen. Local councillor has moved granting the application. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 44, 460 Belial Street, request for fence exemption. I have one deputant, Jim Christakos. Okay. Are you all set?
I just, I just want to show a picture while I'm talking. I have 3 minutes. Okay, hopefully you can.
Do you want to provide some context? Are you a
Yes,
neighbor
yeah,
or?
Yeah, okay, so my name's Jim Christakos. I live at 462 Belial. I have a semi, which is attached to the 460 semi. And, hello. So, can I see the time? Can you show me the time on your screen? I only have 3 minutes, so I need to see the time.
Well, I
Okay.
mean, I thought you had started, so I started the clock.
Okay, fine. I've been here since 9:30 this morning. And the fact that I'm here so long and making sure that I voice my opposition should speak volumes on my strong opposition to providing a fence exemption to my neighbor. So this picture is a very powerful picture. And I live on the other side of that fence. And if you, in this picture, when I describe it to you, that's the neighbor standing on his pathway. And look at how he's dwarfed to that 8.5-foot fence. And he's got another fence on his west side, and it's dwarfed by the side of the fence too. So there's no basis for this fence. And my question, I don't know anything about this stuff. I've never come to these meetings before. But my first question is when I got this letter is why? Why should he get a fence exemption? And in the report, May 27th, 2026, report for action, the City of Toronto, he gives privacy concerns and he talks about trespassing and filing a police report. And I believe that those are very misleading statements and possibly even inflammatory. And I've been a good neighbor to him. And there is a unfortunate misunderstanding between us, which I don't have time to discuss. But the bottom line is they don't like me and they don't want to see me. And they decided to punish me and build a huge fence like this so they couldn't see me anymore. And they also built a huge fence on the front yard also. And both fences are in violation of the bylaws. And I'm told him I'm going to fight him on it. And I wanted to make sure I came here today and I voiced my opposition to it. And I voiced my support for the City of Toronto, which has denied him the fence exemption. That's it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Just for clarity, that's a picture you've taken and
No,
that's,
sorry. That picture is in the May 27th, 2006 report to action, City of Toronto statement that's supporting this, this case. So the City of Toronto has rejected the fence exemption. And this is the second picture that they're putting in their report. And I think it's a very powerful picture. I could talk at great length about it, but I don't have the time.
so, so this is just
The City of Toronto took this picture.
Is this your house? Is this your?
I live on the other side of that huge fence. This is the backyard of 460 Belial. I live next on the other side of the fence, and you can't see anything. All you can see my red Japanese maples, which are very mature. Yeah, it's from the report, and I think it's a powerful picture, and it states my objection to the fence. The fence is 2.5 feet more than my fence on the other side.
Look, I jumped in with some questions because quite frankly, I didn't understand this picture. So, Councillor Burnside, since you're anxious to ask questions, why don't you go ahead? Well, he's been waiting a long time and he's due his. Okay, are there any more questions? Okay, Councillor Cheng.
There is an adage, good fences make good neighbors, and clearly there's not a good relationship you're having with this neighbor. So I guess, how does this fence impose on you, since it does create a very good separation between a person that you're not having a good relationship right now with?
There's an unfortunate misunderstanding, and they feel I've done them wrong, and they're angry at me, and they've built a huge fence, and there's rules that have to be followed. I shouldn't have to look at a large fence like that when I go in my backyard. I'm dwarfed by it too. I feel like I'm in a prison camp with a huge gate. Like I can't see anything but a fence. And it's not right. There's rules, and they shouldn't be allowed to get away with this. And I'm going to fight him on it. But it's kind of sneaky that he's trying to get an exemption. Look, I'm sorry. I don't know, maybe I'm out of line. But the bottom line is I want to fight him on the fence, and I'm scared that he's going to get an exemption before I even have a chance to fight him on it. This is his field of expertise. I don't know anything about this. It's my first time spending a whole day here. And I object to him getting this exemption.
Okay.
And I wanted my voice heard, and that's why I stayed here all day.
Okay.
Because it matters to me. There's no one in Toronto that's affected more than myself, and I'm here to fight it.
Thank you. Thank you for.
I'm sorry for raising my voice.
That's okay.
Any other questions for the deputant? And then we'll go to speakers. Okay.
I think there's another
Oh, sorry.
person online.
There was a late speaker. Santiago de Dera. Santiago? Can you unmute, please? There you are.
Yep. Hello, everyone.
Okay.
Hi.
You have 3 minutes.
Chairs and councilors, imagine coming home after several weeks away as a family, excited to be back, looking forward to your own backyard, only to find that your tree and the family garden completely cut down. That is exactly what happened to us in August 2025. We returned from our trip to discover that while we were gone, our neighbor had entered our property without permission and destroyed our tree and garden. This incident is documented in Police Report 2025 18 27 316. Since that date, our children has been afraid to go into our own backyard. This didn't happen in isolation. For the last several years, the house next door has been under continuous renovations. During that time, their grading in the backyard has been repeatedly raised and changed in some areas by almost 2 feet. We have already submitted photographs to the city showing this clearly, and I'm happy to provide them again. Because these ongoing grade changes, our neighbor can now look directly over what it used to be a private fence line. The combination of the trespass, the destruction to our tree and garden, and the constant overlook has turned our own backyard from a safe family space into a place of anxiety for our children. Before we replace the old face, we offered to do the entire job at no cost to the neighbor, which they declined. We kept the solid base at the standard height, and we added a small open lattice topper in order to keep minimum privacy, and it has no impact on the street or anyone else. And I'm asking you humbly to please grant this exception so my children can feel safe in our backyard again. Thank you, and I'm happy to provide any
All right.
answer or
Okay.
evidence that you can provide.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No. Okay. No questions for the deputant. Thank you very much, Santiago. Questions for staff? Speakers? Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, I was uncomfortable with the way things have panned out here with the level of passion. I'd want a high fence too. I'm going to move to for the fence exemption.
I'm going to vote against the exemption. I just think this is not the solution to neighborhood disputes. What's next? Barbed wire, electrical fencing, armed guards? We cannot solve our problems in this way by building illegal fences, so I will be voting against it. I'd be happy to move the staff recommendations, yes. I'm waiting for other speakers. Oh, we're good? Okay. So, oh, it looks like your motion's first. Well, it's on the screen, Councillor Burnside. So you're granting the exemption. Okay, so we'll have a recorded vote. All those in favor? Councillor Cole, Councillor Chernos-Lynn, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Cheng. Against? Councillor Pasternak. Okay. Jeez, I wish people would just get along so we wouldn't have to deal with these matters. I think we need a little more kindness in the city and a little more understanding. Okay, 170 the Bridle Path, application for a fence exemption. We have speakers, Philip Magalata.
Good evening. Thank you. There's been a slight change. It's not Philip. I'm obviously not Philip. My name is Tina McMullen. I'm the landscape architect on the project and a representative for the owner who is seeking the fence exemptions. There are four, I'll just speak quickly and briefly. There are four exemptions that we are seeking. The first has to do with the height of the fence in the front yard, front fence and gates. We are seeking this. The reason for this request is for increased security and safety for the homeowner and their family. There are numerous examples in the Bridle Path neighborhood of precedent for fences that are higher than the bylaw stipulates. And we provided a document for review which illustrates some of those neighborhood examples. All of these fences and gates well exceed the bylaw in the area. And I think that in general, in that area of the Bridle Path, there are a lot of homeowners that have security concerns and elevated concerns for safety, given the neighborhood. So that's the other thing about this fence that we want to note is that we have taken great care to vegetate in front of it to ensure that through layered hedging and plantings and also through street trees in order to tone down the fence and also to help it blend into the streetscape and increase the greenery on the boulevard. The second has to do with the pool fence enclosure materials. This has to do with the fence that has been installed along the side yards of the property. It conforms to the bylaw heights. It is a composite material, which is not specifically referenced in the pool code bylaw as something that is not permitted. It's not mentioned, composite wood. This is, I would argue, a type of fencing that is becoming increasingly popular in residential situations. due to the fact that a lot of homeowners don't want to deal with long-term maintenance of things like solid wood fences. And so this type of material is becoming increasingly used. So that is the material of the fence. It is not climbable. It is to the proper height, and it conforms in every other respect. It's just that the material itself is not mentioned in the pool bylaw. The third item is with respect to the pool fencing embedment. There is a chain link fence that is mounted to a raised terrace. Essentially, this is a rooftop scenario. So it is a terrace above habitable space, the basement of the dwelling. It is not possible for us to embed the fence posts 760 millimeters into the concrete because this is a roof. It would damage the waterproofing, and that penetration would.
Okay, if you could wrap up, you're getting close
Sorry.
to 3 minutes.
The penetration would compromise the structural integrity of the roof. So we have had a special engineered base plate made to secure the fence, which is embedded 5 inches into the concrete slab, similar to that for a glass fence spigot detail, which is approved according to the bylaw.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Now, you mentioned, are you representing the homeowner? Is that Philip Magalata?
No, sorry. I am the landscape architect. My name's Tina. I'm representing the homeowner.
Is that
The
Zach
homeowner is
Goldstein?
Mr. Sam Ajmira.
Okay, so are you going to speak? Okay, you're speaking for everybody here. Okay. Are there any other speakers on this item? No? Okay, I have 3 names here. Okay, thank you very much. Questions for staff? No? Speakers? It won't be me. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm going to speak. Sorry.
Yes,
I
please.
thought you were asking
Councillor
if I have
Chernos-Flynn.
questions for staff. Sorry, I think I'm getting.
I don't envy you on this one in particular. Go ahead.
I'd like to move that we grant the exemption on this.
Any other speakers on the item? Okay, so the motion is to grant the exemption. All those in favor? Opposed? That is, that was 45. Yeah. We're granting the exemption.
Thank you.
Next one is 47. 47, I have 2 deputants. This is 100 Laurentide Drive, application for fence exemption. George Tambakis.
Yeah, I'm not George.
No, you don't hold on, George.
I'm Susie Bergeron. I'm George's wife.
Okay, you'll be speaking on behalf of both of you.
Yes,
Okay.
if
All right.
that's okay.
You have 3 minutes.
All right. Can I put a picture up?
Yeah. Need a glass of water.
So my name is Susie Bergeron, and I'm here to address 3 items with reference to our pool enclosure. Although we don't have kids, we do take pool safety seriously, and we've done everything to make sure that our pool is secure. We believe that none of the 3 items that we're here to discuss today are safety hazards whatsoever. So the first item on the list is about the fence on the upper patio. So the glass railing is actually at the legal height for an upper deck, but it's 4 inches short for a pool enclosure height. We don't believe this is a safety issue because actually if you fell down that balcony, you would have bigger problems, I think. The second issue It says that it's about the sliding doors. It's at the bottom. Yeah, the sliding doors, no, still on the first page. Anyway, it's fine. Has on the main floor, the sliding doors it was recommending to have, it says proposed construction bolts, and the bolts have been installed, so the sliding doors are not operational. It also makes more sense for us because all the furniture is actually in front of those sliding doors. And we don't use those doors whatsoever. The last point is about the door that is actually the door that we use for access to the pool. It has a Juliet gate that is self-closing in front. The issue here says that it facilitates climbing, and I really don't know how you would do that. And we were told that this is the type of door that is installed everywhere. So that's about it. Can you see the picture? Okay.
You're done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? No? Questions for staff? No? Speakers?
Yeah, I'm satisfied with the safety measures they've taken. I'd like to move an alternate recommendation, which is to grant the exemption.
Councillor Burnside is granting the exemption on item 47. There we are, Laurentide. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 49.
Thank you.
I do not have deputations. Did you say there's no deputations listed? Did you say there are? Okay, Councillor Burnside is going to move what, staff recommendations? Alternative recommendations? Okay, you're approving the. Okay, so that is 59 Hesketh Court. Application for offense exemption. Councillor Burnside is approving the application. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 51. I do have deputations. Ali Zada? Ali? Online? Ali?
Yes, good evening.
Yes, thank you for joining
Good
us.
evening.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Yes, there are two items flagged by the city staff. One is the material we use for the fence, which is not noted in the city bylaw. So we're using a galvanized plate, powder coated, and it's engineered and fabricated. I can, let me see if I can share my screen for a sec. To be honest, I don't know how to share my screen, but anyways, I have the spec sheet. As I said, it's engineered. This is what typically used for building cladding. It's very strong, very durable. I would say much more superior than the other material like a chain link or even masonry wall. It's certainly safe, and I would appreciate if you grant the exemption for the material. The other item is the access door from the basement to the backyard. So it has a self-closing mechanism. Actually, we added one extra. It's very strong, and we have electronic lock on the door. And it's like a typical door with a handle and additional electronic locking system. And a child or unsupervised child cannot use it. It's mainly can be used by the adult. That's it.
Okay,
And
thank
by
you
the way,
very much.
the height is 6 feet exactly, plus ½ inch to 1 inch. That's the gap we left at the bottom of the panels.
I thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant, Councillor Cheng?
Would you be open to installing a Juliet gate from your basement door as well as a gate from your upper deck? I think that would secure the pool. Or just to gate outside of your basement door as well as your upper deck.
Yeah, for the upper deck, we do have a gate with the self-closing and latch.
Oh,
I'm not sure if the picture can show it. And last year, when the city staff visited our site, we discussed the basement access, and she agreed. If you have the self-closing mechanism and the locking system, it would pass, because the whole idea is to prevent children access to the pool. So it has the self-closing and the locking mechanism right now. And if there is any doubt, I would welcome the city staff to pay us a visit again to confirm that.
okay, thank you. I'm gonna turn to staff and ask questions.
Okay. Sorry, any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay, questions for staff?
Oh, I do have
Oh.
a question for the deputant.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So I don't see in the photos a gate, like you're supposed to have not a door that closes, but like a self-closing gate at the top of the stairs coming from the basement, for example. Are you saying there is one? Are you still there? Maybe he's hung up.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, if you look at the second photo, you see the column on the right side supporting the canopy. The gate is right behind it. So it's parallel to that column. That's why it's not noticeable, but you might be able to see the shadow of that door. It's like a wooden gate with a spring for self-closing and a latch for locking. It's right at the top of the steps.
Coming from the basement?
No. You mentioned about the deck, right?
No, I was
The deck.
asking coming up from the basement, like coming
Oh,
out of
yeah,
the
yeah.
basement.
No,
You don't have a gate there at the
no,
top
we
of the
don't.
stairs.
But this is what I exactly mentioned. So when I spoke with the city staff last year, they said it is acceptable if I have the self-closing mechanism on the door. So if you see the exit door for the basement, coming off of the basement, actually I have two locks. If you look at, I guess, the last photo, you can see two arms, and they are very strong on the right side of the door, right where the hinge is. And you see there is a locking mechanism, is electronic, and there is a handle. If needed, I can add another latch at the top, where it's not accessible to the
Okay,
children.
thank
But
you.
yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, any other questions for the deputant? No? Questions for staff?
Thank you. If you could just clarify, so.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Just, you know what?
There's another deputant?
There is another
Oh, I'm so
speaker.
sorry.
Yes, sorry. Fatima Afran Azazi? Okay. Not available. Questions for staff?
Thank you. Can you clarify, does the deck on the upper floor have a latched gate that meets the bylaw?
Through you, the chair, yes, it does.
Okay. So then now down to the basement door. So the owner is saying they feel they meet the specifications. Someone told them that they meet that requirement, but does this meet the requirement?
Through you, chair, no, the walkout from the basement does not meet the bylaw requirements for an enclosure.
And what does it need?
What does it meet?
Like, what does it need?
Oh, it needs an enclosure that's at least 1 meter away, that's 4 feet in height, self-closing, self-latching, capable of being locked.
So like gate
A
in
gate.
front of the door, or could it be a Juliet door?
Well, that would need relief from the bylaw.
Right, but it is an option that has been used in many cases. Is that correct?
Through way of exemption,
Yes.
yes, they've been approved.
And then the other issue is the material. What is wrong with the material?
So through you, Chair, the material that he's used for the existing perimeter fence in the rear yard is not a permitted material in the bylaw currently.
And but is there a safety implication for this material?
No.
No, okay. So I think I'm going to refer this back to, for the owner to work with MLS to make sure that a gate or Juliet door is installed. And so if a Juliet door is installed, we would grant the exemption based on a Juliet door. And I have no objection to the material. So, but we're going to refer it back. So there's a motion. Okay. So there's a motion here.
All right, so
Well, I have a
let's,
motion.
okay. So Counselor Chang, you're speaking and you have
Yes,
a motion?
that's right.
Okay, let's put that on the screen.
So refer back to staff to work with the applicant to install Juliet gate on the door that enters from the rear wall, and then they will report back in the next term.
Okay, referral motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We go to 52. 21 Keynes Avenue, request for fence exemption. I have Saeed Nasser Jahan Shahi?
Yes, Sayed Nasser Jahanshahi.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, actually, good evening, Chair and the members of the council. My name is Nasser Jahanshahi, and I'm the owner of the property 21 Keynes Avenue. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I respectfully ask council to approve my application and allow the fence and the gate to remain as constructed, and a single pencil cedar tree in its place. I built my home, which is the most beautiful and attractive house in the area, which everybody stands by and asks and gives a compliment about my property and gives a smile. It is built with great care and made every effort to comply with all city requirements, codes, and standards. The fence and the gate were installed in good faith. However, neither my builder nor the fence contractor informed me that there is a bylaw issue. The issue was also not identified during the construction and inspection by the city. If I had known about this requirement, I would have addressed it at the time. Most importantly, my neighbors have no objection to the fence and the gate because they love the entire architecture of the building and the gate as well. As stated in the city's report, the fence and the gate are not solid structures and they do not create a sightline obstruction. Visibility through the fence is maintained from different directions. There is no evidence that the fence creates any safety risk for drivers, pedestrians, and the public. security concerns is very important for us because of these reasons. My family has unfortunately experienced serious security incidents in this property. A new Range Rover of my son was stolen from our property, and also we experienced break entry robbery in our property, and actually my neighbors also very much aware of that, and I have sent
Okay,
a
you're at
letter
3
from my
minutes. If you could wrap
neighbor,
up.
which yes, which it shows this area have a lot of car
Okay.
theft. Anyhow, the last
all
thing
right.
is that
Yeah,
my
we're all, thank you. You're over 3 minutes. Any questions for the deputant? Questions, Councillor Cheng?
Hello, Said. I'm your counselor, Counselor Chang. I just have
louder, please. Can you please louder?
I have a question about if you would be amenable to keep your tree trimmed to the height of the fence.
Exactly, yes. Because I have
So
a
like you're not
gardener.
gonna a 1.2 meter height on the tree and you'd be okay if we exempted the fence, but you commit to keeping the tree at a 1.2 meters. Is that okay?
100%. 100%
Okay,
yes. Sure.
perfect. We have a great path forward then. Thank you. So I have
Okay.
a motion.
Okay. No questions for staff. Okay, let's go to speakers. Councillor Cheng?
I'd like to grant the exemption contingent on the owner maintaining the 1.2 meters on the vegetation. Maintain the cedars below 1.2 meters. Any questions of the mover?
No. No, I'm not going to move an amendment for him to cut his grass too. So, okay. So all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right. So number 54, Glen Allen. Glen Allen, we have one deputant, Teresa Milligan. Miss Milligan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you so much. We unfortunately have a tree, an Austrian pine that's has a big lean towards our house. We've had 2 arborist reports saying it is a significant lean. And when we were building this house 2 years ago, our neighbors had warned us that their two Austrian pines had fallen on their house. One in this backyard had fallen previously, and the previous owners cut the large part of the base, all the limbs off, and the backyard neighbors cut the back of the tree, the limbs off because it's polluting their pool. So it's very top heavy, and it's contributing to the lean. It makes us very nervous with our kids playing in the backyard. We've planted over 38 trees between 12 and 15 feet. The Austrian pine is blocking the view of these beautiful Norway maples that we have. We share with our neighbors. And also we're at the bottom of the slope of Glen Helen, which is a long road. And there's a slope drainage channel right in front of the Austrian pine that's actively eroding. There's a big root ball now that's it's getting significantly larger. Um, and what was I gonna say? Yeah, there's what else do I say? It's not providing any shade or privacy for the neighbors. Um, we love the mature trees in Lawrence Park. Our backyard is beautiful, covered with large trees, but this one is not benefiting anybody. And if I was a betting person, I would bet the odds that this tree will come down during storms. We're quite nervous, and we believe that the lean is getting bigger and bigger. And we have like our house is brand new, and it would be a shame for this tree to come down and hit the house. The in the front yard of this house, there was another Austrian pine that fell down on the previous owner's car. I think the tree has had it's older, and I think its time has come, and we're just asking if we could remove the tree.
All right, thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, questions for staff? Oh, sorry. Nicole? Nicole Corrado? She's not online. Okay, question. Questions for staff, speakers, what would you like to do? Questions for staff? Speakers, Councillor Chernow-Flynn?
I'd like to put forward the alternate recommendation to request that allows them to remove the one tree, but require the applicant to provide 5 replacement trees.
All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 64. St. Cuthbert's Road, introduction of overnight on-street park. We're just kind of skipping. Oh, he's back. Okay. Councillor Cole, your item number 63, Viewmount Avenue traffic calming is up. There are no deputy. Oh, wait a minute. No, she's left. Mari Space Vesca has left. So there's no deputations. It's Viewmount. It's traffic calming. Staff recommendations moved on 63. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 64, St. Cuthbert's Road, introduction of overnight on-street parking. Janet Downing?
Yes.
Oh,
I
there
am
you are.
here.
Okay.
Still here.
Right. Very patient.
Okay, so just saying, as a retired grade 1 teacher, this has been quite a learning experience for me. And I don't know how often you do this, but I am in shock. And thank you for doing this, because what a day. Anyway, my issue, I would say, is a lovely neighbors helping neighbors sort of thing, and everybody working together. St. Cuthbert's is a small street, and 4 houses have mutual drives. So technically, we have no parking. And we would like to be able to park on the street in front of our houses and not come out in the morning and have a ticket. And we would really appreciate it. There's construction in the area. There's a funeral home. There's a church. There's a daycare. So there are cars parked during the day. And if somebody calls, the parking people will come, but they come at 3 in the morning. And the only cars on the street are our cars from the mutual drive houses.
Oh, okay. You're done?
I'm finished.
Anyway, well, thank you for your comments. I assume they were complimentary.
Very much.
Okay. No, thank you very much. It's actually democracy at its finest here in North York Community Council. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Chernos.
No, but I live next door to the church.
Yep. So I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to thank you. This again was another example of community really working together, and our office working with community to make sure that their needs were met. And so I'm really glad to
Thank you.
put forward staff's recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, staff recommendations, staff supported this?
Adopt the recommendations, I guess is the right language. But yes, they were in support because we went through the whole petition process and everything like that.
Okay, on-street parking is permit is very rare in North York. Anyway, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 68, Flemington Park Streets Plan. I do not have deputations on the item. Councillor Burnside, any questions for staff?
No, I'm just asking I have a motion to, and it was, the clerk should have it, to amend the report. It just basically takes removes the proposed traffic calming on Seaton and Wyndham Road. I go through a whole petition process and that was not done. And I'd like to speak to the residents before we put in street calming on those two streets.
Okay, so you're adopting the staff recommendations?
No, I have an alternate. Well, if they've changed it.
Well, no, what's before us is you're asking community council to authorize the installation of traffic calming.
Not on, no, my staff had sent a thing not to authorize on those two streets.
Okay,
There's an
so you're-
alternate recommendation that was supposed to.
You're amending these, okay.
There we are. That was it, yeah, thanks. Yeah, there you go, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Of the amendment. Yep.
And the item is amended? That carries. Next item I have is 79, naming a park at 40 Grenoble Drive in honor of Vanessa Rose. And that's actually held by Shelley Carroll. Yes. Okay, so you're taking carriage of this item?
Well, it was my item, actually, yeah.
It was your item.
It-
Okay, she's holding it on your behalf.
Yeah, no, she held it for questions.
Oh, okay.
It was simply that. But the recommendation is that the community council adopt the naming of a park at 40 Grenoble as Vanessa Rose Park.
Alrighty. Okay, so you're moving the recommendations?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all those in favor?
It's done a lot.
Opposed? That is carried. Number 81, Highland Crescent, traffic calming. I have deputants on the item. Brad Zhang. That's fine. Is that Brian Zhao? Okay. We're on item 81, Highland Crescent, traffic calming speed humps.
Hi, my name is Brian Xiao. I live on Highland Crescent. I have been coordinating with my neighbors on the petition for building street humps. During this process, a lot of concerns has been raised over the safety of our street. We understand that with the traffic on the York Mills eastbound towards Bayview and the Bayview northbound, many cars are routing to Highland Crescent as a shortcut to access to Bayview southbound and York Mills westbound. However, the increasing the traffic and the speed of the cars are putting on the safety of the people in our community at risk. we believe that building street humps will be helpful, slow down the traffic so that the people in our neighborhood, especially for seniors, kids, pet owners, can cross the street safely. The final approval of our proposal would be highly appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you for your comments. Brad?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is Brad Zhang. I worked along with Brian on this particular item. I just want to share with you that we've gained support from majority of the neighbors on Highland Crescent within a very short period of time, which speaks volume on people's concern over the road safety in the neighborhood. Just on behalf of the neighbors, we'd like to thank the city, the committee, and the Transportation Service and TPS 32 Division, Community Safety Unit, and of course, Councilor Lin's office staff for your great support and assistance along the process. We look forward to the final approval on our proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I have a final deputant, Sean Kilburn. Sean Kilburn? No. Okay. Questions of staff, speakers? Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
I'd like to move a motion to adopt the recommendation for speed humps and just say thank you to the residents of Highland Crescent who worked together. Really, it's a busy street that people use to cut through the neighborhood to avoid Bayview. It's one of the few streets that goes through, and it's a bit windy in places. And we're really hopeful that this will make an impact in terms of slowing people down. But thank you to all the residents and to my staff who worked with them on this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. Any other speakers on the item? No? Okay. You're moving staff recommendations? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next one is 84 Anuin Drive, Broadleaf Road.
Yeah, I have recommendations. It's a whole bunch of different traffic calming measures. Did extensive consultation with the community. He said 84.
Sorry, I missed 83. But we're on 84. You're just moving the recommendations?
Yeah, my recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Back to 83. I do have one deputant, Lori Cornwall. Okay, Miss Cornwall?
I'm here? Yes. I don't really have much to add other than I'm fully I live on Sutherland Drive. I'm fully supportive of the recommendation for traffic calming. It's been very, very busy on the street. I've lived here for almost 30 years. And I'm very concerned about children's safety because I'm seeing cars zipping down the street and not pausing to let children cross the street. All sorts of crazy driving. So I'd be very supportive of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
I don't have any questions for staff, but I would like to move a motion to adopt this and again, thank residents for working on this with my office. This has been something there's been lots of complaints about and we're happy it's getting rectified. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. There's 92. is Carmichael Avenue, speed hump relocation. Councillor Cole?
We just have to have we got to move a speed hump because of a conflict that occurs. So I'll move staff recommendation.
It's your own recommendation. It's a letter to committee.
And I'm moving the recommendation.
Okay, you're moving the recommendations. That's fine. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next item is number 97. Sunnybrook Park Trail off Salonica Road, restricting driveway access, held by Rachel Chernoslin, Councillor Chernoslin. Sunnybrook Park Trail off of Salonica Road, restricting driveway access? I think it's the last item.
I'll explain if you want.
It's what it is. It's preventing access to the driveway to Sunnybrook Park Trail.
Not exactly. I'd be happy to explain if it would help. I think Councillor Carroll originally had questions, so we held it. And we just thought there might be some confusion about what it meant. I'm happy to give a brief, to speak briefly to this. I'm moving some additional recommendations. I think I had. Okay.
Doesn't block cars to the park, does it?
It's a new road I'm moving, and staff have them. I think there's a letter that we did with this that you guys can look at. But essentially, there is bridge work being done at Sunnybrook Park along the main road. And when that bridge is being reconstructed, we need a fire access, like an emergency access route. So they're building a road through the upper playing field. And I'm putting some restrictions on that so that it can't be used when it's not under construction by park staff. We don't want it to become a regular road. It's going to be an emergency road after the construction is done. During the construction, park staff will be able to use it to service Sunnybrook Park, but it will not be open to the public. It will only be for park staff during construction and emergency staff. And then after construction, it will be for emergency. But I'm moving some recommendations to ensure that, because what we didn't want was it being sort of like a access route for all sorts of things. Thank you. We really try. We really try. So I think this may even be the last item, so please feel free.
All right, I think we should name
But
it.
generally, we don't want to build roads through parks, right?
I think we should name
We're
it John
redoing a bridge.
Burnside Way. All right, the Councillor Chernoslin has moved the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. That was the final item, but we have two more things to do here before we adjourn. Okay. So, Councillor Chernoslin, do you want to have the honor of doing the bills?
Sure, that bills 748 to 775 and 920 to 925 prepared for the July 7th, 2026 meeting 34 of North York Community Council be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The confirmatory bill?
Happy to do that one too, if you like.
Well, we'll give someone else the honor. Okay, Councillor Cheng, do you want to do the confirmatory bill?
That confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of North York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 34 on July 7th, 2026 be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. That concludes our business for today. I just want to I wanted to thank all the city staff, the clerk staff, the tech, members of the public, and of course, counselors. This was a very long, productive day, and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, you're very welcome. Heroic.